Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Continue. Feng Yu's voice was calm, arms crossed as he looked down at his opponent. Your strength has improved significantly, but it's still far from enough. At best, you could take on one combat member of the Phantom Troop. Any more than that, and you'd be overwhelmed. Karapika's fists tightened. Without a word, she lunged forward once again. This wasn't just a spar. It was a test and a statement. Cooperation, after all, demanded hierarchy. Feng Yu intended to make it clear who held the upper hand in their alliance. The clash resumed with thunderous force. Fists met chains, and shockwaves rippled through the abandoned warehouse. Dust danced in the air, walls cracked, and the ground bore the marks of their escalating duel. Karapika's attacks were fierce, relentless. It was the rage of vengeance channeled through every strike, a ferocity that showed no regard for injury or exhaustion. But rage alone wasn't enough. Feng Yu blocked each blow with clinical precision, answering every strike with counters that left deeper wounds on his opponent. Karapika was fighting with heart. Feng Yu was fighting with mastery. Time passed. The warehouse, battered and broken, fell silent save for the sound of ragged breathing. Karapika was on his knees, hands braced against the cracked concrete. Sweat streamed down his pale face, mingling with blood as it dripped into the dust below. His body trembled, bruised, bleeding, and battered. Bones had cracked under pressure. The cost of the battle was written across every inch of his form. Across from him, Feng Yu stood tall and composed. His shirt was slightly disheveled, but otherwise he appeared untouched. With an indifferent expression, he calmly rolled down his sleeves. "You're strong, Karapika." "No doubt about that," he said, voice even. "But the world is vast. There are beings and powers out there that defy understanding." He stepped closer, his gaze sharpening. "So if we were to truly eliminate the Phantom Troop, you'll need to follow my lead. No rash decisions. No letting your emotions take over." Karapika remained silent, the words piercing him deeper than any blow. Hatred, blinding, burning, had long ruled his judgment. But now he saw the truth. Recklessness was a liability. A soft glow emerged as his healing chain coiled around him, an energy surging to mend broken bones and torn flesh. "I understand," he said at last, shifting from a kneel to a seated position. "I'll keep my emotions in check." Feng Yu smiled faintly and sat cross-legged across from him. "Good. Let's discuss the plan." As they began to strategize, Tianba and Mia approached, the small beast Dilu resting in Mia's arms. The tension from earlier had faded. In its place, a quiet mutual respect began to form. Karapika was more than capable. With his chain jail ability, a weapon designed specifically to bind and neutralize members of the Phantom Troop, he was a pivotal asset. Even top combatants like Yuvijin, Nobunaga, or Phaeton would have reason to fear him if used properly. With planning, precision, and control, their odds improved dramatically. Days later, the Phantom gathers. By the end of August, under the cover of night, in a desolate industrial district on the outskirts of Yukusin City, the members of the Phantom Troop began to assemble. Inside one of the derelict stone buildings, lit only by flickering candlelight, shadows shifted. Figures sat quietly on the ground, meditating or lost in thought. Despite the stillness, an undercurrent of danger ran through the room. Every person here was a predator. Schallner glanced at his watch and muttered, "Still not here. Time's almost up. I swear, the next time I see Hisoka, I'm cutting him into pieces." Yuvijin growled beside him. The group was nearly whole. Nearly. Only one member was missing. The unpredictable jester, Hisoka. His absence didn't surprise anyone, nor did it soften their resentment. Yuvijin's words echoed in the dim space, until laughter cut through the silence. A slow, amused chuckle. Oh dear, speaking such violent words about me? How cruel! Came a voice as a figure materialized at the doorway, smiling wickedly. Hisoka. Yuvijin surged to his feet, fists clenched and body trembling with fury. You bastard! But before things could escalate, Shalnert placed a casual hand on his hip and smiled. You're late. Honestly, we thought you wouldn't show up, Maki added from her perch on a stone ledge. Hisoka approached her with a grin. With such a personal invitation, how could I say no? I'd missed the chance to see your threads in action. Despite the casual banter, the tension thickened. Around the room, Phaeton, Franklin, Nabinaga, and Finks all watched with cold, calculating eyes. None trusted Hisoka, not truly. He wasn't loyal. He was a wild card. Captain, everyone's here, Shalnert finally announced, turning his gaze upward. From the shadows, footsteps echoed. A figure rose from a high stone slab, stepping into the candlelight. A handsome man with dark, spiked hair and a purple cross tattoo on his forehead. Krallo Lusilfer, leader of the Phantom Troop, had arrived. His presence demanded silence, and the murmurs ceased. The real plan was about to begin. It's such a delicious feeling. Just looking at you is intoxicating. Hisoka licked his lips, eyes narrowing with a flicker of wild hunger as he watched Krallo step into the light. This time, Krallo, I will savor your taste. Though he masked it well, Hisoka's pupils dilated slightly. The thrill was undeniable. Passion, obsession, and anticipation swirled within him like a storm. From across the room, Yuvijin's attention snapped away from Hisoka the moment Krallo appeared. His savage grin stretched wide as he shouted, Captain, what are we stealing this time? Krallo stood calmly, radiating quiet authority. Even the most volatile of the Phantom Troop fell into place beneath his presence. This time, Krallo began, sweeping his gaze across the gathered spiders. We're taking the treasures from the underground auction. A murmur swept through the group. What kind of treasure? Shalnert asked curiously. Ancient books, Maki guessed. You've always liked reading. No, Phaeton said flatly. It's got to be the rare game sets. They're auctioning some of the world's most expensive titles this year. Nabinaga leaned back lazily on his stone seat. Gold and silver. Always the classics. Krallo chuckled softly. Not quite. Everyone fell silent as he revealed the truth. We're not just stealing a single item, he said. We're scanning everything in the auction. A collective gasp followed. Huh? Yuvijin bolted upright. You serious, boss? That place is protected by every major gang across the world. If we make a move, we're going to be declaring war on all of them. Krallo tilted his head, a smile tugging at his lips. Are you scared, Yuvijin? Yuvijin trembled, not with fear, but with raw anticipation. Scared? No, I'm ecstatic. Captain, give a word. I'll tear through every last one of them. The others, quieter but no less determined, nodded silently. They didn't show the same mania as Yuvijin, but their eyes burned with readiness. No one flinched. Then listen well, Krallo said, his voice iron beneath silk. Anyone who gets in your way, kill them. Laughter erupted across the room, wild and gleeful. Hisoka stood quietly among them, lips curled in a subtle smile, eyes closed as if savoring a secret. So far, everything's going just as planned. Don't disappoint me, Feng Yu, he mused internally. September 1st, the flame beneath the city. Though the underground auction officially took place at night, the entire city of Yuxin was already ablaze with activity by noon. The streets swarmed with gang representatives from around the world. On rooftops and in shadowy alleys, deals were whispered, alliances forged, and betrayals sealed in handshakes. Every major syndicate had sent high-ranking members. The city wasn't just a trade hub. It was a powder keg waiting for the match. And as dusk fell, the true spectacle began. Despite being called an underground event, the auction itself took place in a luxurious high-rise tower in the heart of the city. There was nothing subtle about it. Power didn't hide. It announced itself. Rooftop recon. The night breeze brushed gently across the rooftop of a neighboring skyscraper. Sheba checked the time on her left wrist. The auction should be starting right about now, she said. Mia, cradling the content purring form of Dilu Beast, stroked its fur softly, which means the Phantom Troop is likely making their move and butchering the gangs inside. Dilliaman wagged its tail, happily unaware of the carnage soon to unfold. Feng Yu stood silently at the edge of the roof, his gaze fixed on the auction tower. With his sharp vision, he could see it all, even in the dark. A hot air balloon hovered near the top of the tower, its gondola carrying silhouettes he easily recognized. Phaeton, Nabinaga, Yuvajin. The spiders had begun their descent, but Feng Yu remained still. He made no move. Neither did Mia or Sheba, their auras completely suppressed using Ju. It wasn't hesitation. It was timing. Feng Yu had no interest in saving the scum gathered at that auction. Let the Phantom Troop slaughter them. The fewer cockroaches, the better. He would act when it mattered most. Mia's voice broke the silence. Once we've dealt with the troop and the Tendons, what about that girl, Nyan? Should we bring her in? Sheba perked up. Her prophetic nun is rare. She's not a fighter, but she'd make a powerful support asset. Both women were already familiar with Nyan's nun, Angel's automatic note, a precognitive ability that could write the future in verse. If not for her poem, today's victims might have been the underworld's top brass rather than their substitutes. Feng Yu didn't turn around, but responded calmly. We'll decide after this is over. He knew her worth. His own danger-sensing nun ability gave him acute awareness of present threats. But Nyan's ability looked into the future. It could warn of disasters before they even began to form. Compared to his instincts, her poems were broader, clearer, and more strategically valuable. He would not overlook that. However, as Feng Yu said, Nyan's problem can be dealt with later. For now, he still needs to focus on dealing with Phantom Troop. Of course, Sheba and Mia were not really distracted. The two of them were just chatting casually while waiting, and their attention, like Feng Yu's, was well focused on the building where the auction was held. Time passed gradually. After Sheba confirmed that the auction had started based on the time displayed on his watch. Not long after, on the rooftop of the building that Feng Yu had been watching, the hot air balloon rose again and flew in the direction it came from. The other party is out. It's finally about to start. Sheba and Mia also saw the rising hot air balloon. Their eyes immediately focused, and they immediately started taking action according to the designated tactics. Mia used her door fruit ability to open a space door in front of her. Not only did she carry the Dilliaman into it, but Sheba also followed suit. After the two people entered, the space door immediately disappeared. Feng Yu is also taking action. Although it did not come in a straight line, the hot air balloon gradually approached the building where Feng Yu was located at 793 as it moved. Super Whip. With cold eyes, Feng Yu waved his right hand behind him in an instant. Countless threads extended from his palm and wound into a thick thread column. The line column was continuously stretched towards Feng Yu's back like a spring. When it reached the limit, a flash of light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. In an instant, he pulled hard and shot the line column towards the approaching hot air balloon. And go. To be more precise, the target is the hanging basket under the hot air balloon. Captain, I suspect that some of us are Jewish. The hot air balloon flew slowly from high altitude, while avoiding the gangsters who gather on the street below, because they learned that there was a problem with the auction. However, while riding in the hot air balloon basket, Phaeton and others were not satisfied at all after looting the treasure. Instead, they all looked unhappy. There was no way, because they didn't loot the auction items from the underground auction at all, and all the auction items had already been taken away. Yuvajin was holding a beige mobile phone in his hand, talking to Krallo on the other side, and said in a deep voice that he suspected there was a traitor in the brigade. Jew! In the temporary base of the abandoned building complex, Krallo pondered. The auction items were transported away in advance, which was indeed something he did not expect, but he didn't think much of it as a traitor. Or maybe it's his confidence. Phantom Troop is not a conventional organization or team. He believes that no one will collude with the 10 old men. Damn it, not good. A ****. Thinking in his mind, Krallo was also preparing to communicate with Yuvigin, but he had just opened his mouth, and before he could speak, suddenly, a burst of noise from Yuvigin and others rang out on his phone, and then the call ended suddenly. Do-do-do-do. Did-a-dee. When Krallo heard the busy signal from his phone, he put the phone down and looked at the ended call display, frowning slightly unconsciously. Was this discovered by the Mafia gang during the evacuation? But with the strength of Yuvigin and the others, even if they were really discovered, it shouldn't be as chaotic as the last sound. The auction items were transported in advance, which means that the 10 old men have probably discovered that someone is coming to rob them. And they have also set up an ambush. Krallo pressed the button to call back, but no one answered. For a moment, his frown deepened. It looks like it has already started. It's really exciting. The person who went to rob the auction items was not Hisoka. He was also in the room. Sitting on a horizontal stone, Hisoka glanced at Krallo vaguely. After noticing the change in the other person's expression, his eyes quickly retracted, but his heart became more and more excited. Time moves forward. That is, when Yuvigin told Krallo that he suspected that there was a Jew among them. Just as Yuvigin was waiting for Krallo's response, suddenly, the expressions of both Yuvigin and the other 6 people in the basket, Phaeton, Nabinaga, Shalnirk, Maki, Franklin, and Shizuku all changed. Damn it, not good. ***hole. www. The reactions of the 7 Yuvigin people were not unpleasant, and they also showed their sense of danger cultivated through countless fights. Their expressions suddenly changed completely because they sensed the coming attack. Just like Nabinaga, he was facing the direction of the attack. As his face changed, he was ejected from the hanging basket in an instant. And in an instant, he drew his sword and slashed with fierce force. Boom! The incoming attack was like a silver beam. When the light of Nabinaga's sword collided with it, a strong airflow visible to the naked eye was immediately stirred up. But at the moment of the collision, Nabinaga's expression also changed drastically, because an impact force that suppressed him was transmitted from a blade. The sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. When Nabinaga hurriedly grasped the handle, he reluctantly turned his body sideways. Poof! The silver-white beam knocked away the colliding blade, and then when Nabinaga dodged sideways, it also brushed Nabinaga's shoulder. The entangled thought energy was difficult to resist, and blood immediately spurted out, leaving a deep cut like a slash. Nabinaga failed to block the silver-white beam, but it was not without any effect. At least it briefly paused the silver-white beam, which also gave other people in the basket a chance to react. Almost as soon as Nabinaga's shoulder was cut with deep blood, another figure ejected from the hanging basket. Drink! Amidst the roar, the surging mental energy was concentrated on his right fist. After Nabinaga, the figure who rushed out of the basket was Yuvigin. With an angry look on his face, he punched the silver-white beam that was coming towards him. Boom! When the silver-white beam collided with Yuvigin's fist, the movement produced was far greater than the previous Nabinaga, almost like an astonishing explosion, radiating a huge shockwave that roared endlessly. The silver-white beam was blocked again and even collapsed under the resistance of Nabinaga and Yuvigin, turning into silk threads all over the sky and shooting out to the surroundings and disappearing. But Yuvigin wasn't much better. The ferocious impact not only made his right fist drip with blood and his skin was torn, but his whole body was also thrown backwards and hit the hanging basket behind him hard. Boom! The powerful impact of carrying the package directly knocked the fragile gondola into pieces and also caused the other 5 people riding in it to immediately lose their footing and fall downwards. Whoosh! A slender thought thread appeared and was wrapped around a rope connecting the hot air balloon to the hanging basket. It's Maki. When the gondola was crashed by Yuvigin, she immediately calmly extended her thoughts from her hands and stopped her fall by hanging the hot air balloon. Not only that, Maki also shot out a thought thread with his other hand, wrapping it around the waist of Shalnirk, who was closest to him, and grabbed the opponent as well. As for everyone else, then there's no such good luck. Everything falls from high altitude. However, The members of Fandom Troop are not ordinary people to compare with, and they all show their own special abilities. Phaeton. Hearing the whistling sound caused by the falling belt, Franklin quickly shouted towards Phaeton, who was close to him. Phaeton, who was also falling, immediately looked over, and after making eye contact with Franklin, he immediately understood the other person's meaning in a tacit understanding. Bang! The two of them acted at the same time. Phaeton kicked Franklin with a vigorous movement, and Franklin punched Phaeton. The two fists and feet collided, and both of them changed their falling trajectories under the strength of the other, and quickly fell towards the rooftops of two nearby buildings. Even in the collision, the two people's fall was well cushioned. When they fell on the rooftop of their respective target buildings, they only had to bend their legs slightly to stand firm. The bulging-eyed fish. Breathe in the air around you, and then spit it out in one breath. Shizuku was also falling. Although his clothes and hair were swaying, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he looked calm as if nothing had happened. However, her movements were not slow. When she fell, she immediately activated her nun, and a strange-looking vacuum cleaner appeared in her hand. This vacuum cleaner is Shizuku's nun, named the Eyed Fish. It can absorb anything Shizuku considers to be inanimate and spit it out at will. Like now, following Shizuku's command, the bulging-eyed fish immediately burst out with powerful suction, like a whale swallowing, rapidly absorbing the surrounding air crazily. After absorbing a large amount of air in a short period of time, Shizuku swung the vacuum cleaner stick to one side like a baseball. Boom! It's as if the mouth of the mouth suddenly changes from absorption to spitting, and a large amount of absorbed air is ejected at once. Just like a jet plane, the air ejected creates a huge driving force. The roaring air waves cause Shizuku to change from falling to flying sideways and fly rapidly toward the other side. And the direction she flew to happened to be the rooftop of the building where Franklin landed. Bang! His feet landed on the ground, and when he was about to land on the rooftop, Shizuku retrieved the bulging-eye fish, flipped in the air nimbly, removed the final impact, and landed smoothly on the ground. The screen turned again and came to Nobinaga. When his shoulder was cut by the silver beam, he was also the first to fall downwards. But in the process of falling, he was obviously trying to save himself. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, Nobinaga suddenly used his strong waist strength to spin like a top in the air, and also hit the wall of the building near where he fell. Zheng. When approaching the wall of the building, a sharp slash appeared, but Nobinaga rotated along and struck the wall with a slash. The blade easily tore through the solid wall, cutting long cracks, but it also stopped Nobinaga from falling, inserting the blade into the wall and hanging on the edge of the building. Catch me, Queen. There was a rapid shout from above. Nobinaga looked up suddenly and immediately saw Yuvijin falling after him. No! Nobinaga showed disgust on his face, but his body was honest. He quickly pulled out the scabbard from his waist with his other hand and stretched it out. Please give me flowers. Whoosh! Yuvijin fell down and grabbed Nobinaga's stretched-out scabbard. Shichichi. The impact of carrying the package, coupled with Yuvijin's burly physique tempered by countless exercises, immediately caused Nobinaga's long knife inserted into the wall to slide downwards again. But this is no longer a problem for Nobinaga and Yuvijin. In the process of sliding down, both of them broke through the wall with tyrannical force and rushed into the building. From being attacked to resolving the crisis, it seems to last a long time, but in fact it only happens in a short period of time. The results displayed were that Maki and Shalnirk continued to move along the flight of the hot air balloon, while Phaeton, Franklin, and Shizuka landed on the rooftops of two nearby buildings respectively. Yuvijin and Nobinaga gathered together, also on the floor of a nearby building. After all, he is from Meteor Street. His reaction and survivability are amazing, but the distribution of personnel is smoother than planned. The silver-white beam that attacked Yuvijin and others was naturally a super whip. Feng Yu, who was performing a long-range attack, had no change in his face when his super whip was blocked by Nobinaga and Yuvijin. After seeing the members of Phantom Troop landing in various ways like a fancy show, he smiled faintly, and a large number of threads stretched out behind his back. Wings of thread. Huge silver-white wings spread out, and Feng Yu's gaze immediately focused on the building where Nobunaga and Yuvijin were located. Boom! The wings flapped, like a strong wind sweeping across them, creating majestic air waves all of a sudden. In an instant, Feng Yu burst out from the rooftop like lightning, flew into the air, and headed straight towards the building where Nobunaga and Yuvijin were. It's not just Feng Yu who's taking action. Below the hot air balloon that was still moving in the sky, a ghostly figure quickly rose and landed on the buildings. Then he looked at the hot air balloon and fired several needles with round heads from his hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. The round-headed needle turned into a black shadow and shot out, hitting the hot air balloon in the blink of an eye. After the hot air balloon was punctured, it swayed rapidly as the air leaked and then landed diagonally not far away. The roundhead telepathy needle appeared very suddenly and very quickly, so that Maki, who was hanging on the hot air balloon by telepathy thread, and Shalnark, who was caught by Maki, had no time to react. What we just did was a teleportation needle. The other party wanted to force us to make an emergency landing. Who is it? Maki quickly grasped the thread of thought to prevent him from being thrown away, and Shalnark, who was caught by her thread of thought, also glanced downwards in confusion. Captured by Shalnark's sight, he soon saw figures jumping quickly and shuttled between buildings below. This figure has a slender figure, but it seems to be able to shuttle between buildings freely, and 793 firmly bites the hot air balloon that is landing diagonally. It does not lack powerful explosive power. Have you been discovered? Feeling the gaze falling on him very keenly, Ilmi raised his head and glanced at the hot air balloon landing above, or in other words, Shalnark, whose gaze fell on him. His expression remained unchanged, and he continued to chase the hot air balloon, which landed. At the same time, on the street further below, there is also a black car that is shuttling quickly. Through the windshield, Karapika, who is sitting in the driver's seat, looks up at the hot air balloon in the sky while driving calmly to pursue it. The attack just now should be from none. Who is the enemy? Nobunaga and Yuvijin were unable to completely block it. Phaeton and Franklin used each other's strength to land on the rooftop of another building. The moment he landed, he took out a red oil paper umbrella from his black cloak. His eyes immediately looked sharply into the distance, which was the direction where the silver-white beam appeared just now. Phaeton's already cold face became even colder at this moment, like a poisonous snake that chooses people to bite, revealing its fangs full of venom. Whoosh! Just as Phaeton was preparing to take action, heading towards the location of the attack to deal with the attacker, suddenly, he was keenly aware of the abnormality, and his legs suddenly burst out with astonishing explosive power, and he swept away to the side with great agility. Shit! Boom! Almost at the same time, a petite white shadow fell from the sky and struck Phaeton's original location with sharp claws. The concrete rooftop floor was torn apart easily and then collapsed into a large hole under the powerful force of the claws. The petite white shadow that penetrated the ground through the big hole did not fall into the big hole. Instead, with excellent body coordination, it spun in the air and landed on one side of the big hole with agile and smooth movements. Warcraft, and it's a warcraft that has mastered the space type none. Phaeton, who had swept some distance away, quickly stopped and turned around after dodging the attack. Not only did he immediately look at the petite white figure that attacked him, he also captured the space door that quickly disappeared in midair in a brief moment. He was startled, but then he was filled with strong, murderous intent. No matter who the other party is, since it attacks him, the only result is death. Whoosh! Without any verbal dialogue, Phaeton may not be the strongest among Phantom Troop, but he is definitely the most lethal. Holding a red oil paper umbrella in his left hand, Phaeton pulled out a sharp sword from the handle of the umbrella in his right hand. Phaeton rushed out in an instant. With astonishing speed and fierce attack, he stabbed the petite white figure on the opposite side with one sword. The petite white shadow is naturally Dilliman. It fell to the ground after the attack was dodged, and its eyes were also sharply looking at Phaeton for the first time. After seeing Phaeton attacking towards him, Dilliman understood the opponent's attack extremely keenly and decisively launched a fight. With the same agility and extraordinary agility, Dilliman dodged the thrusting sword and at the same time swung its claws towards Phaeton's head. Cat-cat punch. The sharpness of the claws, especially the concentration of thought energy, makes it like an indestructible magic weapon, enough to easily break steel. So fast, Phaeton's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. He originally thought that the other party was just a warcraft that had mastered none. But after Dilliman dodged his attack and then counterattacked quickly and fiercely, he immediately knew that the other party was not only a warcraft that had mastered none, but also a very powerful monster. Of course, despite being shocked, Phaeton reacted very quickly. Not only did he quickly change his moves, he used excellent body coordination to move sideways to avoid Dilliman's claws. He also turned the sword that pierced the air into a horizontal slash, slashing towards Dilliman's neck. Ding! Sparks flew. The slashing sword was blocked by the sharp claw of Dilliman's other hand. When the blade and the sharp claw collided, a roaring energy visible to the naked eye was suddenly stirred up. Sure enough, it is the same as the information given by the master. This little human named Phaeton is very powerful. Dilliman blocked Phaeton's slashing attack with a flash of light in its eyes and quickly swept the claws that caught the air and tore it into the opponent's body. Taking a quick step back, Phaeton stepped back decisively after his slashing attack was blocked, avoiding the sweeping sweep of Dilliman's claws. Dying! A strong, murderous aura almost emanated from Phaeton's body. The moment he dodged the sweeping claws, he immediately rushed forward again, stabbing with his sword and rapidly attacking the vital points of Dilliman's body. The petite body showed agility. Dilliman showed no fear at all. Not only did it continuously avoid Phaeton's sword stabs, but it also turned its claws into afterimages and grabbed him with a fierce counterattack. Ding, ding, ding. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle broke out immediately. For point 9, the swords and claws collided crazily at a speed beyond the naked eye. Sparks continued to splash, creating waves of violent energy. Phaeton is a combatant in the Phantom Troop. He is strong enough to be ranked at the forefront, and he is definitely a top-notch nun. But Dilliman is not weak either. From the time Feng Yu picked it up from the system, Dilliman already had top-notch strength. Even if it has not evolved, Dilliman's strength has been steadily improving in the subsequent series of battles and training. In the fierce battle, Dilliman did not have the upper hand. Dilliman was fighting fiercely with Phaeton and landed on the rooftop of another building not far away, and also ushered in a battle. According to the designated tactics, after sending Dilliman to Phaeton, Mia, and Sheba, who were almost staying in the door fruit space, did not stop, but quickly moved to the rooftop of the building where Franklin and Shizuku were. As soon as the space door opened from the void, hot tongues of fire erupted and then swept out a terrifying metal storm, directly covering Franklin on the rooftop. Here, Franklin and Shizuku fell one after another. Although they were not as aggressive as Phaeton in trying to find the attacker immediately, they were still preparing to leave the building and join the others. So when the metal storm and the space doors swept over, Franklin and Shizuku were heading towards the stairs of the rooftop. Not good. There are enemies. Both Franklin and Shizuku immediately discovered the emergence of the space gate, and when the metal storm formed by the real bombs came, they both quickly moved to the side to avoid it. Boom, boom, boom. The real bombs that failed to fire continuously landed on the cement wall at the entrance of the stairs. The powerful force splashed rubble on the wall in an instant and shot through the wall into a hornet's nest, or even collapsed, blocking the exit. Court death. After Franklin dodged the firing of real teleportation bombs, his eyes quickly locked on Shurba, who jumped out of the space door not far away as the firing was taking place. His heart was full of shock and anger, and his eyes also burst out with strong, murderous intent. He quickly raised his hands, and the knuckles in front of his 10 fingers separated and dropped, revealing a small hole like the muzzle of a gun. Two-handed machine guns. The powerful firepower was shot out in an instant. Just like Nun's name, Franklin's hands turned into machine guns, and he fired dense amounts of powerful bullets from the muzzle of his 10 fingers crazily. Whoosh! When Sheba came out of the space door and landed on the rooftop, his eyes immediately focused on Franklin, who was being dealt with by him. When he saw the opponent's dense fire bombs fired from the 10 fingers of both hands, Sheba decisively moved to one side quickly, and while avoiding the fire bombs, he also moved his arms to transform into Gatling, so as to continuously shoot out the real thoughts swept away. Hateful! Franklin's face darkened when he saw that his telekinetic bullets were in vain. When he discovered the real telekinetic bullets coming from behind, he felt a shiver in his heart and chose to dodge as well. If it was an ordinary mental bomb, he would naturally not care. With his own mental energy and physical strength, he could resist it. But Sheba's real thoughts were different. Not to mention the fact that the stairway was instantly shot down and collapsed as proof. Franklin was also able to see through the real teleportation bullet through observation. Once he is hit, his defense will not be able to withstand many shots, so avoiding it is the best choice. The two metal storms continued to shoot back and forth, sometimes even intersecting. When the two collided, either Sheba's real telekinesis bomb shattered Franklin's telekinesis bomb, or Franklin's telekinesis bomb shattered Sheba's real telekinesis bomb. As far as the short-term confrontation is concerned, it is not clear which side has the upper hand in the confrontation between the two bullets. Sheba and Franklin's fighting methods are similar. They avoid each other's attacks while constantly shooting at each other. And this also made the entire rooftop seem like a battlefield filled with bullets sweeping past every moment, leaving dense bullet holes. In such a battle scene, Shizuku, who was also on the rooftop, naturally suffered a disaster. Not only were Sheba's real telekinesis bombs, but in the fierce battle, Franklin did not have the extra energy to avoid Shizuku, and the telekinetic bombs fired also fell toward Shizuku. With almost no time to breathe, Shizuku not only retreated to the edge of the rooftop, but also kept running around dodging bullets fired at him. But this was just the beginning, because after the battle between Sheba and Franklin, Mia also launched an offensive. In the formulated tactics, the 7 Phantom troops who came to plunder the auction items were selected by Feng Yu and others as their prey. For example, Ilmi and Kurapika chose Maki and Shalnark. Tillman picked Phaeton. Here, in addition to Sheba choosing Franklin, Mia also chose Shizuku. Zheng. A long and narrow space gate in the void suddenly appeared behind Shizuku, and a sharp sword light burst out from it in an instant, slashing toward Shizuku's back. Poof! Blood splattered. Originally being restrained by the bullets that were fired from time to time, Shizuku was not able to completely dodge, even though he was keenly aware of the attacks coming from behind. When he rushed forward in a hurry, his back was still scratched by the sword light. Not only was his clothes cut open, but his back was also torn with a deep sword mark. The bulging fish in his hand appeared again, and Shizuku, who saved it, immediately crushed the concrete floor with his foot. Then, ignoring the injury on his back, he turned around and hit the side with the pole of the vacuum cleaner. Just like the sword light that burst out 793 appeared, it was retracted into the narrow space door in an instant, and the space door disappeared at the same time. Boom! The pole of the vacuum cleaner was swung in the air, and the powerful force caused the air to explode with layers of vigor. But this can't change Shizuku's counterattack and was unsuccessful. The aftermath of the telekinetic bullets struck again, whether it was Sheba's real telekinetic bombs or Franklin's telekinetic bullets. Several bullets fell on Shizuku, who was facing away. With a groan, Shizuku staggered forward a few steps. His attention had to be diverted to the bullets fired in this direction, and he quickly dodged again. Although Shizuku looks a little cute, she comes from Meteor Street and can join the Phantom Troop, so her fighting ability is certainly not bad. Discovering that there were enemies hidden around her, she decisively dodged the bullets, while also constructing a perception circle with a diameter of several meters with herself as the center. Almost at the same time, a narrow space door appeared again in the void behind Shizuku, and sword light burst out from it, stabbing Shizuku. The long and narrow space door appeared within the circled perception range, so Shizuku naturally noticed it immediately. Squatting down, Shizuku narrowly dodged the sword thrust from behind, quickly turned around in a squatting position, and then used his bulging eyes to smash into the narrow space door bursting with sword light. Click! Under the powerful force, the long and narrow space door shattered like glass after being hit, and even the sword blade thrust out of it broke. The broken space door automatically closed and disappeared. But the next second, Hidachi's new narrow space door immediately appeared behind Shizuku. Zhong! The same sharp sword light appeared from the space door and stabbed Shizuku's back like a flash. The perception of circle is not invincible, but requires the user to have corresponding reaction capabilities. The rapid alternation between front and back allowed Shizuku to dodge when he sensed the attack coming from behind, but he still couldn't completely dodge it. Poof! Blood splattered, and the sword light pierced Shizuku's shoulder, immediately cutting a deep bloody gash. One sword after another. Hiding in the door fruit space not only makes it difficult for enemies to attack Mia, but also makes Mia's attacks elusive and extremely difficult to defend against. Like a skilled assassin, once the sword is struck, no matter whether it is successful or not, it will escape quickly. When Shizuku was given another wound, Mia did not stop attacking, but quickly launched a continuous offensive. Not to mention the bullet interference that appears from time to time, even if he fights with all his heart. Under the continuous sword light attacks around him, it is difficult for Shizuku to avoid every time. Especially when the counterattack fails to achieve results, the situation becomes even worse. The long and narrow space door makes it impossible for Shizuku to attack Mia inside. And even if the space door is shattered with powerful force, it will only increase Mia's physical consumption. But even if the space gates are smashed continuously, Mia's current physical strength reserves will obviously not be exhausted in a short time. The sword light shuttles vertically and horizontally. Shizuku dodged awkwardly, and at the same time, the injuries on his body were increasing little by little. Even if a single damage is not fatal, if it continues to accumulate, the loss of blood alone is enough to cause Shizuku's combat power to decline. Boom! The walls of the building were smashed by the violent impact, which also brought in the strong wind and air waves. All the items on the floor were blown away, making it a mess. This floor is where Yuvijin and Nabinaga entered, and even the location where the wall was broken was not far from where they crashed into. The sudden change made Yuvijin and Nabinaga, who had just stood up from the ground, immediately look at each other with sharp eyes. One of them had a strong mental energy, and the other leaned forward, holding the handle of the knife tightly with his right hand, as if a terrifying slash would burst out at any time. The air waves danced wildly, and in front of the big hole in the wall, a tall figure appeared in the sight of Yuvijin and Nabinaga. The thread wings behind him were released after breaking through the wall. After Feng Yu entered the floor, his cold eyes instantly fell on Nabinaga and Yuvijin not far away. Kill your people. At the same time as the cold voice sounded, Feng Yu did not hesitate at all, and immediately rushed towards the two people on the opposite side. The speed was as fast as lightning. Core death. The eyes of Yuvijin and Nabinaga immediately became sharper, and their bodies also exuded terrifying murderous aura. Especially Nabinaga. He took the lead to face the charging Feng Yu. With a step forward and a thrust, the knife in his hand seemed to disappear, and he unleashed an extremely fast slash. Nabinaga, like Yuvijin, is an enhancer nun. But Enhancer also has a different path. If Yuvijin develops his own body, then Nabinaga develops the knife in his hand. Using Zhou to wrap his mind energy around the blade in a superb way, Nabinaga's slashes were not only incredibly fast, but also extremely sharp, as if he was going to cut everything in the way. Nobunaga's slash is indeed very fast, but no matter how fast it cannot escape Feng Yu's insight. The X-Ion drop fist was unfolded, and the opponent's slash was clearly displayed in his sight. At the same time, excellent physical coordination and explosive power also give Feng Yu enough ability to keep up with his own insights. With a small movement of his feet, it was just a sideways movement. Feng Yu avoided Nobunaga's slashing attack without slowing down and punched the opponent in the face. Nobunaga's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Not only was he shocked that Feng Yu could dodge his own slash, but he was also shocked by the power that Feng Yu's fists unleashed. As soon as the punch passed by, the air was squeezed layer by layer, stirring up airflow visible to the naked eye. Even without contact, Nobunaga's eyesight and combat experience were enough to judge that the power contained in Feng Yu's punch was extremely astonishing and terrifying. Get out of the way. If it was just Nobunaga, it would be difficult for him to dodge or block an attack like Feng Yu's, but now he is obviously not the only one. Just as Feng Yu's fist approached Nobunaga's face, a loud shout also sounded from behind Nobunaga, followed by a fist that almost brushed Nobunaga's neck and appeared from behind, hitting Feng Yu's fist with a punch. Superior. Boom! Like an astonishing explosion, when the fists collided, a deafening roar echoed instantly. Zhao Nu Heo. And the surrounding air exploded and stirred, erupting into a huge ring of air waves visible to the naked eye. Including Nobunaga, everything within a radius of tens of meters centered around the colliding fists was thrown away and even shattered into wreckage in midair. In addition, the ceiling and floor were also shattered and penetrated by the radiated shock wave, forming two eye-sized holes amid the splash of gravel. Their feet lost their footing, and both Feng Yu and Yuvijin who were fighting fell to the floor below, and their fists were separated as if they were electrocuted. To be more precise, it should be that in the astonishing confrontation, Yuvijin not only fell like Feng Yu, but also fell at a disadvantage. He was knocked away by the power contained in Feng Yu's fist, and it seemed like a cannonball. Boom! The thick wall was smashed through by Yuvijin at once, leaving a hole. After breaking through the wall, Yuvijin quickly controlled his body and landed on his feet. However, after landing, he staggered out 5 or 6 steps in an awkward manner, leaving the floor with a hole, trampling on each and every deep footprint. Damn it! On the next floor, Nobunaga, who was thrown away by the violent aftermath, quickly stabilized his body, and, after landing without any pause, he hurriedly rushed out, heading toward the big hole created by the collapse in shock and anger. Even if it was just a brief confrontation, Nobunaga had learned that Feng Yu was definitely a very formidable enemy. He has great trust in Yuvijin's strength, but trust is not confidence. Faced with such a powerful enemy, he naturally does not dare to relax in any way. Rushing to the big hole and looking down from above, Nobunaga immediately saw Feng Yu standing under the big hole. He only saw Feng Yu, but not Yuvijin. This made Nobunaga's expression change. He jumped down from the big hole without hesitation, and with the force of his fall, he shouted angrily and slashed at Feng Yu below. Zheng. The sword's light was outstanding, and a faint white mark appeared in the air as it was torn apart in an extreme manner. The light of the falling sword appeared above Feng Yu's head almost instantly, as if it would cut Feng Yu straight into two in the next second. Move your feet. Feng Yu didn't even raise his head, as if he had already sensed Nobunaga's attack. His body moved several meters sideways, as if teleporting, and he avoided the light of the falling sword in an instant. Shit! Zhang Kong's sword light fell hard on the ground, and the terrifying edge tore long cracks into the ground, and the next floor could be seen through the cracks. Moved away and moved back. Just when Nobunaga slashed a crack through the ground, Feng Yu returned like a phantom in a flash, and his left leg turned into an afterimage. He twisted his waist and kicked the opponent's head fiercely. So fast. Nobunaga is the person who is the best at circle in Phantom Troop. This proficiency is not in the scope, but in the application in combat. Just like now, Nobunaga used Yuan after the battle started, So when Feng Yu attacked, although he didn't look at it, he still sensed Feng Yu's attack. Just because perception is perception, it doesn't mean that you can avoid it. Feng Yu's approach and attack broke out at a speed that was far beyond Nobunaga's dodge speed. He was shocked and could only quickly block with his sword. Boom! When the whip leg landed on the blade, a violent shock wave immediately erupted, causing the surrounding air to surge as if it were exploding. With his powerful physique and strong mental energy, he not only produced amazing attack power, but also formed super strong defense power. Feng Yu's whip leg fell on the blade that Nobunaga was blocking. Only the trouser legs were cut, and his legs were not injured. On the contrary, Nobunaga, even though he tried hard to resist, was still kicked away by the overwhelming force. Boom! Just like Yuvijin, Nobunaga also flew towards the wall on the side of the floor. When it hit, the impact of the bag on his body immediately broke a large hole in the wall, causing gravel to fly. Sigh! The entire floor shook like it was trampled by a giant beast. A tall and strong figure was like a rampaging beast, and a violent rolling and whistling air approached Feng Yu. Super Destruction Punch. This burly and muscular figure is none other than Yuvijin. After he stabilized his body, he sprinted towards Feng Yu without hesitation, and as he approached, his right fist, which was bleeding and with cracked flesh, condensed terrifying thoughts and roared like a missile. He punched Feng Yu. From a technical point of view, the Super Destruction Fist is just the hard part of the Qi reading technique, which is to concentrate 100% of the manifested Qi on one point. But this is just a technical point of view. In fact, as an enhancer ability user's unique skill, it is far from that simple. Thought is a very idealistic power, and it can even transform the invisible and insubstantial into power. Like a late Gon, his usual manifested energy is only about 1800, but when he performed the guessing game, because of the infusion of his own will, he was able to burst out with a mind energy exceeding 4,000. This is true for Gon, not to mention Yuvijin. His Super Destruction Fist not only concentrated 100% of the manifested energy in an instant, but with amazing will. On this basis, he also exploded a pound of mental energy several times that of the manifested energy star. The terrifying energy of thought was highly condensed, causing Yuvijin's right fist to shine with intense light. At the same time, the terrifying power was also blasting out, causing the air wherever it passed to be distorted. The way of war, invasion and plundering like fire. Feng Yu was very keen to detect Yuvijin's attack immediately, and when the opponent used a super destructive fist to blast towards him, he also decisively fought back. In fact, with his reaction speed, he can actually avoid Yuvijin's super destructive punch. But Feng Yu did not choose to dodge, but chose to face confrontation. Also an enhancer none. Feng Yu has been looking forward to the classic move Super Destruction Punch, which appeared in the original plot for a long time, and now naturally he doesn't mind having confrontation. The mental energy seemed to be filled with gunpowder, and it was unleashed like fire. Feng Yu's right fist also condensed an amazing amount of mental energy in an instant, and like a shell fired from a heavy artillery, it collided with Yuvijin's fist fiercely. Boom! The fists collided again, but this time the movement was far greater than before. When an earth-shattering roar erupted, it was accompanied by a strong light like an energy field and an extremely huge and violent shock wave. Wherever the shock wave passed, scattered items and walls were shattered into pieces, eventually forming a ring shape and radiating out of the building. If you look from outside the building, you will immediately see a horrifying scene. On one of the floors, the walls on all four sides are cracked and shattered, and a strong wind visible to the naked eye rushes out from it. Such damage caused the entire building to shake violently, especially the upward part. Because the four walls disappeared, it sank directly downwards, causing a terrifying impact. Boom, boom, boom. Not only was the floor where the wall disappeared was crushed by the falling upper part of the building, but the heavy impact continued to push downwards, causing the floors one after another to shatter and disappear under the crushing force. 5 or 6 floors collapsed, and the sinking upper part of the building just stopped sinking. But this stop just means that it does not continue to collapse. It does not mean that it has really stopped. The building broke in the middle like it was cut in half, and then there was a violent impact. After this series of changes, the upper part of the building naturally did not remain stable, but gradually began to tilt, and the speed became faster and faster, heading towards falling down on one side. What happened? How could Insha collapse? Run away from here. Help! 1. Because of the drastic changes in the underground auction, all the gangs who learned the news sent people here, causing rampant vehicles and a large number of gangsters to be seen everywhere in the nearby area. The movement of the building collapsing was so huge that the gangsters on the street below looked up in shock. Many people were even hit by broken rocks falling from the sky, or were directly smashed into meat pies, or their bodies were suppressed and they screamed in agony. These usually vicious gangsters were no different from ordinary people at this moment, and they all fled in panic. Rumble. There are many high-rise buildings all around, and naturally there are other high-rise buildings in the direction of the collapse of the building. During the collapse process, high-rise buildings and buildings in the area were also affected, where the walls collapsed and debris flew, or they were directly crushed into ruins. The deafening roar echoed far away. When the collapsed building completely fell to the ground, the entire city seemed to be shaken. The billowing dust agitated tens of meters high, swallowing up everything around it like a tsunami, causing many nearby streets to collapse. Dense cracks spread out. The upper half of the building collapsed, and the lower half of the building, which was crushed by several floors, was also shaking in the shocking vibration. However, this building obviously did not cut any corners. Although the violent shaking shattered countless windows on the periphery, and there were many cracks on the walls, it still insisted on standing in place. At the same time, after the upper half of the building disappeared, the middle floors were directly exposed to the night sky. Although several floors have collapsed and disappeared, the exposed floors can still be seen, with bowl-shaped depressions inside, and collapsed broken walls and large or small cement stones can be seen everywhere. There will be a bowl-shaped depression, naturally caused by the terrible collision that broke the building. The huge shock wave not only radiated horizontally, but also radiated vertically. This is why several floors were easily crushed, because the interiors of these floors had already been hollowed out and could not withstand much impact. In the bowl-shaped floor exposed to the night sky, several huge cement stones were held up by silver-white threads like spider webs. Under these cement stones, there was Feng Yu with a cold expression. Clank, clank, clank. The silver-white thread seemed to vibrate, showing a terrifying edge. As it swung, the lifted cement stones were cut and swept away in an instant. The gravel splashed and stirred up bursts of dust. Feng Yu waved it casually to disperse the dust in front of him. At the same time, he looked coldly at a pile of ruins not far away opposite. Zheng! The sharp sword light suddenly appeared, but it smashed into pieces the ruins composed of broken walls and cement stones, and immediately exposed Nobunaga and Yuvijin inside in the flying dust. The power confrontation between Feng Yu and Yuvijin caused terrible consequences, causing the building to fracture and collapse. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to survive such a terrible movement. But Feng Yu, or Nobunaga, and Yuvijin are obviously not ordinary people. Not to mention the vertical shock wave that shattered multiple floors, but their agility and powerful strength were enough for the three of them to withstand it safely. How about it? Can you still fight? After chopping up the buried ruins, not only was his body covered in dust, he looked a little embarrassed, but his hands were also split and bleeding. Nobunaga held the knife tightly with both hands. While his eyes were firmly locked on Feng Yu opposite him, he whispered in a deep voice, "No problem. It's just a few minor injuries. Please give me flowers." Beside Nobunaga, Yuvijin stood up from kneeling on one knee and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm towards the other side, which was a decisive statement immediately. Is there really no problem? This is naturally impossible. If Nobunaga's mouth was only damaged and his body was a little embarrassed, then Yuvijin was definitely seriously injured. When he stood up, his right arm hung to the side in a twisted shape, and even the white bones could be seen drilled out of his elbow. Moreover, the palm is even more terrifying. The skin and flesh on it seem to have been peeled off, not only revealing the broken phalanges, but also each finger is broken, just as Nobunaga will stand with Yuvijin. The previous amazing collision resulted in Feng Yu winning. When the building collapsed, Yuvijin was unable to withstand Feng Yu's invading fire and was sent flying backwards. He was then intercepted by Nobunaga in time. Otherwise, he might have flown out of the building by now, falling towards the street below. But even so, under the collision of fists, Yuvijin's right arm and even his arm were severely injured. Just like the terrible injury now showing, he was already disabled. It's very good. You're more powerful than I originally expected. I have to praise you for this. Seeing Nobunaga and Yuvijin appear, Feng Yu's eyes paused slightly on Yuvijin's disabled right arm and turned. Even if it's a sigh. Although the battle between the two sides did not last very long, it was enough for Feng Yu to have a detailed understanding of the strength of Nobunaga and Yuvijin, and it was not limited to the knowledge in the original plot. His previous judgment on the strength of Nobunaga and Yuvijin was only roughly judged to be first-rate. But now, after actual battles and confrontations, we have a clearer understanding. The strength of these two people is almost the same as the number one of the Meteor Chase team back then. That is, they are at the top level. Especially Yuvijin. Although he did not use the Line Fruit ability, with his current Enhancer cultivation level, when he used powerful killing moves such as plundering like fire, the opponent only lost one arm but did not die. This is already proof of strong strength. Feng Yu even thought of the battle between Kurapika and Yuvijin in the original plot. Before Kurapika used the chain of middle finger restraint, she had never defeated Yuvijin even with absolute time turned on. Even after hitting Yuvijin solidly with several consecutive attacks, she was unable to cause obvious physical damage to Yuvijin. It could be said that in the development of Enhancer, Yuvijin not only has superpower, but also has unimaginable defense power. Feng Yu's words were praising Nobunaga and Yuvijin for their excellent strength. But when such words reached the ears of the parties concerned, they obviously meant something else, that is, humiliation and ridicule. Nonsense. It's not your turn to evaluate my strength. His eyes became terrifying, and his face showed rage. Yuvijin seemed to be unaffected by the 793 injury that crippled his right arm. He roared 10 times and hit the ground in front of him with his left fist. Boom, boom, boom. The floor of the cement-poured floor collapsed like an explosion in an instant, and the collapse was carried out with extremely precise control while rapidly spreading towards Feng Yu's location. Although Nobunaga didn't speak, his eyes showed terrifying, murderous intent. When Yuvijin took action, he also turned into an afterimage and disappeared, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye. Whoosh! His body swept away to one side, and as the cracks spread towards him, Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he quickly left the place with his agility. Zheng! A sharp sword suddenly appeared. Nobunaga, who was moving at high speed, suddenly made an arc and swept away the moving Feng Yu from the side. He held the knife in both hands and unleashed a terrifying slash. The shocking lightning-fast slash and the astonishing sharpness caused a linear vacuum channel to appear in the void wherever the sword light passed. The terrifying sword light approached Feng Yu's neck in an instant, intending to behead Feng Yu and kill him. But as the sword light approached, time seemed to slow down on Feng Yu. His cold eyes glanced away, and in the flash of lightning, Feng Yu's right arm seemed to disappear and become illusory, and then he was blocked in front of the approaching sword light in an instant. Ding! Boom! The silver light flashed, and the dazzling fire burst out immediately, while at the same time creating a violent air wave visible to the naked eye. Nobunaga's hands holding the handle of the knife felt numb, and his eyes widened slightly as his pupils contracted. Countless silk threads covered Feng Yu's right arm like a seamless arm guard, which also firmly blocked Nobunaga's slashing sword. A backhand grab. Using the armor of thread on his right arm, When Feng Yu blocked Nobunaga's powerful slash, his right hand instantly turned into a claw and grabbed the opponent's sword with lightning speed. Click! Astonishing finger strength burst out. The 5 fingers seemed to be sharp claws, and the blade wrapped with powerful thoughts was easily broken into pieces by Feng Yu. Even a broken piece was flicked by Feng Yu, and it hit Nobunaga's chest in the blink of an eye. Superior. Poof! Blood spattered, and the fragments of the blade penetrated into Nobunaga's chest, and then flew out with blood from his back, quickly disappearing into the distance. What a strong defense, what a powerful force. From launching the slash, to being blocked, and finally to being injured, it all happened in a short moment. The chest was penetrated by the blade fragments. Nobunaga's body trembled. A thought flashed in his mind, and then he staggered backwards. Die! Like a mad bull running wildly. Yuvijin swept over ferociously from the other side, struck the whip leg, rolled up the air with powerful force, and swept hard at the back of Feng Yu's head in the majestic airwave. Heart drop Quanting continues to be used. Before the whip kick could be reached, Feng Yu took the lead under the insightful attack and used his free left whip fist to hit Chong Jin's thigh hard. Boom! When the whip fist is thrown out, the left arm is instantly covered with armor, allowing it to produce even more amazing power and defense. The moment it hit, the terrifying fist power seemed to be like a flood, and it immediately poured out in a torrent. The skin and flesh burst, and accompanied by the crackling sound of bones, Yuvijin's right leg was bent in the thigh area from the impact, and the whole person also spun away and hit a broken wall not far away. Boom! The thick broken wall was smashed into pieces in one fell swoop, and Yuvijin was buried under a large amount of cement and stones. Cut! Nobunaga staggered back because his chest was penetrated by the blade fragments, but his fighting spirit did not weaken. On the contrary, when he saw Feng Yu blasting Yuvijin away, his eyes immediately burst out with a strong look like a flashback. The blade had shattered, and only the remaining handle fell from his hand. Nobunaga replaced the knife with his hand, and a blade of mind energy loomed on his right palm. He stabbed with one step and slashed Feng Yu's neck again like lightning. Although he lost his weapon, Nobunaga's sword slashes were faster and sharper. But this is not to say that Nobunaga had hidden his strength before, but because he was between life and death, his violent mood swings and the increase of his will allowed his manifest energy to briefly break through the limit, thus bursting out with stronger power. Not enough. The hand sword slash that gathered all the energy was approaching Feng Yu's neck, but at this moment, Nobunaga seemed to hear a sigh in his ears. Images that Nobunaga had long forgotten or blurred flashed through his mind at this moment, transcending time, from fighting for food with others in Meteor Street as a child, to fighting with everyone in the brigade to seize treasures as an adult. Is this my life, but why do I think of these 4.9 at this time? Wonderful life scenes flashed by like a fleeting glance. Nobunaga seemed melancholy. A whispered in his heart, as if he was enlightened. When his neck hurts and his life memories come to an end, Nobunaga's life also comes to an end. It was also a hand knife. In a flash of silver light, a faster hand knife fell on Nobunaga's throat and then cut it instantly, making Nobunaga's head fly high. In the final spin, the flying head closed its eyes and fell into eternal darkness. Pity, looking at the hand that was hanging down due to weakness, Feng Yu lowered his eyes and lowered his right hand that Nobunaga's final slash with his sword was a stunning move that blossomed life, and even Feng Yu sincerely admired it. But the battle is brutal. Therefore, with faster speed and stronger strength, he cut off the opponent's head in advance before Nobunaga's sword could hit him. Boom! The buried ruins were violently blown away. Yuvijin, who was blasted away by Feng Yu, appeared limping with his right leg. Then he immediately saw the head flying high and Nobunaga's headless body falling backward. Pupils shrink into needle-like shapes. Bloodshot eyes instantly filled his eyes, turning them crimson. Yuvijin's face was distorted, like an enraged tiger, roaring in grief and fury. Boom! The nearly substantial thought energy seemed to be continuously spurting out from the body like flames. The mere impact of the radiation caused the ground within a few meters of the surrounding area to collapse into a crater. The air waves danced wildly, and the rubble scattered around was lifted up and flew away 14 times. "Beast, I will definitely kill you." He kicked the ground with one foot, and the ground that had been crushed into a pit was shattered by the terrifying force. With a roar, Yuvijin exploded with amazing power with just one leg, and like an arrow, he shot towards Feng Yu. And go. 100 steps divine fist. Feng Yu glanced away with cold eyes. His right fist immediately turned into an afterimage, and he punched out sharply. The powerful fist force formed a fist mark that was visible to the naked eye and flew out like a cannonball in an instant, striking Yuvijin quickly and accurately. Boom! The violent impact stirred up the air, and Yuvijin, who was ejected with ferocious power, not only froze, but a sunken punch pit immediately appeared on his chest. Blood spurts out. Although Feng Yu did not display the complete line armor, just covering his arms was enough to allow him to explode with domineering fist power that exceeded the limit. When his chest was hit with a deep punch mark, Yuvijin, no matter how furious he was unable to reverse the power gap between the two sides and flew back faster than he could rush forward. The art of war is as fast as the wind. One punch was followed by another. Feng Yu looked at Yuvijin, who was sent flying back with cold eyes. He didn't give the opponent any chance. His arms, covered with thread armor, immediately shot out continuously as if they disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fist seals were like a meteor shower. Not only did they catch up with the flying Yuvijin in an instant, they also hit him like a bomb. The air seemed to be exploding, causing layers of vigor to surge everywhere it passed. A steady stream of punch marks landed on his body, causing Yuvijin to fly backwards. He even rushed out of the floor and appeared in the sky outside the building. At the same time, the continuous punch impact not only caused Yuvijin to sway like a dance in the process, but also caused flesh and blood to fly continuously. In a short period of time, there were dozens or hundreds of fist seal bombings. When Feng Yu's arms reappeared, Yuvijin was no longer human, like a piece of rotten meat. With the impact of the remaining force of the arms, Yuvijin flew from the air to the street below and hit the wall of the opposite building. Boom! The wall was dented and cracked by the impact, and the shock wave transmitted also shattered a large number of glass windows on the outer wall of the building, as if a crystal drizzle fell from the sky. Cracks in the spider web spread. The wall sunk deeply, and Yuvijin's entire body was embedded in the wall. The head was drooped, and blood flowed from the tattered body. There is no trace of life left in Yuvijin's body. Feng Yu stared at the Yuvijin embedded in the outer wall of the building opposite. It's a pity that the occasion is not right. If I didn't have to deal with your companions, I really want to fight you as an enhancer nen. Feng Yu shook his head. Although the system has brought him a lot of power, just as he could develop moves such as thread armor and even meridian line, his core and most important thing is his own enhancer power. After all, in the early days, he started out as an enhancer nen. In the entire Phantom Troop, it can be said that the person Feng Yu wants to fight the most is not the strongest Crawlo, but Yuvijin, the enhancer nun. This is why Feng Yu chose Yuvijin when choosing his opponent. Even at the beginning of the battle, he had no ability to use the line fruit. It's not that he despises Yuvijin, but that he wants to fight the opponent with the power of enhancer. But as he said now, Yuvijin is not the only one to be solved in this battle. Even if perfect tactics have been formulated, Feng Yu cannot delay this battle for too long. Wings of thread, silver-white wings extended from the back, rolling up whistling airwaves. Feng Yu just sighed a little and then dismissed the distracting thoughts. He immediately rose into the sky and flew quickly towards Sheba, Mia, and Dilliaman. The real bullets and the bullets continued to shoot and collide. The entire rooftop had become a mess in a very short period of time, and dense bullet holes could be seen everywhere. Even many places in 793 collapsed into holes after repeated sweeps. Sheba and Franklin both moved quickly while constantly firing, dodging and avoiding each other's attacks. But even so, in the continuous fighting, both sides could not avoid it every time, so each of them suffered damage. Of course, this injury is also different, such as Franklin. Although his body is strong enough to form a strong defense when entangled by powerful mental energy, when he is hit by real mental bullets, blood holes are still formed one after another. Even if he avoided the vital point, the injuries and the constant flow of blood made his breathing very rapid, and his movements were not as vigorous as they were at the beginning. As for Sheba, she was naturally hit a lot by Franklin's teleportation bullets. But in addition to turning her arms into Gatling, her body also changed, and her whole body seemed to be covered in metal armor. Also, because of the changes in his body, the area where Sheba was hit by Franklin's teleportation bomb showed sunken craters, but there was no scene of blood flow. The concept of weapons is very broad. Firearms are weapons, so are swords, and so are armors and so on. Sheba's physical abnormality was caused by her ability to use the weapon fruit to transform her body into a mechanical one, producing a more powerful defense. The effect of such a change is naturally very good. Just like the crater on Sheba's body, although it could not completely block Franklin's teleportation bombs, the metallization of his body also greatly reduced the damage. Fortunately, I developed the current body of steel by referring to Feng Yu's thread armor. Otherwise, with my physical strength, I would definitely be injured more seriously than the guy opposite me. His body kept moving back and forth to avoid the incoming teleportation bombs. Sheba secretly thought in his mind as he fired real teleportation bombs at the opponent with Gatling arms. Steel body is the name of the move that her body is now made of metal. As the strongest Feng Yu in the team, he naturally affects Sheba, Mia, and Dilliman indirectly or directly. This influence is not only on character and behavior, but also on combat skills. It was after seeing Feng Yu's thread armor that Sheba developed his current steel body, which greatly increased his defense power. The reason for such development is actually because of Sheba's fighting style. Whether before or after obtaining the weapon fruit, her fighting method is to cover medium and long-range firepower. Such a fighting method naturally requires guarding against being pulled closer, so Sheba chose to strengthen his own defense. Convergence of firepower. The real bullets and the bullets collided fiercely again. Sheba relied on his steel body to make his injuries less severe than Franklin's. Similarly, Franklin was naturally aware of this. Damn it, where did this woman come from and why is she so difficult to deal with? If this continues, unless the other party's mind energy is insufficient or there is a mistake, the loser will definitely be me dash. During the collision of firepower, Franklin did not continue to fight, but moved quickly at high speed, swept aside, and then fired at Sheba from an oblique direction with two-handed machine guns. It's just that Sheba's reaction was also very fast. He immediately moved at high speed to avoid the incoming teleportation bullets, then turned his arms to Gatling and counterattacked Franklin. Judging that the situation was not conducive to him, Franklin was frightened and angry, and quickly turned back to the other direction to avoid the real teleportation bombs coming from him. The continuous fighting has allowed Franklin to understand the strength of the woman opposite him. No matter in terms of firepower or reaction speed, the opponent is not weaker than himself, and even better than him in defense. Based on the current battle situation, excluding the factor of combat errors, his only hope of winning is if the opponent's Nian Shi is not as good as his own. The continuous firing of mental bullets naturally means that mental energy is being consumed all the time. Franklin was naturally confident in his potential energy, but when he looked at Sheba, he noticed that Sheba didn't look tired at all, and his heart sank. The other party doesn't look like he has insufficient potential energy, but rather he seems to be at ease. If the other party is not bluffing, then it is only possible that the other party's potential energy is still very sufficient. Perhaps you can enter the building like Shizuku and then use the complex environment to find a solution. With this thought flashing through his mind, Franklin made a decision. While moving and shooting at high speed, Franklin quickly approached the hole closest to him and then jumped up following the inertia. Kindness. Sheba, who was moving with Gatling fire at Franklin, frowned when he saw the other party jumping into the hole, and immediately a red light flashed in the depths of his beautiful eyes. Gatling's arms moved to his feet, and the powerful firepower instantly shattered the concrete floor and caused it to collapse, causing Sheba to fall down. Good chance. Almost as soon as Sheba fell from the rooftop to the floor below, scorching tongues of fire appeared, and densely packed thought bullets shot towards her crazily. Looking at the location where the teleportation bullet appeared, it was Franklin standing there. After Franklin fell down first, he quickly changed his position and used Ju to hide his aura. At this time, when faced with Sheba chasing down through the ceiling, his eyes lit up immediately, and he fired wildly with both machine guns without hesitation. Franklin's reaction speed was very fast, and the bullets he fired were also extremely fast. Sheba didn't even hit the ground. He was in mid-air, which was equivalent to a living target. But Sheba seemed to have already known that Franklin was waiting below and even knew where Franklin was. It seemed that he fell from the rooftop unprepared, but in fact, the moment she fell, she kicked him from the air. Franklin, that deadly cannon. The kicking legs and feet turned into cold cannon barrels, and there was a loud roar, and bullet-shaped shells were violently shot out in the intense firelight. The thought bombs that were fired were scattered by the cannon shells with unparalleled power, and then appeared in front of Franklin in an instant. The pupils contracted, and the complexion changed drastically. Just like Franklin wanted to catch Sheba off guard. Now, Sheba's sudden cannon shell also caught Franklin off guard. The only difference is that Zhao Naheo was pretending while Franklin was really caught off guard. His feet were moving, and Franklin retreated quickly toward the rear, but his movement speed was obviously not as fast as the incoming cannon shells. Boom! An astonishing big explosion exploded with a deafening roar, and the raging flames radiated in a fan shape. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up Franklin, who was retreating, and everything in his path. The terrifying shock wave not only blasted through the floors connected to the rooftop above, rushing straight into the torch-like flames, but also blasted through several floors all the way down, forming a huge depression. Looking from the outside of the building, you will see where the highest floor is. On one of the outer walls, flames and shock waves burst out, shattering the walls and windows. The whole building seemed to be shaking. After the huge shock wave dissipated, the remaining flames burned all combustible items. Because the direction of the explosion was controlled, Sheba, who was on the same floor, was not affected much and landed smoothly on the cracked ground. Within sight, you can see splashing flames everywhere, and in the middle is a huge pit that penetrates several floors and is filled with a large number of cement stones and broken walls. The burning of the flame produced bursts of heat. Sheba immediately released the heat sensor, and the red light in the depths of his beautiful eyes disappeared. Heat sensing is a move developed by Sheba based on the infrared thermal imaging camera, which allows his eyes to have the ability to sense heat. This is why Sheba seemed to have predicted Franklin's situation when he fell. Because of the heat induction, when she was on the rooftop, she walked directly across the floor and locked onto Franklin's figure. After all, even if Ju can restrain his aura, he cannot hide all the heat. Although heat sensing 793 has been lifted, it does not mean that Sheba has no other ways of sensing. With the Ainseal's energy reserve, even after a high-intensity battle, Jian could still easily display a circle with a radius of 50 meters. Found it. Under the powerful perception, Sheba's eyes immediately flashed with a ray of light, and he rushed out quickly, appearing at the edge of the huge collapsed pit, and then turned his arms into Gatling towards the person not far below. Ruins were shot. The powerful real bombs smashed the cement stones and broken walls that made up the ruins into pieces frantically, and then they saw a strange person suddenly emerge from under the ruins amidst the splashing of rubble. The The reason why it is said to be weird is entirely because the appearance of this figure is very scary. Not only was the body covered with scorch marks caused by severe burns, but also flesh and blood was missing in many places, and even his arms had disappeared. The figure emerging from the ruins is none other than Franklin. Obviously, although he did not die under Shiba's deadly cannon, Beach, he was tragically seriously injured in the astonishing explosion. Dying. Seeing Franklin emerging from the ruins, how could Shiba hesitate? With a murderous intent in his eyes, he immediately moved his gun and fired wildly at the opponent. Flesh and blood flying. How could Franklin, who had been severely injured, avoid Shiba's real teleportation bombs? Even if he tried his best to dodge, he was almost immediately overtaken by the metal storm that was fired at him. With blood splattering on his body, one after another appeared. Of blood holes. Is it finally over? Before the fire of life was extinguished, all the severe pain seemed to disappear. Franklin let out a long sigh in his heart and immediately fell into darkness. Franklin and the surrounding ground were strafed into a hornet's nest. When the body fell to the ground, Shiba also stopped firing, but the barrel of the gun continued to rotate due to inertia. It's finally solved. According to what Feng Yu said, the man named Franklin can only be considered to be above average in the Phantom Troop. But even so, he is still so difficult to deal with. He had obviously eaten my deadly cannon head-on, but not only did he not die on the spot, but he was able to endure such serious injuries and wanted to ambush me after being severely injured. What a terrible guy. Looking at Franklin's body in the pit, Shiba vigilantly made some senses with his circle. After confirming that the other party was indeed dead, he breathed a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. Just now, Franklin was buried under the rubble. It was not that he was really unable to escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the rubble immediately after being shot by Shijian. He was just pretending to have lost the ability to move, hoping to let Shiba relax his vigilance, but then wait for Shiba to get close and launch a violent counterattack. But Shiba was obviously more alert than Franklin thought. After finding Franklin with the Yuan, Shiba had no intention of getting close and simply carried out long-range strafing with powerful firepower. The result is as shown now. Franklin's counterattack failed, and due to serious injuries, Shiba successfully harvested his life. Of course, after this battle, Shiba's consumption was also very huge. Whether it was the continuous strafing of real mental bombs or the decisive fatal cannon, these all drastically consumed her physical strength and mental energy. But luckily, I didn't get hurt. After breathing for a while, Ba calmed down his rapid breathing and then activated the weapon fruit ability to restore the craters on his body to their original state. This is another characteristic of the Man of Steel in addition to its powerful defense. Because the weapon fruit turned the body into a body of steel, as long as the damage is not too serious, the damaged part can be restored to its original state like memory metal through physical exertion. In the process of physical exertion, the craters on Shiba's body quickly recovered one by one, and then retreated from a body of steel to a body of flesh and blood. No way. Maintaining a body of steel is equivalent to activating the weapon fruit all the time, which consumes a lot of physical strength. Restoring the scars had already consumed another wave of energy, so Shiba naturally had to save more energy. Almost when Shiba had just recovered his flesh and blood, suddenly, not far away, a rectangular space door appeared out of thin air and opened outwards, and Mia walked out of it. The moment the space door appeared, Ba was startled at first, and his body tensed up involuntarily. However, after seeing clearly that it was a familiar space door, he immediately relaxed again. At the same time, looking at Mia walking out, Shiba's eyes couldn't help but fall on Mia's right hand. It wasn't that there was something wrong with Mia's right hand, but that she was holding someone in her hand. This person's lower back was grabbed by Mia, and his limbs were pulled straight down. Not only were the clothes on his body in tatters, but the exposed parts also had numerous cuts or stab wounds caused by sword blades. It could be said that his whole body— "How's it going? You're not hurt?" After walking out of the space door, Mia glanced at Franklin's body in the pit not far away, then stepped forward and looked at Sheba's body. No, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. What about you? Sheba shook his head and also looked at Mia's situation. If Sheba was not really injured because of the characteristics of the Man of Steel, then Mia really had no scars at all, and there was no trace of even a battle. But that's how Mia fights. She is hidden in the alien space of the Gate Fruit. Unless her physical strength is exhausted to the limit and cannot even sustain the Gate Fruit, Mia will be extremely unlikely to be hurt by the enemy. After seeing Mia's condition, Sheba knew that he had asked too many questions, so he couldn't help but smile and turned his eyes to the person being held in his hand. Is this the woman named Shizuku? With such injuries, could she be dead? No, I avoided the opponent's vital points. She just lost too much blood and fell into a coma. And where the injuries were serious, I used the power of the door fruit to stop the blood loss. After hearing Sheba's inquiry, Mia also lowered her head and looked at Shizuku, who was being carried by her. Yes, it was Shizuku who was held in Mia's hand. During the fierce battle between Sheba and Franklin, Mia also fought with Shizuku. And during the battle, Shizuku chose to penetrate the floor and enter the building in order to avoid the hail of bullets. So the battle between the two moved from the rooftop to the interior of the building very early. Judging from the current results, it is obvious that Mia won this battle in the end. But this is normal. Shizuku's strength is relatively low in Phantom Troop, much weaker than Franklin. With Mia's strength not inferior to Shizuku's, and her fighting style being very restrained against Shizuku, the result is naturally very clear. It's the power of the Gate Fruit. Hearing what Mia said, Sheba also noticed something abnormal about Shizuku. On Shizuku's body, it can be vaguely seen that there are small portal marks on the seriously injured parts, and this portal mark is like a circle so that no blood will spill out of the wound inside. If Feng Yu were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this is one of Bruno's developments of the door fruit in another world, that is, the body opens the door. Mia has now apparently developed the ability to open doors in her body through the doorman fruit, and has even used it to stabilize injuries. Under the door of the body, the part that opens the door is equivalent to becoming a special door, and it is equivalent to being independent from the body. Unless the door is broken, the door shape will enter a fixed state. In this way, the injured part becomes behind the door, and the injuries sustained will naturally be fixed. Under observation, Sheba immediately discovered the special feature of the body opening the door and couldn't help but admired. Awesome! Your development of the door fruit is really getting better and better now. It's okay. I'm just trying my best to catch up with you and Feng Yu. Mia, who had a cold face but a gentle heart, said embarrassedly. Sheba smiled and shook his head. Don't add me. We should all be chasing Feng Yu. She is very self-aware and knows that although her development of the weapon fruit went smoothly, it is obviously not better than Mia's development of the door fruit. Both parties are working hard to improve themselves, and the goals are the same, both to prevent themselves from becoming a burden to Feng Yu, or to keep up with Feng Yu. After briefly chatting for a while and relaxing their physical strength, Sheba and Mia did not stay too long and soon left together. After all, the battle on their side is over, but other places are still unclear. Boom! The sharp claws and the sword blade collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the whistling energy visible to the naked eye was surging, adding dense spider web-like cracks to the surrounding ground. Here is the battle between Tillman and Phaeton. It can be seen that the rooftop where the two fought has collapsed to the floor below, and large holes and collapsed walls and ruins can be seen everywhere. After a brief confrontation of strength, both Dilliaman and Phaeton were knocked back by each other's attacks. But in comparison, Dilliaman quickly stabilized its figure and landed on the ground after flying 5 or 6 meters upside down, while Phaeton continued to fly away and hit a broken wall. Please give me flowers. Boom! The heavy broken wall was shattered by the impact. Amidst the flying gravel and dust, Phaeton fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, panting rapidly from his mouth and nose, and his cold face was already clothed. Sweat. The strength of Dilliaman and Phaeton can be said to be comparable. However, As the high-intensity battle continued, the situation gradually turned against Dilliaman. There is no other reason. Dilliaman's physique is far stronger than Phaeton's. The difference in physique allows Dilliaman to have more sufficient physical strength and potential energy than Phaeton. A brief battle is fine, but once it turns into a protracted battle, the balance of victory will naturally tip to Dilliaman. At the same time, the ability to recover from injuries is a key. After a fierce battle, in addition to the consumption of physical strength and mental energy, it was naturally impossible for both sides to remain intact, but each suffered a certain degree of injury. For example, Dilliaman's body has multiple wounds from sword blades, causing its snow-white hair to turn blood red. The same goes for Phaeton. His body was also torn apart by the sharp claws of the Dilu beast, with many bloody claw marks. And compared to Dilliaman's excellent ability to heal injuries due to its strong physique, the sword marks on its body quickly stopped bleeding and even healed themselves, but Phaeton could not. Not only were the claw marks on his body flowing with blood, but as the battle continued, the injuries gradually worsened due to various violent movements. Breathing rapidly, his face covered with sweat, Phaeton's face was a little pale due to the continuous loss of blood, but it was also colder and fiercer. I didn't expect that a mere magical beast could not only keep up with my speed, but also make me so embarrassed. But that's it. I want to return all the pain you caused me to you. The moment he stabilized his body, Phaeton had a gloomy face and his cold eyes instantly locked onto the Dilu beast not far away. At the same time, an astonishing amount of thought energy immediately erupted from his body. Boom! The powerful mental energy that was almost visible to the naked eye erupted into flames and was faintly mixed with red energy. It quickly formed a red and white coat with many awls on Phaeton's body, with only his eyes exposed. On the opposite side, Dilliaman's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the powerful mental energy erupting from Phaeton and the strange clothes that appeared. Even if Feng Yu didn't tell him about Phaeton's nun in advance, Dilliaman sensed the danger with his keen instinct like a beast. Cat eyes. Without any hesitation, Dilliaman's eyes stared closely at Phaeton, which instantly glowed with a strange light, and then turned into an invisible force, covering Phaeton in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it also bent its legs immediately, bursting out with an astonishing speed of 793, like white lightning rushing out. The envelope of invisible power immediately made Phaeton's body stiffen, as if his whole body was being grasped by an invisible hand. Even the thoughts running through his body were stagnant, causing Nun, who was about to speak out, to be forcibly interrupted. What's this? The eyes that were only exposed under the mask shrank violently, and Phaeton was shocked by the sudden restraint. With his powerful thoughts, the restraints on him could not last long and could be broken almost instantly. But in a battle between masters, the outcome is often determined by such a short moment. The sharp claws entwined with powerful thoughts arrived in an instant. The Dilu beast that rushed out suddenly flew directly towards Phaeton at an alarming speed, and under the restraint of the cat's eyes, it used the cat-cat fist, and it crossed Phaeton's head. Poof! Although Phaeton struggled with his greatest strength the moment he was restrained, he still couldn't make it in time. Blood spattered, and Phaeton's head was torn apart by the claws of the Dilu beast, and was even almost cut into several pieces. How could it be? How could I die like this? With his head destroyed, Phaeton was undoubtedly facing death. As his consciousness quickly dissipated, his heart was filled with fierce reluctance. Plop! The corpse fell backwards to the ground, kicking up some dust. The Dilu beast also rushed to a stop more than 10 meters away, due to inertia, and then turned to look at Phaeton's fallen corpse. It was indeed the right thing for me to hide the cat's eye in the previous battle, otherwise the opponent would definitely be on guard. The Dilu beast shook off the blood stained on its claws. Seeing the lifeless body, it felt slightly relaxed and at the same time a little happy. Battles are ever-changing, especially for Nun, who cannot judge strength through intuitive strength. In terms of strength, Dilliman is comparable to Phaeton, but once Phaeton scorched by the scorching sun is really used in terms of lethality, not to mention the top-notch Dilliman. Even the top nin both are difficult to resist head-on. Dilliman knew that although he had won this battle, he relied on the advantage of intelligence. If it had not known Phaeton's nun in advance, it would not have been able to consciously hide the move Cat's Eye, nor would it have been able to use Cat's Eye to block Phaeton's nun at the critical moment, thereby winning. I wonder how the battle between the master and mistress is going. After the battle, Dilliman turned around and prepared to leave. Although it suffered some injuries in the battle, because of its strong physique, the injuries it suffered did not have much impact, so it was ready to go to other battle places. Boom! Suddenly, just as Dilliman had just turned around, a sudden change occurred on Phaeton's body at the end. The thought energy like ink rose into the sky from Phaeton's body, directly shattering and collapsing the surrounding ground, and the thought energy gathered into a point high in the sky. What? The ink-like thought energy was filled with a terrifying and evil aura, and at the same time, it was continuously emitted to the outside world like nuclear radiation, causing Dilliman to turn around and look back in a hurry. When he saw the changes in Phaeton's body and the terrifying thoughts that gathered into a point in the sky, Dilliman's expression changed drastically, and he immediately instinctively felt the huge threat and even exploded. Boom! The terrifying thought energy gathering in the sky is still changing after it condenses a little from the original pitch black like ink to dark red, and it expanded crazily, instantly forming a small dark red sun with a diameter of more than 10 meters, shining brightly in the dark night. In addition, terrifying heat like a raging flame is released from this strange small sun, radiating rapidly in all directions. Escape. At the moment when the small dark red sun appeared, the huge threat made Dilliman bend its legs and eject without even thinking about it, and burst into the distance as fast as possible. The terrifying heat swept across crazily. The void was distorted by burning, and the building below quickly melted, spreading downwards while turning into hot lava and flowing down. What on earth is this? Why does such a terrifying thought suddenly appear? And it feels so evil. Fleeing into the distance at high speed, Dilliman felt the terrifying heat and that kind of energy coming from behind. The breath of evil filled my heart with horror. The heat released from the small dark red sun not only has an astonishingly high temperature that melts gold into iron, but also radiates very quickly. Even though Dilliman reacted quickly and immediately moved away, it was only when it was approaching the edge of the building floor that it was overtaken by the rolling heat coming from behind. Boom! Exhibiting strong, Dilliman felt the terrifying heat coming from behind and immediately exploded a powerful force of 4.9 thoughts to defend against it. But even so, when the terrifying heat came into contact with Dilliman's back, it still caused burns, making Dilliman feel the pain from its back. Whoosh! Seeing that Dilliman would be further swept and engulfed by the terrifying heat, suddenly, a silver-white stream of light flew across the sky from a distance, and in an instant it was close to the small sun hanging high in the sky. The art of war moves like thunder. Thunderous light bloomed and shone. The silver flowing light was none other than Feng Yu, and he was still wearing the armor of thread. He was carrying an astonishing speed and roared like a punch on the small dark red sun. Boom! The armor of threads entwined with powerful thoughts resists the terrifying heat, and the domineering force of the fist is like a spiral thunder spear, forcefully penetrating the entire dark red sun. Deafening roars resounded for several kilometers, and the small dark red sun immediately collapsed under the direct destruction inside, turning into a meteor shower all over the sky and falling and scattering like an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The nearby high-rise buildings and even the streets below were destroyed in the rain of fire that looked like raging flames and melted into large holes in the collapse. A large number of window glass was also shattered and scattered in the violent impact, as if there was a crystal rainstorm. Helix gun. The fire rain also hit Feng Yu's body, but it was easily blocked by the thread armor. Feng Yu ignored Yu, but after defeating the dark red sun, he waved the wings of thread behind him, hovered in the air, and instantly looked down at Phaeton's body. 14. A spiral gun filled with powerful thoughts shot out from his hand, like silver lightning falling from the sky, hitting Phaeton's body hard and mincing it, turning it into a splash of minced meat and flesh. Rain of blood. Even under the residual power, the spiral gun continued to move downwards, penetrating many floors with roaring sounds, forming a deep hole with a bottom that could not be seen at a glance. Its tail hooked on a bulge on the edge of the building in time. Dilliman quickly stopped and looked up at Feng Yu, who appeared in the air. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his little face. Owner, Dilliman obviously did not expect that its master would arrive at the dangerous moment, and it also defeated the enemy's attack. The wings of the line rolled up the whistling airwaves, and after disposing of Phaeton's body, Feng Yu swooped down from the sky and landed in front of the Dilu beast. How's it going? Is the injury serious? Both feet landed smoothly. Feng Yu saw the burn marks on Dilliman's back. He frowned, lifted the wings of the thread, and stepped forward to pick up the opponent and inspect it carefully. It's okay, master. I'm just slightly injured. Dilliman shook his head repeatedly and swung his tail affectionately around Feng Yu's arm. After Feng Yu checked, he found that although Dilliman's back was burned, it was not serious, and he felt relieved. However, he also knew that this was because he arrived in time. Otherwise, if it had been a little later, not only would Dilliman's life be in danger, the injury would definitely be much more serious than it is now. I didn't expect to encounter the thought of death again. It seems that Phaeton had a huge resentment when he was killed by the Dilu beast. After confirming that Dilliman's injury was safe, Feng Yu couldn't help but continue to hold Dilliman and turn to look at the place where Phaeton's body was minced not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Thoughts of death. The mutation that just happened to Phaeton's body was the thought of death. At the same time, this is also the second thought of death that Feng Yu has encountered. The first time was when he was in the Sky Arena, and it happened after Christie, the president of the Black Dragon Association, was killed by him. One factor that is certain for the thought of death is that the deceased must have huge negative emotions at the time of death. Phaeton's character is already cold, and he was very extreme in the original plot, so it was unexpected but not too surprising that Phaeton had thoughts of death after his death. Of course, the most important thing is that Phaeton's desire for death has been solved by him. Although the thought of death is very difficult to deal with and can produce a more powerful force than the deceased before death, there is obviously a gap between Phaeton and Feng Yu that even the thought of death cannot bridge. Under a full blow, even if it is the thought of death, it is ultimately unable to compete. Whoosh! While Feng Yu was thinking about the issue of death, a space gate appeared in the nearby void. Feng Yu, are you just thinking about death? Are you two okay? Are you injured? The space gate naturally comes from the ability of the gate fruit. After the space gate opened, Shiba and Mia, who was carrying Shizuku, immediately ran out and came to Feng Yu's side. When the two of them came out of the building where the battle was originally held, Phaeton's thoughts of death turned into a miniature sun. Although they are in different spaces, because of their experience in the Sky Arena, the two women obviously recognized that the thing that turned into a small sun was the thought of death. After rushing over, even though the thought of death had been eliminated by Feng Yu, the two women were still a little confused and nervous. That one just now was indeed the thought of death. Mia, come and treat Dilliman's injury. Feng Yu looked at the two women who arrived. His eyes paused slightly on Shizuku, who was being held by Mia, and then came from. He took out a medical kit from the storage space and handed over the Dilliman in his arms. There are often battles, and Feng Yu will naturally not be short of medical supplies in the storage space. You can't use everything, but medicines for treating common injuries are not a big problem. Give it to me. Mia also noticed the burns on Dilliman's back and the many sword marks on its body. She was shocked and quickly put down the Shizuku she was holding in her hand. She took the Dilu beast over, then opened the medical box that Feng Yu took out, rummaged through it to find the relevant medicines, and began to treat the Dilu beast. Is it really the thought of death 793? It was caused by the person named Phaeton. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise I'm afraid something will really happen. Sheba deduced the situation at that time from the injury of Dilu Beast, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's really thrilling. The people in Phantom Troop are all from Meteor Street. Not all of them, but most of them have very strong negative emotions, so the possibility of having thoughts of death is much higher than ordinary people. Feng Yu nodded slightly and walked toward Shizuku, who was placed on the ground, squatting down to check on him. Did Mia use the gate fruit to control her injuries? Feng Yu keenly discovered the traces of the portal on Shizuku, and he immediately understood. After confirming that the other party's life was not in danger, he stood up, looked at Sheba, and continued. You can rest here now. I will go to the other side to check the situation. Okay, you have to be careful. Sheba nodded heavily and warned at the same time. They really need a rest now. Not to mention the injuries suffered by Dilliaman. Even though she and Mia were not seriously injured, and their mental energy was still sufficient due to the Ean seal, their physical strength was not good, and the consumption. Mia, who was treating the Dilu Beast, heard that Feng Yu was going to the other side. She quickly raised her head and said with concern, Don't force yourself too much. The Phantom Troop has been severely damaged by us now. Even if one or two escape, it will only take more time to solve them later. Unlike each of them being responsible for one person, Feng Yu is responsible for two members of the Phantom Troop and is also one of the combatants. Although Feng Yu appeared here and there were no injuries on his body, it was enough to tell that Feng Yu had one, but Mia was still a little worried that Feng Yu would have consumed too much in the battle just now. Master, I'm fine. Let's go there together. Dilliaman, who had already sat down for treatment, also hurriedly got up. Don't move around and receive treatment here. Feng Yu glared at Dilu Beast, then looked at Mia and comforted. Don't worry, I am sensible. You could just rest here without any worries. Okay. Seeing Feng Yu's attitude, she didn't say anything. After saying that, Feng Yu used the wings of thread again, jumped into the air, and then flew towards the distance with the huge wings curled up in the whistling airwaves. On the streets, fallen bodies can be seen everywhere, as well as the wreckage left after vehicle explosions. At the same time, one could see two figures fighting fiercely on this street that had obviously experienced some destruction and was in a mess. One party was swinging the chain while moving flexibly, while the other party was emitting golden arrogance visible to the naked eye and was constantly destroying Jing's arrogance. Boom! The figure surrounded by golden flames struck down with a tomahawk, but Kurapika dodged it in time, causing the right foot of the downward strike to trample on the street ground, causing the ground to collapse like an explosion with unparalleled force, creating a huge dimples. Looking carefully, the figure surrounded by golden aura is clearly Shaunark, and judging from his current state and the expressionless look on his face, it is enough to see that he has used Nun's puppet phone to put himself into automatic operation mode. Self-control is a common move among emitters who develop the Mind Needle type Nun. However, under self-control, with different levels of Nun development and basic combat power, the effects produced are also strong and weak. Like Shaunark, his automatic operation mode is very powerful. Not only has his manifested energy increased to an astonishing level, but his combat consciousness has also become as pure and precise as a machine, enough to be flawless. In such a fighting state, unless Shaunark's own mental energy is exhausted, or the person fighting has overwhelming power over him, it will be extremely difficult to win through skills. Kurapika is now in such a dilemma. Although his strength has undergone a qualitative change in just half a year due to his strong obsession, after all, he lacked the accumulation of time and his skills lagged behind his strength. As for being stronger than Shaunark, if it was before Shaunark entered the automatic operation mode, it would indeed be possible, but after the automatic operation mode, it immediately turned into a disadvantage. Damn it! No matter it was before or now, the chain of my middle finger has no chance of contacting the other party. As the gravel splashed, Kurapika dodged in time, turned around quickly on the way, swung out the chain of restraint from her right hand, and immediately looked towards Shalnark, wanting to entangle her. But Shalnark's reaction was very fast, and he swept aside in an instant to avoid the chain of restraint. Kurapika was shocked and angry. This is not the first time something like this has happened. In fact, before Shalnark entered self-operation mode, Kurapika tried to attack with the chain of restraint. But Shalnark is not Yuvajin. Just like Kurapika would first choose Yuvajin as her opponent in the original plot. Because Yuvajin is an Enhancer Nun and has extremely high confidence in his own defense. Even though he has experienced the power of the chain of restraints, he was still not alert during the battle with Kurapika, so that Kurapika was only against the chain of binding used hide to defeat Yuvajin. But Shalnark is different. His alertness is far higher than that of Yuvajin, and it is beyond Kurapika's expectations. From the very beginning of the battle, Shalnark used condensation, and he was very vigilant and chose to dodge rather than fight when he encountered the chain of restraint attack. It can only be said that Shalnark may not be at the forefront of Phantom Troop in terms of strength, but his intelligence can be said to be second only to Krallo. In a real battle, unless the gap is large enough for one side to suppress the other, in addition to a competition of hard power, there will also be a battle of wisdom. Compared with Yuvajin, who fought with Kurapika in the original plot, Shalnark is not as powerful as Yuvajin, but his intelligence is not comparable to that of Yuvajin. Even though he knew nothing about Kurapika, Shalnark was still keenly aware of the danger of the chain of binding and avoided the key power of the chain of binding. Especially after entering the automatic operation mode, the sudden increase in strength allowed Shalnark to easily avoid the chains of restraint. Of course, the chain of binding is still a powerful weapon, regardless of attack or defense. Even though Shalnark's current strength is superior to Kurapika's earned by money, the existence of the chain of restraint can still produce a good containment effect, making it difficult for Shalnark to achieve any results. It can be said that even if the stalemate continues, Kurapika has a higher chance of winning than Shalnark, because the automatic operation mode consumes too much mental energy, and the extreme operation of the body will also cause damage. Shalnark will inevitably lose over time. But this fighting method is obviously not what Kurapika wants. If it were normal, he would definitely maintain this state as he was calm and intelligent, let the battle turn into a protracted battle, and then wait for Shalnark to collapse from exhaustion. But his strong hatred for Phantom Troop made him unwilling to win in this way. What he wanted more was to use a tough stance to defeat the opponent both physically and mentally. Boom! Hatred made Kurapika work hard to operate the chain of restraint, causing it to continuously turn into an afterimage and swing around, chasing Shalnark, who was dodging. It's just that Shalnark moved too fast. When the extended chain of restraints swept over him, he was able to dodge quickly. There was a loud noise, and Shalnark quickly dodged the chain of restraints in another swing attack. The chain of restraints that hit the air was drawn on the street, and the powerful power immediately shattered the ground, creating a long, crack-like depression. Pit, move extremely fast. The powerful mental energy that continuously erupts turns into an astonishing explosive power. After avoiding the chain of restraint, Shalnark, who completely complied with the combat instructions, did not hesitate for a moment, and instantly approached Kurapika like a golden beam. The extremely fast speed caused even the ground where Shalnark passed to be torn and shattered by the rolling energy, forming deep ravines, and the movement was violent and huge. No, the chain of restraint has been extended too long. Seeing Shalnark coming at an astonishing speed, Kurapika's pupils shrank, and her expression immediately changed. Because he was too eager to win, the attack he just made with the chain of restraints unknowingly extended the chains of restraints very long. Although the chain of restraint can extend and contract freely, the longer 810 extends, the longer the contraction time will undoubtedly be. Even if this transformation is only a moment for ordinary people, but in front of Shalnark, who is astonishingly fast, this moment seems a bit slow. There was no time to shrink the chain to defend. Kurapika gritted her teeth, stepped back, and raised her left arm to block. Boom! Shalnark swept in at an extremely fast speed, carrying its inertia, and punched Kurapika's left arm, which was blocking. The terrifying power was immediately released, causing a deafening boom and an astonishing shock wave of roaring explosions. Although Shalnark cannot use absolute time, like Kurapika, to fully utilize the enhancer's ability. However, with the astonishing amount of mental energy that burst out, his fist strength at this time was far superior to Kurapika's. In the instant collision, Kurapika let out a scream, and his whole body immediately flew backwards like a cannonball. And it can be seen that the left arm he blocked was not only torn to pieces by the strong force, but was also twisted, as if the internal bones had been shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Kurapika was flying upside down and quickly hit the wall of the building on one side of the street. The terrible impact made him smash the wall into pieces in an instant, and then he continued to go deeper, smashing one wall after another until he came out from the other side of the building. One side of the outer wall penetrates and flies out. The astonishing thought energy continued to erupt. After blasting Kurapika away, Shalnark shot after him without stopping. Following the holes created by Kurapika, he immediately came to the street on the other side of the high-rise building. However, after arriving at the street here, Shalnark did not go towards Kurapika, who fell in the center of the street. Instead, his movements suddenly changed from the original straight charge to a sideways move, and he quickly dodged and swept away. Bang! Where Shalnark was originally located, it suddenly seemed as if it had been hit hard. The ground exploded and collapsed, spreading a deep ravine-like crack. Ahem, cough, did you still fail? In the center of the street, when Shalnark was dodging the invisible attack, Kurapika, who had fallen, also had her left arm hanging down. She endured the pain and immediately got up from the ground. He coughed out blood while looking at Shalnark, who was flying away. Wow! On his right hand, a chain appeared, extending in the direction where Shalnark encountered the invisible attack just now. What shattered the opponent was the chain of hidden binding. The reason why Shalnark suddenly changed direction and swept away was entirely because Kurapika did not forget to fight back even though he was injured, and used a hidden bondage chain along the ground with the intention of attacking Shalnark. But this attack obviously failed. Shalnark in the automatic operation mode has always maintained his condensation and has a keen insight into the attack of the chain of restraint. The attack failed. Kurapika lifted the chain from the hidden state, but did not stop the attack. Instead, he operated the chain and shot toward Shalnark as fast as lightning. Dodge movement. Although the chain of restraint is extremely flexible under Kurapika's operation, due to the speed difference, it is always unable to reach Shalnark, and Shalnark avoids it time and time again. Need help. When Kurapika tried her best to manipulate the chain of restraint to attack Shalnark, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Ooh! Kurapika was startled and immediately jumped a distance to the side. At the same time, while continuing to restrain Shalnark with the chain of restraint, she glanced in the direction of the sound from the corner of her eye. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared in Kurapika's peripheral vision. On a street lamp not far away, Feng Yu stood at the top at some point. He crossed his arms and watched the battle between Kurapika and Shalnark. Although he came from the corner of his eye, Feng Yu still caught Kurapika's gaze keenly, smiled slightly at the other party, and even raised his hand to signal. Is it Feng Yu? Has he solved his own battle? Kurapika's heart immediately dropped when she found out it was Feng Yu, but then her heart tightened again. Since Feng Yu would appear on his side, it could only be that Feng Yu had already eliminated the enemy he was responsible for. Moreover, when assigning opponents, Feng Yu was responsible for 2 combat members of the Phantom Troop, so it was undoubtedly much more difficult for him to solve them. No, I can handle it. The unwillingness in his heart increased a lot. Although Kurapika knew that if he agreed to Feng Yu's support at this time, he would definitely be able to solve Shalnark faster, he still shouted and chose to refuse. Not only is she unwilling to lag behind, but also because Kurapika wants to deal with the enemy herself. No need. Hearing Kurapika's refusal of his help, Feng Yu did not respond, but looked at Shalnark thoughtfully. It wasn't that he was interested in Shalnark's automatic operation mode at this time, but he thought of the progress of the two achievements, Sin Buster 3 and in a Phantom Troop, that he checked when he came over. Crime Busters 3, 49/50ths. In Phantom Troop, 5/12ths. This is where these two achievements are now. Crime Busters 3. The original progress was 45/50ths. Now I have killed Yuvajin and Nabinaga. Sheba has killed Franklin, and Dilliman has killed Phaeton, which means 4 A-level criminals have been added. This corresponds to the achievement progress of Sin Buster 3. However, the progress of ending the Phantom Troop is shown as 5 people again. Is it because Shizuku's capture is included in it? Or is it because Ilmi has also succeeded? Feng Yu pondered in his heart. If it's the former, that's okay. But if it's the latter, then he has to pay attention. Because this means that the helpers he found like Ilmi are not counted as one of his own by the system. They cannot be like Sheba, Mia, and Dilliman. The criminals killed will be included in the Crime Busters 3 within the achievement progress. He is now only 1 A-level criminal short of being able to complete the achievement, Crime Busters 3. Naturally, he doesn't mind completing it as soon as possible to see if he can get a reward that will improve his strength again. Shalnark is a good candidate right now. If the kills of Ilmi and Karapika are not counted in Crime Busters 3, then he ordered someone to buy it. Buzz buzz. Just as he was thinking about it, Feng Yu suddenly felt a vibration coming from his trouser pocket. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. A multimedia message appears on the screen, and the sender is marked as Ilmi. Feng Yu opened the MMS message and immediately saw a rather bloody picture. The background is a street, and there is a separated female body lying in a pool of blood on the street. Just when Feng Yu saw the picture, his phone vibrated again and a text message was sent. Imi, the goal has been achieved. Please check the picture for acceptance. Sure enough, Imi solved Maki. After clicking on the text message and seeing the content, Feng Yu immediately checked the system again, and then saw that the progress of the two achievements had not changed. He felt a little helpless. The female corpse in the picture is none other than Maki from Phantom Troop, who is also the target that Ilmi was responsible for solving. The achievement has not changed, so it is enough to show that the 5th place for the achievement in Phantom Troop is not Shizuku who was captured, but Maki who was killed by Ilmi. And this also means that Feng Yu's guess just now is the latter. Imi, the helper he found, is not counted as one of his own by the system, and the people he kills cannot be counted in Crime Busters 3, this achievement. Feng Yu typed and sent. Received. The money will be sent to you after the next task is completed. Imi immediately replied, Okay. After a brief exchange, Feng Yu put away his phone and looked at the battle not far away again, or Shalnark. Looks like we really need to kill someone. Feng Yu muttered in his heart. Although Feng Yu was not far away, neither Karapika nor Shalnark paid any attention to him. Not mentioning Karapika, Shalnark locked Karapika because of the battle order issued. So before Karapika was solved, his consciousness was in a state of being taken over by none. As long as Feng Yu does not attack Shalnark, Shalnark will not react to Feng Yu's appearance. Chain of Healing. The chain of restraint turned into an afterimage and swung around, constantly blocking Shalnark, who was trying to get closer. At the same time, a second chain extended out from Karapika's right hand, thumb. This chain is the healing chain emitted by the enhancer ability. The healing chain of the thumb quickly wrapped around Karapika's most seriously injured left arm. As his mind flowed, his left arm, which was seriously injured and was considered disabled, immediately healed visibly to the naked eye. Although such an astonishing cure comes at the same cost of a huge consumption of mind energy. But as the injury healed, Karapika's condition quickly improved. The most important thing is that compared to Shalnark's mental energy consumption, the mental energy consumed by Karapika is not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of Feng Yu that Karapika's mentality changed. In the fierce battle that continued, Karapika did not act rashly, but instead fought steadily with Shalnark. Please give me flowers. Under the restraint effect of the chain of restraints, even though Shalnark is incredibly fast, it is extremely difficult to get close to Karapika, and with the stalemate, the consumption of mental energy is also increasing. In addition to the consumption of mental energy, the automatic operation mode also puts a huge burden on Shalnark's body. In the original plot, Shalnark's battle with the Chimera ants only took a few seconds to enter the automatic operation mode, and he bluntly said that he needed to take a good rest for 2 or 3 days. From here you can see how much burden the automatic operation mode places on Shalnark's body. Point 0. Of course, both body and consciousness have been taken over by none, and Shalnark will not stop until he solves the locked Karapika. So the final result can be imagined. Unable to break through the blockade of the chain of restraints, Shalnark's mind and body quickly reach their limits. Suddenly, Shalnark, who was originally moving quickly, suddenly stiffened and stopped. Not only did the eruption of thought energy stop from his body, but also like broken porcelain, countless cracks appeared all over his body, and blood spattered freely. A shrill scream sounded from Shalnark's mouth. If the exhaustion of thought energy only makes the sudden increase in power disappear, then the collapse of the body is enough to be fatal. Shalnark's current mutation is due to the fact that under continuous extreme operation, the body breaks through the limit of burden and begins to collapse. It can be said that even if he doesn't do anything now, Shalnark will definitely die and his body will collapse and die tragically soon. Karapika immediately discovers Shalnark's mutation and stops swinging the chain. He obviously saw Shalnark's state. Whether your body has collapsed or not, let's just let you die in pain. Karapika's eyes were indifferent. Bounce the thread. Suddenly, a silver bullet shot from one side. Bang! The silver bullet penetrated from one side of Shalnark's head, then flew out from the other side, and finally shattered a deep hole into the ground not far away. The twitching body tilted and flew with the impact of the silver bullet and landed hard on the ground. Shalnark, whose head was penetrated, undoubtedly lost his life immediately and died tragically on the spot. The figure rose and fell in the distance. Feng Yu looked at Shalnark's body with deep eyes. At the same time, he felt the eyes of Karapika turning from the side. Compared to a near-suicide method of death, I think this kind of homicide is more suitable for the death of Phantom Troop members. Feng Yu turned to look at Karapika and said without changing his expression. Karapika didn't think much, and after a moment of silence said, "You are right. These people are indeed 810 more suitable to be killed, just like they kill others. Well, now the 7 Phantom Troop members who came to rob the auction items have been eliminated, leaving only the last 5. Let's go and meet up first." Although it is disgraceful to steal someone's head, Feng Yu doesn't really care. He stepped forward and grabbed Karapika's shoulders and immediately used the wings of thread. With the huge wings curling up and roaring in the air, he leaped into the air and returned to the place where Sheba and the others were resting. Meditation method, a method of mental exercise. Special meditation can effectively enhance mental energy. Dragon Elephant Body Tempering Pill, a body-refining treasure pill from a certain world. Taking it can increase a person's strength by a huge amount. Knight, one of the supreme sharp swords. The blade is a T-shaped blade with a heavy flower pattern, and it has the reputation of being the strongest black sword in the world. Holding Kurapika and flying high in the sky, Feng Yu immediately separated part of his consciousness and sneaked into his mind to check the status of the reward. Just as he succeeded in grabbing the head, after killing Shalnark, the achievement of Sin Buster 3 was also successfully completed. The rewards issued for this main achievement were immediately presented in Feng Yu's mind, allowing them to obtain the information. Among them, Dragon Elephant Body Tempering Pill is an old customer, so there's no need to say more. Feng Yu's attention was focused on the other 2 rewards after just a quick glance. Meditation method. As can be seen from the introduction, this is a secret method for exercising the spirit, and the most direct and clear relationship between spiritual energy and strength is naturally the manifestation of qi. Thought energy can be divided into potential energy and manifest energy. Not to mention the Yin Seal's huge mental energy storage capacity, which is the basic potential energy volume. Feng Yu's current potential energy volume is definitely very full. In comparison, in terms of time, Feng Yu has grown much faster than ordinary people with the improvement of manifested qi, but it is obviously still far behind the progress of potential qi. So after learning the information about meditation method, Feng Yu was really surprised. Meditation method. Although it is not like the dragon elephant body tempering pill, which can immediately improve the strength after use, its value is undoubtedly far higher than the dragon elephant body tempering pill. Improving mental energy is inherently more difficult than physical fitness, and progress can often only be achieved through repeated battles or the tempering of will. Obtaining the meditation method now undoubtedly means that you will have specialized methods for spiritual training in the future. Even though he hadn't really tried the effect yet, Feng Yu suddenly had great expectations. After checking meditation method, Feng Yu then checked night, the supreme sharp knife. After seeing the introduction about night, Feng Yu immediately understood and knew the origin of this reward. Night is the weapon of Hawkeye Mihawk in the world of One Piece, and Hawkeye Mihawk is also known as the world's greatest swordsman. Just like Yi is also prefixed with the black sword, Yi is a magical blade tempered to the extreme by its armed, domineering power. If it falls into the hands of a swordsman, it will inevitably cause a sensation and fight for it. But this reward seems to be of no use to me. Feng Yu thought to himself. Yi is indeed a magical blade, but the problem is that he doesn't use a knife and he doesn't know how to do it. Even Sheba, Mia, and Dilliman can't do it, which makes he seem somewhat useless. Forget it, it's a magic weapon anyway. Even if you don't have a chance to use it, you can just keep it as a collection. Feng Yu thought with relief. Although the rewards in the system are all very good, it is not possible for every reward to be suitable for him. As long as it is not garbage, he can accept it. During the fast flight, while Feng Yu was checking the rewards, he had already appeared in the building where Sheba and the others were resting. Landing directly on the top of the building, Feng Yu sent away Kurapika, who was grabbed by his shoulders, while also lifting the wings of the line. During the scan, Sheba, Mia, and Dilliman were all sitting cross-legged on the ground to rest, and it could be seen that Dilliman's body had been bandaged. In addition, on the nearby edge, Shizuku was still lying on the ground in a coma, but he also had bandages on his body. He obviously received simple treatment to avoid death from serious injuries. Are you back? It seems that the tactics were implemented smoothly. Owner, when Feng Yu landed towards Kurapika, Sheba and the others who were resting quickly got up and came forward. After seeing Feng Yu bringing Kurapika back, and seeing that Kurapika's body also had traces of battle, Sheba and Mia immediately confirmed that there were no accidents in the battle on the other side. The Dilu beast jumped up and down, not looking injured at all, and quickly ran to Feng Yu. Then he jumped and landed on Feng Yu's right shoulder, tilting his little face to Feng Yu's face affectionately. Be good, how are you? Are your injuries okay? Master, don't worry. I have a strong recovery ability. It's just a small injury. It won't be a big deal after I rest for a while. That's good. Hearing what Dilliman said, Feng Yu felt relieved a lot, and then looked at Sheba and Mia who were coming towards him. How is your physical strength recovered? Can you still fight? I've recovered half of it. As long as it's not a protracted battle, it'll be fine for a short period of time. I'm fully recovered. Sheba and Mia explained their situation. Feng Yu nodded slightly. As long as the plan goes well, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the remaining 5 members of the Phantom Troop under the current situation. Following him, he turned to look at Kurapika aside. What about you? You don't look very good. Do you want to take a rest? Kurapika's face turned a little pale. But this is normal. He doesn't have sealed mind energy reserves like Mia and Sheba. The battle with Shalnark was enough to consume a lot of his mental energy. No, I can still persist. Although her face was pale, Kurapika's expression was very determined. Thinking of the opponent's restraint chain on Phantom Troop, Feng Yu didn't say anything. As long as Kurapika is not completely exhausted The power of the binding chain will be enough to exert a suppressive effect on Phantom Troop. Without wasting time, Okayu took action. First up is Shizuku. Just like Mia didn't kill Shizuku, but captured him. Shizuku is still of value to Feng Yu, so Feng Yu separates a Shadow Rider, and the Shadow Rider takes Shizuku away from the shadow, heading far away, looking for a hidden place to hide. Regarding this scene, Shiba and the others didn't say anything, and Kurapika just glanced at it and withdrew her gaze without paying much attention. Since Feng Yu would leave Shizuku alive without any cover-up, he naturally got vaccinated in advance. For example, he told Kurapika that Shizuku only joined after the Phantom Troop attacked the Kaluta tribe. Thread Thing Condor. After dealing with Shizuku's matter, Feng Yu raised his hand and spawned a large number of silk threads in midair. These threads were intertwined and woven with each other, quickly shaping a majestic and huge silver-white falcon. Boom! The huge silver-white falcon is not only lifelike, but also seems to have real life. After it is born, it spreads its wings that cover the sky and the sun, waves and rolls up the majestic air waves, allowing its body to hover in mid-air without falling. Gone! Feng Yu greeted him, jumped up first, jumped onto the broad back of the silver-white eagle, then walked to the front and sat down cross-legged. After him, Shiba and the others naturally jumped onto the silver-white eagle without hesitation. And just like Feng Yu, they all sat down casually. Terrible level of non-development. Kurapika's eyes widened slightly, a little shocked at the depth of Feng Yu's development of the line fruit. Then she took a deep breath and immediately followed the silver eagle falcon and sat down silently to rest. Chi. When the last Kurapika came up, there were silk threads extending from both sides of where everyone was sitting, but they were wrapped around the waist like a seatbelt to fix it. Boom! The wings that covered the sky and the sun were waving more violently in an instant. Amid the astonishing hurricane-like air waves, the silver-white eagle immediately burst out at super-fast speeds and flew from the sky above the city, flying towards the distance across the sky. Hisoka has never been contacted. Excluding that he has been exposed and killed, it means that the remaining Krallo and others did not take any other actions, still waiting in the abandoned place outside the chicken suburbs. The oncoming whistling air made Feng Yu narrow his eyes slightly. He used the shield of his body to take out one of the rewards, the dragon elephant body tempering pill, and threw it into his mouth. While feeling his body strengthen rapidly, he was also thinking about what to do next. Down fighting. Using Krallo as bait, Hisoka is Feng Yu's spy buried in the Phantom Troop. During the initial attack, Feng Yu naturally had the insight that Yuvijin was making a call with his cell phone, and the person he contacted should be Krallo, if nothing else. And this also means that Krallo is likely to know that Yuvijin and others have been attacked by the enemy. However, since Hisoka has not responded, it is very likely that Krallo did not take any action because of the attack by Changjin and others. Of course, this is understandable. Krallo is indeed very smart, but he can't predict the future. With the strength of Yuvijin and others, even if they were attacked, I am afraid Krallo would not believe that Yuvijin and others would be defeated, and they would be defeated so quickly. In a short period of time, even if he couldn't get in touch, Krallo probably wouldn't act rashly. And this is exactly the result Feng Yu wants. As long as the remaining personnel, including Krallo, made no new moves, he could kill them all as soon as he arrived. Within the base area, still can't get through. What are Phaeton and the others doing? Even if they were attacked, could it be possible that their mobile phones are broken? He held his cell phone in his hand, but no one answered the call. Finks angrily punched the stone pillar next to him with his other hand. Boom! The stone pillar, which was as thick as a person's arms, was instantly interrupted by a powerful force. With the roar echoing, it collapsed and fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Not far away, Pakunida, who was crossing his arms, frowned. Calm down. If we can't contact you, we won't be able to contact you. Do you think Phaeton and the others will still be in danger with their strength? Sitting on a broken stone, Peeling Lev, who was covered with bandages, also said loudly, Yes, Phaeton and the others are not acting alone. Even if they encounter an enemy attack, they will definitely be able to easily resolve it. Maybe they will now already on the way back. Captain, don't we really go over and take a look at the situation? Kubi couldn't help but look at Krallo. Krallo was also sitting on a stone with his elbows on his knees and a mobile phone in his right hand. Wait another 10 minutes. If Phaeton and the others haven't come back yet, then we will go to the city to find them. Krallo's face always remained calm, but judging from his answer, it can also be seen that his heart is not as real as it seems on the surface. He had been waiting for some time, although it was not very long, but after being unable to get in touch, Krallo was obviously inevitably wary. Is it still 10 minutes? I don't know if it's too late. If not, I have to find an opportunity to send a message. Sitting in the corner of the room, Hisoka was playing the cards in his hand casually, thinking silently in his heart. Kindness. Suddenly, almost at the same time, everyone, including Hisoka, Krallo, and others, seemed to notice something and suddenly looked up at the ceiling, or rather the sky outside. Bird cage. Just like a sudden rainstorm, dense threads shot down from the sky, forming a circular shape, and quickly fell on the surrounding ground, forming a blockade and encirclement of the central building complex without blind spots. Boom! Almost as soon as the huge birdcage was formed, a building surrounded by it could be seen that the wall was shattered by powerful force, and figures quickly sprang out from it. What's this? Is this some kind of cordon-off area? None? Who is it? Get down here. The three of them, Kubi, Kashalev, and Pakunida, who came out of the building that served as the base, looked at the birdcage that blocked off the area of several hundred meters in confusion. At the same time, Finks, who was looking up at the sky, grabbed a piece of gravel that was splashing with murderous intent, shouted angrily, and threw the gravel upwards. Whoosh! The gravel is entangled with powerful thoughts, and powered by the powerful force. It bursts out at an astonishing speed, like bullets fired from a sniper rifle. At the top of the birdcage, there was a huge, silver-white falcon hovering in the sky with its wings waving. Standing on the broad back are Sheba, Mia, Dilyamin, and Karapika, while Feng Yu stands on the head of the silver-white falcon, looking down coldly at Krallo and others below. Finks discovered Feng Yu and others in the sky, so he threw gravel to attack. Joe bounced. With his super insight, the gravel thrown at him seemed to be coming at an alarming speed, but he could clearly catch it in Feng Yu's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed his finger, and a silver bullet shot out from Feng Yu's fingertips. Bang! The silver bullets, which were also wrapped with astonishing mental energy, shuttled through the void at a faster speed, and instantly met the thrown gravel in midair accurately. There was a violent collision sound, and the gravel was easily shattered into stone powder by the silver bullets. Then the silver bullets continued to shoot towards Finks below at an alarming speed, without losing their power. What? The gravel infused with powerful thoughts was shattered. Finks's face changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Another violent crash sounded. The silver bullet hit the ground where Finks was originally located. The astonishing force caused mud and rocks to fly, and a deep hole the size of a basketball was created. This guy, capturing the damage caused by the silver bullet with his peripheral vision, Finks was shocked and angry, his eyes fixed on Feng Yu above the head of the silver eagle. What an amazing power! Who is this person? Where do these people come from? Wait, are the attacks on Yuvajin and the others related to these people? The bullet thread entwined with mental energy during the use of Zhou undoubtedly produced a lot of intimidation. After seeing the damage caused by the bullet thread, Peeling Lev, Pakunida, and Kubi also changed their expressions and quickly looked at Inbai. Feng Yu et al. From above the falcon. Krallo looked up at the huge, silver-white eagle in the sky, his brows furrowed, and his face showed a rare change, revealing a solemn look. Boom! He fired a bullet in counterattack. Feng Yu did not stay in the air anymore, but swooped down with the silver-white eagle and landed not far away opposite Krallo and others. The wings that covered the sky and the sun were waving, easily whipping up wind like roaring air waves, lifting the surrounding ground several layers up. When the two slender and sharp claws hit the ground, they tore deep claw marks on the opposite side, and even caused the ground to collapse into a pit. Swish, swish, swish. Jump down. After the silver-white eagle landed, not only Feng Yu jumped down from the head of the silver-white eagle, but Shirba and others on the back also quickly followed. When Feng Yu landed on the ground vigorously, Shiba, the others, and Karapika were standing on top of him in a row, forming a confrontation with Krallo and others opposite. Chi, chi, chi. The silver-white eagle that had completed its mission turned into threads and disappeared into the void. On the opposite side, when Krallo and others saw this scene, their eyes flickered, either obviously or implicitly alert, and they made a gesture of preparation for battle. Where are Yuvijin and the others? Krallo's eyes quickly scanned and soon focused on Feng Yu, who was obviously the leader. He took a few steps forward and shouted in a deep voice. Dead. Feng Yu looked at Krallo calmly and replied calmly. What? Impossible. What are you saying? The faces of Finks and others all changed, and they all burst out with strong, murderous aura, staring at Feng Yu. Especially Finks, he shouted angrily and even prepared to take action. But Krallo waved his right hand without looking back, signaling Finks and others to calm down. Feng Yu shifted his gaze to Finks, who was shouting angrily, and said calmly, I said, your companions are dead. They were all killed by us. Do you understand? Cole. Fink's expression was ferocious, and the murderous aura exuding from his body had obviously increased sharply, and this time he even erupted with an astonishing amount of thought energy. Boom! The violent eruption of gas flames that was almost visible to the naked eye, and the chaos in the surrounding air also caused the ground under Fink's feet to crack and quickly form a pit. If it hadn't been for Krallo's signal, he might have rushed directly to Feng Yu now. Are you dead? So you're the 10 old men who came to deal with us. Krallo whispered slowly from the front and looked at Feng Yu with cold eyes from behind. Are you playing an answer game? We are here specifically to deal with you. Feng Yu was unmoved by Krallo's cold gaze and said coldly. Krallo's eyes became colder and he was about to speak, but a sudden change occurred. Poof! Blood splattered, and without any warning, an arm suddenly penetrated from the back of Pekunida, who was tightly locking Feng Yu and others, and then came out from her chest. A blow penetrated the chest. Pekunida looked stunned and looked down at the palm protruding from his chest. However, the attacker obviously did not stay. After completing the attack, he immediately withdrew his palm and jumped back quickly. After rising and falling, he landed on the top of the building behind Krallo and others. Pekunida. Hisoka, UB ********D. How come? The sudden attack caught people off guard. Pekunida, who was shot through the chest by Hisoka, could not restrain his mouth and coughed out blood with a stunned expression. His body also fell forward weakly and fell to the ground. After reacting, Finks, Peeling Lev, and Kubi were shocked and furious. They either hurriedly supported Pekunida, who fell to the ground, or quickly turned around to look at the attacker, which was Hisoka. Don't look at me with such terrifying eyes, otherwise I will be scared. He said this, but when Hisoka, who was sitting on the top of the building, looked down at Finks and others, he had a smile on his face, and there was no so-called fear at all. Captain, Pekunida was dragged by Finks's arms, but his head was tilted back, and he saw the back of Krallo standing in front of him from an inverted perspective. Krallo didn't turn around or even move. His eyes were always focused on Feng Yu opposite him. But even the figure from behind, amid the rapid loss of life force, already made Pekunida murmur, with a strong look of attachment in his eyes. Pekunida, I will avenge you. Krallo didn't look back or turn around, but he heard Pekunida's murmuring in his ears, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye, which showed that he was very uneasy inside. Whispering in his mouth, as if responding to Pekunida, Krallo's eyes locked tightly on Feng Yu suddenly became extremely sharp and fierce. A thief's secret. The confrontation was undoubtedly broken when Hisoka attacked Pekunida. With a raise of his right hand, A book appeared out of thin air in Krallo's fight. Feng Yu, like Krallo, did not pay any attention to Hisoka's attack on Pecunita, and his eyes were always focused on the other party. And when he saw Krallo manifesting the secrets of thieves, Feng Yu's eyes immediately froze. Whoosh! A flexible love appeared, but Hisoka had the same reaction after seeing Krallo manifesting the thief secret. The flexible love shot out from his hand, like the chewing gums thought energy contracting instantly. Hisoka, ejected, flew into the sky in the blink of an eye, and landed between Feng Yu and Krallo. And when he landed, Hisoka turned around in midair and headed directly towards Beach, Krallo. Your opponent is me, Krallo. Hisoka looked at Krallo with fiery eyes. Spiral gun. Hisoka landed in the middle and blocked Krallo. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and immediately launched an attack. But this attack was not aimed at Krallo or Hisoka, but at the targeted Finks and others. The realm of threads had spread underground at some point. Suddenly, in addition to Krallo, the ground where Finks, Peeling Lev, Kubi, and even Pecunita, who was on the verge of death, fired out high-speed spinning spiral guns. Not good. Get out of the way. There's something wrong underground. After all, they're all first-class masters. Although the spiral gun appeared suddenly and attacked extremely fast, except for Pecunita, Finks and others noticed the attack immediately and quickly dodged to the side. As for Pecunita, even though she was held up by Finks's arms, Finks wanted to take her away with him. But in the end, she couldn't dodge as fast as herself. The spiral gun that appeared from the underground blast hit her body hard and then let her go. She didn't even have time to react before she was crushed into a shower of blood. Hateful. Finks's eyes were splitting as his hands were almost hit. However, the spiral gun attacking him did not stop because it was dodged. Instead, it tore up the ground like a roaring silver dragon and continued to shoot at him with astonishing power. In a hurry, Finks could only suppress his anger and dodge again. The same scene happened to Lev and Kubi. The spiral gun that attacked him seemed to have a sense of life. The lower part was hidden underground, and the upper part swayed and shuttled back and forth without any stagnation. After successive bombardment attacks, the three people who were forced to dodge were completely dispersed. Swish, swish. Feng Yu attacked Finks and others with a spiral gun, and Shirba and others on top of him also quickly took action. Mia activated the door fruit, and then disappeared into the open space door. Sheba, Dilyamin, and Karapika turned into black shadows one after another, and quickly rushed towards the three scattered Finks. I'm very angry. I've been looking forward to this day for too long. You should want to avenge Pecunita, who has always trusted and admired you. Then fight me. Hisoka's face seemed distorted, or he was extremely excited. He looked at Krallo opposite, and his body was constantly exuding an amazing cold air that stirred the air. Then let's fight. Krallo's eyes finally moved from Feng Yu to Hisoka. When he heard Hisoka's words, a terrifying, murderous aura erupted from his body. He was like an enraged beast, smashing the ground and rushing out as fast as lightning. Yes, that's the look in his eyes. Let's fight to our heart's content. Hisoka's face turned red, and she let out an excited scream. Like a ghost, she immediately faced the oncoming Krallo. Both of them were very fast, but when Krallo rushed out of Hisoka, the thief's secret book in his right hand was also flipping, and it instantly stopped on a page with a pistol pattern. A flintlock-style pistol suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he quickly aimed and fired. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a red bullet was shot out quickly. Kindness. Hisoka's eyes turned cold. His body speed did not slow down. At the same time, with an unimaginable reaction speed, he quickly shot a playing card wrapped with powerful thoughts from his hand. His eyes became cold, not because of Krallo's shooting, but because it was not him who Krallo shot, but Feng Yu who stayed where he was behind Hisoka. The battle Hisoka longs for is the kind of fight where both sides have no worries. He wants Krallo to fight with him wholeheartedly. Now that Krallo was clearly distracted from dealing with others, Hisoka was undoubtedly extremely angry and wanted. Hisoka's reaction was very fast, and the playing cards he shot were also very accurate. In an instant, they met the red teleportation bullets shot by Crawlo. A strange scene occurred. The red teleportation bomb was like an illusion, and the poker cards did not come into contact at all. They just passed by, and were then avoided by Crawlo. Hisoka also dodges in the same way. Although the red teleportation bullet seemed to be illusory and made it impossible for the playing cards to hit, Hisoka was obviously not careless because of this, and even deliberately opened a further distance. Whoosh! The red teleportation bullet flew past Hisoka and then shot directly towards Feng Yu. Whoosh! The figure moved sideways. Feng Yu was naturally the first to notice when Crawlo shot at him, and the strange collision between the red bullet and the playing cards was also noticed by him. His expression remained unchanged, and Feng Yu used his agility to avoid the incoming red cold bullets in an instant. After dodging, the red teleportation bomb immediately hit the air, but before it could continue to fly forward, a strange situation immediately occurred. The red teleportation bullet suddenly changed its direction, turned, and moved sideways towards a dodge. Feng Yu gave chase. Gun of Destiny. 1. You can only fire one shot a day. 2. The fired thought bombs can invalidate the obstruction of foreign objects. 3. The teleportation bullet has the ability to track. Unless none is released, it will only stop when it hits the locked target. The Thief's Secret allows you to plunder other people's none, which means that Crawlo is bound to have a variety of none. The flintlock gun he now manifests is a type of none he plundered, called the Spear of Destiny. Just like in the introduction, if the first one is about restrictions and oaths, then the second and third days are the abilities of Spear of Destiny. Traceable teleportation bullets. Feng Yu's reaction speed was very fast. When the red teleportation bomb turned the corner and chased him, he had an instant insight. With a flash of light in his eyes, Feng Yu immediately responded while continuing to move. Barrier of lines. The realm of threads spread underground, and a wall made of countless silk threads immediately broke out of the ground, blocking the pursuit of red thought bombs. Boom! The red thought bullet hit the line barrier, but this time there was no illusion, but an astonishing collision with the line barrier. The air waves visible to the naked eye surged and spread, even cracking the ground around the line barrier. Spear of Destiny shoots mental bullets that can invalidate the obstruction of foreign objects. But the line barrier is obviously not a foreign object. As Feng Yu's ability, the barrier is undoubtedly related to Feng Yu. In the astonishing collision, the red thought bomb blasted out a pit with a diameter of 1 meter in the line barrier, almost breaking through the line barrier. With the strong defensive power of the line barrier, such traces of damage are enough to prove how amazing the power of the red thought bomb is. But if you think of the restriction and oath that Gun of Destiny can only fire one shot a day, you can understand it. After all, the more stringent the restriction and oath, the greater the power it will gain. Have you blocked it? But such power is quite surprising. This guy is indeed a very difficult opponent. Using the line barrier to block the red teleportation bomb, Feng Yu stopped moving, turned his head, and stared deeply at Crawlo, who was already engaged in a fierce battle with Hisoka. Strength comes second. The most difficult thing about Crawlo is the large number of none he has collected. Although there are only 6 types of none, the number of none that can be derived far exceeds this number, and the possibilities are absolutely unlimited. The same goes for Crawlo, who has mastered many none. His strength may have an upper limit, but his fighting methods are difficult to analyze. You may be using the embodied none to fight you 1 second, but you may become a conjurer the next second. If Nin doesn't respond promptly enough to this kind of transformation, even if his basic strength is stronger than Crawlo's, the possibility of defeat is very high. From Crawlo shooting Feng Yu with the Spear of Destiny to tracking the red bullet and blocking Feng Yu with the line barrier, it seems like a long time, but in fact it only happens in a short period of time. Please give me flowers. When Feng Yu looked at Crawlo, he had just fought with Hisoka. Hisoka did not stop after avoiding the red bullet, but quickly met Crawlo. Playing cards appeared in the hand again. It seems that because of anger that Krallo was distracted while fighting with him. Hisoka's face changed from the extremely excited and perverted smile before, and instead became extremely cold. The playing card held between two fingers was like a sharp blade, tearing the air and slashing towards Krallo's throat as fast as lightning. Although Krallo was distracted and attacked Feng Yu, due to the tracking characteristics of Gun of Destiny, he actually refocused his attention on Hisoka immediately after shooting. 0. Facing the rapidly slashing poker, he quickly ducked to avoid it, appeared beside Hisoka, and performed a beautiful roundhouse kick. It's just that Hisoka's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately raised his arms to block. The collision of legs and arms bursts out with strong force, causing the surrounding air to agitate and radiating ring-shaped air waves visible to the naked eye. The soil flew away and spider web-like cracks spread. Hisoka's feet sank into the ground and was knocked back by Krallo's powerful gaze, sliding a distance. However, there was no real damage to Hisoka's blocking arm, and it was able to defend Krallo's leg very well. Have you been blocked? Krallo did not pursue the victory, but jumped back and glanced at Feng Yu's location with his peripheral vision. When he found that the red teleportation bullet was blocked by Feng Yu, Krallo's expression remained unchanged, but his heart trembled, and he became even more wary of Feng Yu. As none, who was plundered by him, is naturally very aware of the power of the Spear of Destiny. It can be said that even Yuvajin, who has the strongest defense in the Phantom Troop, is likely to die in one hit once he is hit by a red teleportation bullet, if it hits a vital part, such as the head. Now Feng Yu can easily block the attack of Spear of Destiny, which naturally makes Krallo even more sure of Feng Yu's danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several playing cards appeared, aiming at Krallo's head, heart, and other vital parts. It's Hisoka. The moment he stabilized his body, he launched a fierce counterattack. Feng Yu is dangerous, but so is Hisoka. Krallo had to withdraw his attention from Feng Yu, and then step back and move left and right to dodge the shooting cards. Unexpected. After shooting the playing card, Hisoka did not continue to attack. Instead, he stopped and turned his head to look at Feng Yu indifferently. Can you leave first? Otherwise this battle will be too boring. Krallo also stopped and stared at Hisoka, but his peripheral vision also caught Feng Yu. Okay, then I'll leave this to you, the 810 office. Feng Yu looked at the two people who had stopped fighting, smiled helplessly on his face, shrugged, turned around, and rushed away to one side. Just like Hisoka said, Feng Yu naturally also discovered that Krallo had been allocating part of his energy to defend himself when fighting Hisoka. Although he was very interested in being a spectator, since he had promised Hisoka that he could have a free fight with Krallo, he would not break the contract. Is this why you betrayed the brigade? Hisoka. Feng Yu's departure made Krallo's attention immediately focus on Hisoka, and he said coldly, if he didn't know why Hisoka betrayed the brigade at the beginning, now with Feng Yu's departure, he already understands. Obviously, the reason why Hisoka betrayed the brigade was to fight with himself, and this is also very consistent with Hisoka's character. Betrayal? This is really slander, because I never really joined the Phantom Troop. Hisoka noticed that as Feng Yu left, Krallo completely locked onto the aura, but in response, he revealed his original excited smile. While talking, Hisoka took off his shirt, revealing the spider tattoo with the number 4 on his back. He grabbed it with his backhand, and the spider tattoo on his back was suddenly torn off, turning into a piece of white cloth and flying away. Illusion of thinness. You can turn chi into skin showing various textures. Just like Hisoka said, he was never a member of the Phantom Troop from the beginning, and the spider tattoos on his body that represent the Phantom Troop are all fake. I see. Because I'm not a member of the brigade, there's no betrayal at all. I've really been tricked. When Krallo saw Hisoka's actions, all the fog in his heart suddenly dissipated, and the look he looked at Hisoka became extremely terrifying. The thief's secret book in his right hand also started to turn. When Hisoka got his wish and started the second round of battle with Krallo without any scruples, Feng Yu, who left, also appeared in another battle place. The continuous attack of the spiral gun caused finks and others to completely disperse. After dividing the battlefield and the spiral gun disappeared, the three Finks also ushered in their real opponents. For example, in Peeling Lev, he rushed into Shur Hutsai's attack. A terrifying metal storm shot out. After Sheba rushed out, he quickly made an arc, and then from a distance of tens of meters, he fired a dense number of real teleportation bombs from the diagonal direction towards Peeling Lev. Nandan, as a combatant in the Phantom Troop, Flay Lev is naturally very powerful, not much comparable to Yuvajin, Nobunaga, and others. When Sheba came with the real bullets, he immediately sensed the attack, and then moved nimbly to dodge, allowing the real bullets to sweep away. Mud and rocks splashed, and the evaded strafing shots landed on the ground not far away. The dense bullets and powerful power instantly raked the place into a dense hole like a hornet's nest. Zheng, a sharp sword light, suddenly appeared. Astonishingly, after Peeling Lev dodged to avoid the real bullet blast, before he had time to counterattack, a sword light suddenly burst out from the void in the direction of his movement, piercing his head. There are still enemies. Peeling Lev was shocked and quickly moved sideways, tilting his head to dodge. Poof! The blade of the sword crossed the side of Lev's face. Not only did it cut open the wrap bandage, but blood spattered from it, which showed that Lev's cheek was cut. A terrifying metal storm swept across. Under the attack of Mia in the hidden door fruit space. Although Peeling Lev was only slightly injured, his actions were restrained, and Sheba immediately seized the opportunity. Launch a second wave of real bombs. With the tacit cooperation and seamless offensive, Peeling Lev was unable to dodge the strafing fire this time, and was immediately hit wildly by real teleportation bombs. An astonishing amount of mental energy erupted from his body, and he entered the strongest defensive state. However, despite this, the powerful power and terrifying rate of fire of the real mental bullets still caused Peeling Lev to retreat after being shot, and the bandages on his body were turned into pieces, flying and scattering. Without the cover of the bandage, Lev's terrifying body was exposed, with all kinds of weird holes all over it. Of course, it is impossible for the real bomb to just shatter the bandage. When his body was exposed, Peeling Lev's body was quickly torn apart, and he was injured by real bullets. Although the amount of manifestation energy he burst out was amazing, so that a single real bullet could not cause much damage, but the continuous 4.9 shots also added up, making the injuries suffered very considerable. Whoosh! Absolute fire suppression. When Peeling Lev was shot back by Sheba, a small space door quickly appeared under his feet, leaving him with one foot in the air. Hateful! Peeling Lev reacted quickly and noticed the abnormality under his feet. He was shocked and angry. Not only did he stop the fall of his feet, but he also spun rapidly as if they were falling off. Battle Dance Music Jupiter. The rapid rotation caused the air to fly crazily through the holes in Lev's body, and then with the amazing fusion of thought energy, the whole person instantly turned into a huge sphere that expanded rapidly. Boom! The roaring air waves surged and radiated, just like a meteorite impact. Not only was the space gate on the ground shattered, but the ground where it was located also collapsed crazily due to the crushing and rotation of the small Jupiter, forming a huge deep pit. Deadly cannon. Seeing the small Jupiter peeling off Lev's body, Sheba's pupil shrank, but he showed no fear. Instead, he decisively raised his leg and kicked it out. Boom! The kicked right leg turned into a terrifying cannon barrel. In a violent eruption of flames, a terrifying cannonball shot out fiercely and hit the small Jupiter instantly. Deafening roars echoed throughout, and the astonishing bombing was filled with billowing flames and huge shockwaves that exploded in the void. Where it was, mud and rocks flew around, violent vibrations occurred, and cracks spread all around like a broken mirror. Small Jupiters also quickly regress in stunning explosions. The part of Jupiter that sank into the ground plowed wide ravines in the ground as it moved backwards. The most important thing is that Jupiter not only shrinks rapidly during its retrograde, but its rotation speed also slows down significantly. Shortness of breath. Even though my physical strength recovered a lot when I came here, I still haven't returned to my peak state after all. After unleashing the deadly cannon, Sherba's physical strength suddenly dropped a lot. He was panting from the mouth and nose, and sweat was dripping down his face. Boom! The Jupiter transformed by peeling Lev was undoubtedly damaged due to the bombardment of the deadly cannon, but Jupiter did not really dissipate after all. After retreating a certain distance, Jupiter began to rotate at high speed again in just an instant and returned to its previous size. It returned at a faster speed and directly hit Sheba fiercely. Rumble. Wherever Jupiter, which was like a meteorite, passed by, the ground rolled and tore apart, tearing out wide ravines and causing the earth to shake. The power was violent and terrifying. Not good. When Sheba saw the approaching Jupiter, his pale face suddenly changed due to the huge physical exertion, and he hurriedly retreated backwards. However, the huge consumption of physical strength obviously caused her movements to become much slower. Her moving speed was obviously not as fast as Jupiter's collision, and the distance between the two parties quickly became closer. The door to the sky. Suddenly, in front of Sheba, a figure appeared from the void. It was Mia, who came out of the Min fruit space. She looked at the impacting Jupiter with sharp eyes, pushed out her hands into palms, and saw a huge space gate instantly appeared in the void in front of her palms. It's just that this space door has not been opened, but is in a closed state. The function of the door is not only to open, but also to close. Opening the door allows people to enter from one side to the other side, while closing it is blocking, that is, defending. Boom! Jupiter hit the closed space door in an instant. In an instant, the collision and roar were no less than the deadly cannon bombardment just now. The majestic air waves visible to the naked eye radiated wildly, flying large swaths of soil high into the sky and forming a depression in the surrounding ground. The huge space door climbed up the spider web-like cracks, but the Jupiter that hit it also stopped. Even the backshock force caused by the impact caused Jupiter to stop rotating, and soon turned into a roaring airflow to dissipate, exposing the internal peeling Lev. Coughing blood from his mouth, Karafu fell from midair to the sunken ground in embarrassment. What on earth is this that can actually block the impact of Jupiter? Falling to the ground, peeling Lev staggered a bit to stabilize his figure and at the same time looked at the opposite space door in disbelief. The attack method of Jupiter of combat dance music is to crush the enemy with absolute power. Once hit, the power is enough to be described as earth-shattering. But now, the Jupiter of combat dance music was blocked by someone's incredible defense, and even caused him to be seriously injured in return. Such a result is naturally difficult for peeling Lev to accept. On the other side of the sky-breaking gate, Mia also felt uncomfortable. When the sky gate showed amazing defensive power to block the impact of Jupiter, the price was a huge consumption of physical strength. Mia's face turned pale at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and hot sweat broke out quickly on her body, as if her physical strength was severely exhausted. It is actually not difficult to understand that such a situation will occur. The more powerful the power, the more burdens it has to bear. With the astonishing impact force of the Jupiter of combat dance music, the sky gate can block it, which will inevitably cause Mia to use the gate fruit to consume a huge amount of physical energy. Click! The sky gate, which was already covered with spider web-like cracks, quickly turned into crystal debris and dissipated in the void after blocking the impact of Jupiter that peeled off Lev. In an instant, both Mia and peeling Lev saw each other for the first time. Mia's pale face and sweating profusely were undoubtedly telling Lev that the other party was in a bad state. Die! Peeling Lev instantly withdrew from shock, burst out with a fierce, murderous aura, and flew away at 810, mocking Mia. Careful! Sheba also stopped and retreated when Mia used the gate of sky to block the attack of peeling Leviticus. When she saw Peeling Lev rushing toward Mia, she was shocked and immediately raised her arms to transform. Gatlin, prepare to shoot and intercept. Similarly, Mia also shrank her pupils, preparing to activate the door fruit ability and transfer into a different space. Her physical strength was indeed severely depleted, but she would not lose her ability to move. The art of war is as hard to know as a shadow. The figure that looked like lightning rushed over at an astonishing speed, as if moving instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared close to the Peeling Lev who was rushing towards Mia. Poof! The bodies passed by each other, and Peeling Lev didn't even have time to react, but his head was chopped off by a sharp knife at the moment they crossed. The body without its head rushed out a certain distance due to inertia, and then fell to the ground with blood spurting from the broken neck. The figure passing by Peeling Lev stopped a dozen meters away, turned around, and looked at the headless body that had fallen to the ground. The figure who instantly killed Peeling Lev with one blow was none other than Feng Yu. It seems that Sheba and Mia also put a lot of effort into this guy, and they didn't even block a single move. Feng Yu thought silently as he looked at Lev's body being peeled off. With a wave of his right palm that turned into a hand knife, the blood stained on it was immediately thrown to the ground. Feng Yu quickly retracted his gaze from Lev's body and turned to look at Mia and Sheba not far away. Feng Yu suddenly arrived and killed Peeling Leviticus. Mia and Sheba quickly stopped what they were doing after they reacted and looked at Feng Yu in surprise. With a flash of his body, Feng Yu appeared in front of the nearest Mia. "How's it going? Can your body still hold up?" Feng Yu stepped forward to support Mia with concern. "It's okay, it's just that my physical strength was too much. Just let me take a break." Mia shook her head, with a completely opposite gentle smile on her cold and delicate face. "That's good." Feng Yu checked Mia's body and felt relieved after confirming that the other party was not injured. Then he saw Sheba trotting over and glanced away. After noticing that there were no injuries on the other party, he smiled when the other party came over and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help but took action just now. Don't blame me for grabbing it. Your opponent, right? I know you're awesome, so stop showing off." Sheba, who had just come over, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard what Feng Yu said. "I'm not showing off because I'm afraid you will lose face." Feng Yu shrugged and then ordered the two of them. "You go to the side to rest first. I will handle the rest of the battle." "Well, then you have to be careful. Don't worry about us. You can just go do your own thing." Mia and Sheba both nodded. Just like Feng Yu saw that the two women were severely exhausted and needed a rest, Mia and Sheba didn't try to be brave. They knew that they couldn't help much in their current state, so they might as well rest as soon as possible to regain their strength. After talking for a while, Sheba and Mia went to rest on the edge of one side of the birdcage, while Feng Yu headed toward the battle on the other two sides. When Mia and Sheba teamed up to fight against Lev, Dilyamin and Karapika were also fighting Kubi and Finks respectively. Between the two, Feng Yu was naturally the first to go to where Dilu Beast was. The base of Phantom Troop is not just one building, but is located in a complex of buildings. Due to the dispersion, the battles are also located in different venues. The battle between Dilyamin and Kubi took place in a ruins within the building complex. But almost as soon as Feng Yu arrived, the battle here came to an end. Poof! Blood splattered, and Dilyamin's body appeared next to Kubi like white lightning, tearing open the opponent's head with its sharp claws. A fatal blow. After Kubi's head was torn into several pieces, the remaining body immediately fell backwards and fell to the ground, quickly losing its vitality. Is it over? Feng Yu also didn't expect that when he arrived, he would see Kubi being killed by the Dilu Beast, and he couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. However, he would not be surprised by this result. Kubi's strength is naturally not really weak, but the gap between him and Dilyamin is just a bit big. As a non-combatant in the brigade, Kubi's strength is barely at an average first-class level at best, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is the lowest in strength. On the contrary, even if Dilyamin has not yet reached the top level, it is already moving towards this level. With such a huge disparity in strength, it is not surprising that Dilliaman was able to kill Kubi. Master, why are you here? After getting rid of Kubi, Dilu Beast shook away the blood stained by its sharp claws with a cold face. Then it seemed to notice Feng Yu's alert gaze and turned to look at Feng Yu. When it saw Feng Yu, Dilliaman's expression suddenly changed from its original cold attitude to a cute one. With a cheer, the Dilu Beast quickly rushed towards Feng Yu with its short legs, then approached and jumped into Feng Yu's arms and was caught by Feng Yu. Aren't I worried about you? Feng Yu petted the Dilu Beast's little head lovingly. Dilliaman first showed an expression of enjoyment, and then said with a proud face, Master, you underestimate me too much. This human named Kubi is completely incomparable to the human named Feeden last time. He is not mine at all. Opponent, I know you are powerful, but you can't be arrogant. Otherwise, you will easily suffer losses. You must know that there are many strong people in this world. Even if you are your master, I don't dare to be careless. Feng Yu smiled and scolded and flicked his fingers. The other person's forehead. Dilliaman covered its bullet-hit forehead and said pitifully, "That I know, master. It's good to know." Feng Yu pulled off the opponent's claws and gently rubbed the place where he had just played. Feng Yu's movements made Dilliaman suddenly smile again, swinging its tail happily and rubbing its little face on Feng Yu's chest. Of course, Feng Yu didn't really blame Dilliaman. Even if he lost, let alone winning the battle, he wouldn't be like this. He was just afraid that Dilliaman would suffer in future battles because of its pride. After some reminders, Feng Yu hugged the Dilu Beast and started heading towards the final battle place. Both Peeling Lev and Kubi have been defeated one after another, and naturally Finks is the only one left in the end. In a corner of the building complex, Chinda's, when Feng Yu came over, he immediately saw that Finks was tightly wrapped in chains and was being beaten by Karapika. The chain of restraint forced Finks' body into a state of absolute despair, losing the defense of his mind. Even though his body was extremely powerful, he still couldn't resist Karapika's fist. With each beating, Karapika's fists left a deep punch hole in Finks' chest and abdomen, causing Finks to cough up blood with pain on his face. Is it painful? But this is the retribution you deserve. When you were killing my people, you should have expected this day. Another punch hit Finks in the abdomen. Karapika looked at the opponent, who was vomiting blood expressionlessly, and raised his hand to gently wipe away the blood on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Don't talk about these boring nonsense. Just kill him. Finks coughed up blood. He looked extremely embarrassed, but his face was full of indifference. Feng Yu, who arrived from a distance, looked at this scene calmly. He wasn't too surprised that Finks would lose to Karapika so quickly. Perhaps in terms of basic combat power, Finks is not weaker than Karapika and even outperforms Karapika even when Karapika lacks physical strength. However, under the chains of restraint against Phantom Troop members, the battle between the two cannot be decided based on basic combat power. Finks, like Yuvajin, is also an Enhancer Nun, and his mind is not as smart as Shalnark. Even if he didn't see the previous battle between these two people, Feng, you could roughly guess the situation of the battle. It's just that Finks didn't know the effect of the chain of restraints. When faced with Karapika's attack, he didn't specifically avoid it. As a result, he was forced into a state of absolute weakness immediately after contact. This is indeed the case. Compared to the battle between Yuvajin and Karapika in the original plot, because Yuvajin was caught once by the chain, Yuvajin would still have a certain degree of defense in the real battle, while Finks really had no defense at all. Karapika only used Hidden to restrain the aura of the chain of restraint, and was captured by Finks after a brief confrontation. The subsequent development is what Feng Yu sees now. The hatred of the death of her tribe made Karapika vent her hatred on Finks. In other words, he wanted to use this beating to make Finks feel the pain of the death of his own people. But this method obviously has no effect on Finks. Regardless of their origins or personalities in Meteor Street, Finks is very similar to Yuvajin, and they are not afraid of death at all. Even though the continuous beatings left his body scarred, Finks's eyes always showed his indifference to death. Finks's indifference was undoubtedly a kind of blasphemy to Kurapika. He roared and punched out again, shattering the opponent's jaw and making his mouth bleed. Feng Yu pouted, turned around, hugged Ilu Beast, and left. The battle has already been decided, so he naturally has no interest in watching others vent their anger. Finks is no longer a problem, so now only Krallo is left. Running within the building complex, after a few ups and downs, Feng Yu quickly climbed to the top of a dilapidated high-rise building, and then looked down from high position. Soon he saw a fierce battle taking place in the open space in the distance. In his arms, Dilliaman also had a serious look on his face when he saw the fierce battle in the distance, and he watched carefully. The two sides fighting fiercely in the distance are naturally Krallo and Hisoka. After Feng Yu left, the two started a second round of fighting again, and the intensity was even higher than the first round. Boom! A strange figure with cyan skin and a burly body smashed the ground with one punch, forming a deep pit. Hisoka, who dodged the attack in time, turned into a black shadow and quickly retreated. But just halfway down the road, another strange figure with red skin rushed over with agility and quickly slashed Hisoka's neck with a hand knife. Ding! Boom! Catching it from the corner of his eye, a playing card immediately appeared between Hisoka's fingers, and he slashed it out like a sharp blade, blocking the red figure's knife. The collision of playing cards and hand knives not only stirred up energy visible to the naked eye, but also seemed to cause sparks to fly. The playing card entwined with Nyan Chi firmly blocked the hand knife. Hisoka quickly turned around and kicked the red figure away with a sharp whip kick. However, after flying a certain distance, the red figure performed a beach flip with both feet and stabilized his figure. Dong dong dong. The burly body rushed over, and with unparalleled power, the ground was trampled and shook. After the red figure, the cyan figure from before also attacked again and punched Hisoka in the head. Wherever the fist passed, the terrifying force squeezed the air and solidified it, which also made Hisoka's heart tremble after seeing the attack, and he decided to dodge. The punch was empty, but the terrifying power contained in it was still released, blasting the air in front of him with a violent punch like a shockwave. The series of confrontations actually took place in a very short time. Now, if we look carefully at the cyan figure and red figure fighting Hisoka, we can immediately see that these two figures are just like their skin color, and they are not human at all. The cyan figure was burly, with sinews all over his body, and there were two fangs sticking out of his mouth, making him look as vicious as a demon. The red figure is almost the same. Although the figure is much slender compared to the cyan figure, the face is also as fierce as a ghost. Blue and red twin ghosts. Nun is a nun beast. It can separate into two evil ghost-like nun beasts, one green and one red. The green ghost is extremely powerful, while the red ghost has unparalleled speed and extremely strong fighting ability. The two figures, one green and one red, naturally come from none collected by Krallo in the Thief's Secret Book. In the original plot, the battle between Krallo and Hisoka was agreed in advance, and a lot of nuns specifically targeted at Hisoka were borrowed for this purpose. Although this is a temporary battle, there are still many powerful nun available in the Thief's Secret. 1. Blue and red twin ghosts is like this. With his extremely strong fighting ability, Hisoka has to be taken seriously, especially in addition to blue and red twin ghosts. Krallo can also launch attacks. Whoosh! His body was galloping like a cheetah. When Hisoka avoided Ao Oni's attack, a figure quickly appeared in the direction of his movement, slashing at Hisoka with a strange-shaped short sword in his right hand. This figure is none other than Krallo. The short sword in his hand is a medium-sized bien sword. It is a blade with a very high level of attainment. It has a very terrifying edge, and the most important thing is that the blade is smeared with poison. Just 0.1 milligrams is enough to immobilize a whale. Zheng! The sword flashed, and Krallo slashed Hisoka's body with his sword. However, Hisoka's body turned into a ball of air and dissipated strangely after. Is it a frivolous illusion? He actually discovered my attack in an instant and created the illusion with none. Then the real Hisoka should be. The slash failed, Krallo's eyes flashed with light, and his body did not pause at all, and immediately swept forward at an extremely fast speed. After images passed by, just as Krallo flew out, a figure appeared behind him like a flash, and the playing cards he slashed across the void. Being dodged, it's really awesome, dash. The attack was dodged, Hisoka's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his fingers, the playing cards he held turned into black shadows and shot towards Lolo instantly. Round. Sensing the radiation, Krallo discerned the playing cards behind him without looking back, and bent his body to avoid them. No, the playing cards are just to attract my attention. Just after avoiding the attack of the poker, Krallo was always ready to turn around, but as if he thought of something, he immediately made another folding movement. While moving, he turned around and looked at his original location. Krallo's sight immediately caught a piece of chewing gum-like thought energy, connected to Hisoka's hand not far away. When Hisoka shot out the playing cards, he secretly used his hidden skills to use his flexible love in an attempt to stick to Krallo's body when he avoided the playing cards. Whoosh! The red figure flew towards Hisoka. It was a red ghost with unparalleled speed. With the inertia of sprinting while carrying the package, when the red ghost approached Hisoka, he directly swept his legs with a sharp kick, as if he was going to kick Hisoka's neck off. It's just that Hisoka's insight into the surroundings and reaction speed are very powerful. In an instant, he crouched down to avoid the red ghost's attack. Hisoka ejected to one side to distance himself, while waving his left hand and shooting out several playing cards. Whoosh whoosh! The playing card rotated rapidly and hit the red ghost's body as fast as lightning, and penetrated 3 points of the flesh. If it were an ordinary person, such an attack would naturally cause serious injuries. But the blue and red ghosts are different. They're just mind beasts. Unless the mind energy is exhausted or the damage exceeds the limit that they can bear, ordinary injuries will have no effect on them. Of course, Hisoka didn't intend to defeat the red ghost with just a few playing cards. One of the playing cards that shot the red ghost was secretly connected to flexible love with a hidden skill. Hisoka pulled hard on the flexible love in the direction of movement, and suddenly the powerful force plus the contraction of the flexible love made the red ghost's feet immediately leave the place, and the whole body flew towards Hisoka rapidly. Boom! Kicking in air, with his hands as smooth as water, Hisoka whip-kicked the flying red ghost on the head, causing it to immediately fly away like a cannonball, and its head deformed. Not bad. His skills are much better than before. It seems that Hisoka's strength has also improved a lot in the past 6 months. Standing on the top of the building, Feng Yu couldn't help but admire in his heart when he saw Hisoka's battle. Hisoka is undeniably a genius, not only in combat but also in practice. More than half a year has passed. Compared with the battle with Feng Yu during the Hunter exam, Hisoka's skills at this time were obviously more powerful. It also proved that he not only healed the disabled hands and feet during this period, but also I have done some practice. Although the battle between Hisoka and Krallo in the original plot ended with Hisoka's defeat, Hisoka gave Krallo too much preparation for that battle. On none, Krallo not only borrowed the god's left hand and the devil's right hand, and the puppet cell phone from Kobe and Shalnark, but also borrowed the Pear Destroyer from Meteor Street, etc. None. On the field, Krallo once again chose the Sky Arena stage that was suitable for Nun's performance. It can be said that Hisoka was already plotted to death by Krallo before the battle even started. Perhaps it was precisely because of this feeling of calculated death that Hisoka was very unhappy. So after resurrecting from the dead, Hisoka directly transformed into a toilet to defeat and killed Shalnark and Kobe, who then lent to Krallo to vent his anger. Back to the current battle. Because the battle broke out suddenly, Krallo obviously couldn't be as well prepared as in the original plot. Please give me flowers. Even though there are still many powerful Nun in the Thief's Secret Book, the current battle situation is obviously not enough to cause a suppressive blow to Hisoka. I wonder if Hisoka can seize the opportunity this time to avenge her shame. Feng Yu watched the battle between the two in the distance with interest. Although due to the agreement with Hisoka, he could not get off the field and participate in the battle before Hisoka fell. Watching a wonderful battle was also a good visual enjoyment, and he could also learn a thing or two by the way. The battle continues. After Hisoka kicked the red ghost away, he was immediately attacked. Although the green Oni's speed is not as fast as the red Oni's, it is only in relative terms. It does not mean that it moves slowly. 0. Trampling the ground into cracks and dents, Aoki rushed to the vicinity of Hisoka and punched out. Turning half of his body, his right arm was already in a blocking position, and his flow was extremely strong, concentrating his mental energy on his right arm to form a more powerful defense. Boom! Aoki hit Hisoka's right arm with a punch, and the powerful force knocked Hisoka away, even causing Hisoka's right arm to bruise. But this kind of damage is obviously not enough to have much effect. Bookmark chapter. When Hisoka was fighting the blue and red ghosts, Crawlo was not idle either. He threw away the short sword in his left hand, then manifested a strange bookmark and threw it into the page of the thief's secret book. Bookmark. Hisoka, who was knocked away by the Aoki, keenly captured Crawlo's movements in the distance, and his eyes immediately flashed with brilliance. Although he noticed Crawlo's unusual behavior, Hisoka did not stop fighting. As he flew along the ground, he pulled forcefully towards the Aoki who had knocked him away from the air. A stick of chewing gum was connected to Aoki's body from Hisoka's hand at some point. To be more precise, when Hisoka was beaten away by the Aoki, he quietly displayed his flexible love. As before, flexible love contracts. But the difference is that this time, it is not about pulling the other person over, but using the powerful contraction force of flexible love to pull myself over. Boom! The powerful contraction force made Hisoka incredibly fast, and it also carried an impact that exceeded the limit. He kicked Oni right in the face with a flying blow. With the soles of his feet sunk into his face, Chingue instantly leaned back, like a fired cannonball, flying through the void with a whistling sound like a moan, and flew towards the distance. Wow! After inserting the bookmark, the thief's secret book flipped through again and then quickly turned to another page, which showed a man holding a Gatling machine gun. Absolute firepower. None, a teleportation bullet type, can manifest a Gatling machine gun and turn its own telepathy into telepathy bullets. The power depends on the amount of telepathy injected. Whoosh! When the book page stopped turning, a ferocious Gatling machine gun appeared out of thin air in Crawlo's left hand. Astonishing mental energy was injected into the Gatling gun. Crawlo instantly aimed at Hisoka, pulled the trigger with a look of indifference, and started shooting wildly. The densely packed Talon bullets were like a terrifying storm, coming close to Hisoka in an instant. Hisoka, who kicked Aoki away, had no time to dodge, so he could only wrap up his body and explode his telekinesis to protect his vital parts. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets landed on Hisoka's body in an endless stream, and blood immediately overflowed, and his body was ripped open by the bullets. But this sweep only lasted a short time. It wasn't that Crawlo stopped attacking, but that Hisoka, while resisting the blast of teleportation bombs, protected his vital parts with his arms, and his right hand also extended a flexible love not far away. Gumball's mental energy contracted powerfully, which immediately caused Hisoka to get out of the range of the mental bullets, and moved in an arc at high speed, rushing towards Crawlo. Seeing the attacking Hisoka, Crawlo did not turn his gun to pursue, but decisively released absolute firepower, and then the rogue's secret book started to turn over again. As soon as the new page of the book stopped, Hisoka had already moved close at an astonishing speed, with hot and sharp eyes, and slashed hard at Crawlo's neck with the playing cards held between his fingers. The figure flickered. Crawlo suddenly disappeared, and what appeared in his place was Aoki, who had been kicked away by Hisoka. Boom! After punching out, the Aoki who appeared was not stagnant at all, and directly used his fist to fight against the playing cards that Hisoka slashed. Powerful and powerful. Hisoka's playing cards were immediately shattered by Aoki's punch, and then he continued to move forward, causing Hisoka's pupils to shrink, and he immediately moved away. Bang! Hisoka's reaction was quick, but in the end he still didn't completely avoid it. The palm of his hand was hit by Aoki's fist. When it moved more than 10 meters and stopped, it could be seen that several fingers of Hisoka's right hand were weirdly bent, apparently broken. You actually moved your location and hid your ability to be so interested. His finger was injured, but Hisoka was not surprised but overjoyed. When he quickly glanced at Krallo, who appeared in the distance, and exchanged positions with Ao Oni, he did not get entangled with Ao Oni at all, but rushed directly towards Kurulu again. Replacement. You can replace yourself with others, but the premise is that the person swapping cannot resist. The blue and red ghosts are mind beasts, but they also take orders from Krallo. Krallo will naturally not resist if he wants to replace the two parties. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While flying towards Krallo, Hisoka also shot out rapidly spinning playing cards, turning them into black shadows, attacking Krallo faster. Is there no connection to flexible love to restrict my actions? His eyes were condensed, and with the concentration of thought energy, Krallo was very vigilant and discerned the playing cards that were shot at him. After not discovering that there was flexible love stuck to the playing cards, he used his agility to dodge left and right in a small way, avoiding the playing cards that were shot at him. Followed closely. Almost as soon as Krallo avoided the playing cards, Hisoka flew close at an alarming speed, and then stabbed Krallo in the face with his knife. Replace. With a flash of light in his eyes, Krallo immediately repeated his old trick, changing positions in the flash, but this time it was the red ghost who was replaced. Like Ao Oni, Red Oni did not really lose his combat capability, even though the area where he was hit suffered considerable damage due to Hisoka's powerful attack. In the moment of substitution, the red ghost sidestepped Hisoka's sword with unparalleled speed, and then slashed at Hisoka's neck with the sword. Whoosh! In the flash of lightning, Hisoka's figure suddenly shifted. Not only did he avoid the red ghost's hand knife by the slightest margin, but he also popped out the flexible love with his backhand and stuck it on the red ghost's back. Continuing to move at a high speed, the flexible love stuck to the red ghost's back was immediately stretched to the limit by Hisoka's movement, and then suddenly contracted. Whoosh! Just like drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. With the astonishing force of contraction, the red ghost disappeared instantly. Hisoka used the retractable love as the bowstring, turning it into a black shadow and shooting into the distance. You must know that Feng Yu's birdcage has never disappeared and remains around. The extremely fast shooting made it difficult for the red ghost to control his body, and he kept shooting into the distance and quickly hit the densely packed silk threads hanging from the sky like a fence in the distance. Shichichi. The impact of the bundle not only caused the red ghost to hit the silk thread with its head, but also caused the body to be cut into several pieces by the sharp silk thread under the dual effects of the impact and the silk thread. Beautiful. For point 9, Feng Yu, who was watching the game from a distance, couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaimed when he saw this scene. Although Hisoka's series of actions happened very quickly, they were still captured by Feng Yu. Just one experience has already made Hisoka take precautions. It seemed that it was heading towards Krallo, but in fact, when Krallo changed positions, Hisoka also shot out the flexible love in an instant. It was also because of this that when the red ghost counterattacked, his body shape happened. Offset. At the end, Hisoka used the birdcage to kill the red ghost. After this operation, people can't help but marvel at how sharp Hisoka's fighting talent is. If the storage space hadn't prepared snacks like melon seeds, Feng Yu would have really wanted to sit down. The Battle of Masters is exciting. Not only a competition of hard power, but also a micromanagement competition that does not lack combat wisdom. The body was cut into several pieces, which obviously exceeded the limit of the injury burden of the blue and red ghosts. The several corpses of the red ghost that flew out of the birdcage immediately turned into thoughts and dissipated in the void. In the distance, Krallo, who had been replaced by the red ghost, suddenly frowned. Has it been calculated in turn? Although unlike Feng Yu, who was a bystander and could see Hisoka's operations more clearly. Krallo still reacted immediately. Whoosh! After getting rid of the red ghost, Hisoka did not pause. Instead, he followed the inertia, drew an arc with his moving figure, and quickly rushed towards Krallo again. Boom! A huge boulder hit Hisoka from his side like a cannonball. It's Aoki. It used great force to grab the boulder buried in the ground from the nearby ground, and used it as a weapon to smash Hisoka. And when it was smashed 14 times, the boulder was still entangled with astonishing mental energy, making it no less than a piece of steel. It was not only hard, but also contained terrible destructive power in the ferocious impact. Not only is Ao Oni acting, but so is Krallo. The demise of the red ghost caused the thief's secret book in his right hand to turn over again, turning to a new page. We are all wooden people. We are not allowed to speak or move. Krallo said a sentence at a very fast speed. Buzz. The invisible force appeared. Whether it was Hisoka, Krallo, or even Aoki as Krallo Nun, their bodies froze and stopped all movements. Wooden Man. When a command, "We are all wooden men, don't speak or move," is spoken, neither oneself nor the target will be able to move or speak. The duration of the ability effect depends on the amount of telepathy of both parties. The higher the caster's telepathy is in the target, the longer it lasts, and vice versa, but the minimum is 1 second. The game cannot be played more than 3 times a day. This is... Hisoka's body suddenly stopped as if the pause button had been pressed, and Hisoka, who was running a high speed, was suddenly shocked. The crazy roar was approaching. It was the huge boulder smashed by the green ghost before. Although Aoki also stopped with Krallo's body, the boulder thrown by him did not stop, but continued to hit Hisoka. If the body had not stopped, with Hisoka's reaction speed, he would have been able to easily avoid it, but it was obviously not possible now. Boom! A violent impact echoed, and Hisoka was hit by a boulder entwined with astonishing thoughts. His body suddenly rolled over and fell to a nearby place, and a deep ravine was plowed into the ground where he was. As far as the scene is concerned, Hisoka is undoubtedly very embarrassed, but in fact, the wooden man only restricts the movement of the body and does not affect the mind. When being hit by the boulder, Hisoka reacted extremely quickly by using his flow. He focused his mental energy on the area hit by the boulder, and then quickly redistributed it throughout his body, minimizing the damage. So he looked embarrassed, but didn't suffer much damage. The appearance of the wooden man obviously shows that Aoki's move of throwing a boulder at Hisoka was planned by Krallo, and the purpose was to use the ability of the wooden man to make Hisoka unable to dodge. But this is only a secondary reason. The real reason is that Krallo wants to buy time so that he can have more time to think. The one I'm fighting now is Hisoka, but even if I defeat him, there are still more dangerous enemies on the side. Krallo was thinking at high speed. Although Feng Yu was not close from a distance, but with Krallo's keen senses, how could he not have noticed it while watching the battle? Even if he hasn't fought Feng Yu yet, it doesn't prevent Krallo from judging from the deaths of Yuvijin and others, as well as the details revealed in Hisoka's previous conversation with Feng Yu. That Feng Yu is probably a more powerful master than Hisoka. The battle with Hisoka is not scary. The scary thing is that even if you defeat Hisoka, there will be stronger enemies behind you. Now the defeat in front of Krallo was a dead end, not to mention the arrival of Feng Yu again, which made him foresee the situation of Finks and others. Despair. Krallo murmured in his heart. In the distance, Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the fighting suddenly stopped. Is it another kind of nun? In addition to Hisoka, Krallo and his nun beast also stopped moving. This should be some kind of ability to stop themselves and the enemy at the same time. Apart from himself, Krallo's collection of nun is probably not known to anyone else in Phantom Troop in detail. Feng Yu is already simulating in his mind how to deal with the endless nun when he fights Krallo. Tick-tock. From the time Wooden Man was activated to the end, it actually only took a second or two. After all, Hisoka's power of telekinesis is not much inferior to that of Krallo. And just after the effect of Wooden Man, as ability faded, Hisoka instantly jumped out of the plowed ravine and continued to kill Crawlo without stopping. He doesn't have as many none as Crawlo. Even if he is on guard, the only way to win is to close the distance between the two sides and attack Crawlo directly. Wow! Crawlo did not activate Wooden Man again, but after the power faded, he quickly backed away without changing his expression while flipping through the Thief's Secret book again. Moreover, he took out the previous bookmark chapter, causing the green ghost not far away to immediately dissipate into the void. Whoosh! When you turn to a certain page, the bookmark chapter is thrown back into the clamp, and then you continue to turn the pages. Replaced with new abilities? And this plan is to replace both none at once. Hisoka quickly closed the distance between the two parties and closely understood Crawlo's movements. The ability of the bookmark chapter had been revealed to him in the previous battle. It allowed him to keep the first type of none and then reveal the second type of none. Now that the bookmark chapter is changed to another book page, this is the replacement of the first none. Crawlo did not stop because of this, but turned the pages of the book again, which showed that he was also planning to replace the second none. None is the most powerful weapon for none people. Crawlo's way of constantly changing weapons makes it difficult to judge his fighting style. It is equivalent to starting a new battle every time he changes none. While flipping again, it soon stopped on a certain page. At the same time, in Hisoka's quick pursuit, the distance between the two sides was also very close. The moment the book page stopped, Crawlo, who had been retreating, suddenly changed direction, burst out faster, and took the initiative to meet Hisoka. Kindness. Hisoka's heart suddenly became highly alert, and Crawlo's sudden change of attitude made him fiercely defensive. But precautions are precautions. Hisoka did not stop moving, but was highly alert and at the same time overflowing with incomparable excitement. It's such a wonderful taste. It's like tasting a fruit with multiple textures. It's really great. The corners of Hisoka's mouth were cracked to the maximum extent, and his eyes seemed to have double images. He frantically conjured up playing cards and struck the oncoming Crawlo like a lightning strike. Facing Hisoka's attack, Crawlo looked indifferent and had no defense at all. He let the playing card slash his throat, and his body collided with Hisoka's. Rumble! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly appeared. Crawlo was like a human bomb. When it collided with Hisoka, an astonishing explosion suddenly erupted. Dazzling white light bloomed, and a deafening roar resounded for several kilometers. Including Hisoka, a radius of hundreds of meters was engulfed by hot flames and huge shock waves radiated by the horrific explosion. The earth shook violently, and countless pieces of debris and dust were swept up into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. Praise of life. Turn your own life into a bomb, which blooms only once in your life. It is also the ultimate ability to die with the enemy. Hoo-ho-ho! The huge shock wave visible to the naked eye spreads in all directions like a hurricane. Even though Feng Yu was far away, he was immediately greeted by the violent aftermath of radiation. Rumble! Including the building where Feng Yu was standing. When a violent shock wave hit, every building was shattered into ruins and then flew into the distance as the aftermath continued to sweep, stirring up large amounts of dust. Wings of thread. When the building beneath his feet shattered and collapsed before his body could fall, silver-white wings immediately extended from Feng Yu's back. With his wings waving, Feng Yu not only did not fall, but also blocked the oncoming roaring air waves. He actually blew himself up. Squinting his eyes slightly, Feng Yu felt a little shocked when he saw the astonishing explosion that suddenly appeared in the distance. Even he didn't expect that this would happen, or that Crawlo would take such an attack. Wait a minute, this form of attack is a dead soldier type none? As if he thought of something, Feng Yu immediately felt a shiver in his heart. None was born following the relationship of mind, but it was also born from the heart. Extraordinary strength cannot escape the control of power. There is no shortage of certain forces in this world that take the initiative to cultivate none in order to enhance their armed forces. Among the nun types cultivated, the most special one is the dead soldier type nun. The so-called dead soldier type nun is the kind that forces aura nodes to be opened and then develops according to a specific nun. This kind of nun often obtains unimaginable destructive power at the cost of huge restrictions and oaths. Although Feng, you didn't know the specific situation of praise of life from the current situation, he immediately recognized that Krallo should be casting a kind of dead soldier type nun. At the cost of death, or even the ability to be used once in a lifetime, in exchange for dragging the enemy into hell together. The dead warrior type Nin can be said to be a disposable consumable and a deformed Nin. But it is undeniable that this type of ninja is also a very dangerous existence. The more stringent the oath and restriction, the greater the power gained. At the cost of life, with such oaths and restrictions, even if the basic combat power is only a third-rate Nin, it is very likely to have the lethality to kill a first-rate Nin. It is precisely because of this terrible lethality that many people in power continue to try to cultivate none who are dead warriors at the expense of human lives. This is the reason why Feng Yu is never careless when facing a Nin who is far weaker than himself, because he knows very well that a weak person cannot be judged by common sense. Even if he seems to be just an ant, he may have the power to kill an elephant. That, although it is impossible to determine how many none can be accommodated in the thief secret, as long as the number is not too small, it is not surprising that a kind of dead soldier type none will be specially collected. Death is certainly terrible, but no matter how terrible it is nothing compared to how the enemy can live happily after being killed. If it were Feng Yu, if he mastered the secrets of thieves, he would definitely collect a dead soldier type none as his last trump card when he is in a desperate situation. Krallo probably knew that he had no way to survive, so he chose to die with his Soka, but it was himself who really caused the other person's no way to survive, which means the money he got. Feng Yu's thoughts moved quickly, and he narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the explosion that was gradually dissipating in the distance. The earth-shattering explosion was an instant sublimation. After the explosion, the scorching flames and violent shock waves appeared and disappeared quickly. And when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, a deep crater like a meteorite impact was immediately revealed on the ground in the distance. Even the soil in the crater was crystallized by the terrifying high temperature. The residual temperature is rising in the air. Looking from a distance, the void above the huge pit seems to be distorted, making it difficult to see the details clearly. Swish, swish, swish. The figure flew quickly, and near the bottom of Feng Yu, 3 figures quickly arrived, namely Shiba, Mia, and Kurapika. What exactly happened here? How could there be such a horrific explosion? Is it caused by Hisoka and Krallo, the leader of the Phantom Troop? What an astonishing destruction! The movement caused by the astonishing explosion can be imagined. Both Shiba and Mia, who had retreated to the edge of the birdcage to rest, and Kurapika, who had dealt with Finks, hurried over in surprise. When they saw the huge pit in the distance, the 3 of them were very shocked and vigilant. Boom! The explosion has stopped, but the movement caused did not end there. On the contrary, almost as soon as Shiba and the others arrived, black gas suddenly filled the huge pit in the distance, and it increased rapidly, and finally turned into a jet-black light pillar of mental energy that shot straight into the sky. The void trembled, and this jet-black, ink-like light beam of thought energy exuded a terrifying aura. It not only rolled up a roaring air wave, but also shot straight into the sky and instantly hit the birdcage above. Chi, chi, chi. The birdcage, composed of sharp and tough silk threads, was immediately horribly corroded when hit by the beam of thought energy. The threads that hit 823 broke one after another. A big hole was made by the penetration. It's the thought of death. Not good. Just like the color presented, the dark light beam of thought energy exudes a strong, evil aura, which makes people feel creepy unconsciously. Sheba and Mia's expressions changed instantly as they recognized the identity of the dark mental energy beam. As for Karapika, although it was his first time to come into contact with the thought of death, his pupils shrank into needle shapes under the evil and terrifying aura of the thought of death. He subconsciously took a few steps back with a horrified expression on his face. The thought of death. This is the other ninja replaced, Krallo. Feng Yu looked at the sudden appearance of the thought of death with a solemn expression on his face. Even if it is the thought of death, it still carries the aura of the original one. Feng Yu immediately recognized the thought of death and the aura that came from Krallo, which meant that the thought of death was transformed by Krallo. Strong resentment is only one factor in the birth of the thought of death. And, Beej, it does not mean that strong resentment at the time of death can turn into the thought of death. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Feng Yu to hunt down criminals without encountering them once. After all, before death, only a few people are convinced, and the majority will still be full of unwillingness and resentment, let alone heinous criminals. Now Krallo has turned into the thought of death. If it is ruled out that it is a coincidence, then there is only one possibility, and that is that the other party has used some kind of nun. Before Krallo activated his self-destruction, he flipped through the Thief's Guide to replace the new nun. Feng Yu also had an insight with his excellent eyesight. The bookmark chapter contained one kind of nun, and after flipping it again, it showed another kind. In other words, Krallo replaced two kinds of nun at one time. The thought of death is a more powerful force than conventional thoughts. Just like nuclear weapons, although they clearly know that this power has terrible dangers, in the eyes of those in power, it is still a power that must be mastered. It is actually normal for people to stare at the thought of death and even turn it into the power to control. There has already been a dead soldier type nun, so it is not surprising that another one appears now. Hello. The void let out a mournful whistling sound, and the thought of death soaring into the sky quickly changed its form, turning into a huge blurry face that could vaguely be seen as Ku Lala's face. Death's swan song. Death is not the end, but the beginning. At the cost of death, let your soul turn into a resentful undead. Destroy everything. Destroy everything. Coming. Seeing the huge face where the thought of death turned into a blur, Feng Yu's heart immediately sent out a strange rhythm. It was the Emperor engine that was sending him a danger warning, and it was very strong. Shiba Mia, you should retreat far away immediately. Feng Yu displayed the armor of thread, covering his body with shining silver armor. At the same time, he threw the Dilu beast in his arms towards Mia below and shouted loudly, "Let's go." Dilliaman nimbly somersaulted to remove the impact during the fall and quickly landed in Mia's arms. When Mia reacted very quickly to catch the Dilu beast, she and Sheba both quickly evacuated in the distance very decisively. With Krallo's strength, one can imagine how amazing the thought of death he turned into was. Even though Sheba and Mia were worried about Feng Yu's safety, they knew that even if they stayed, they would not be able to help Feng Yu. Instead, they would become a nuisance to Feng Yu's family. What the hell is this? Karapika also quickly turned around and swept away. There was no doubt that he was very confused about the thought of death, but he could also feel the terrible danger from the thought of death, so he chose to evacuate under the instinctive trend. The thought of death turned into blurry faces only happened in a short period of time. Almost when Sheba and the others were evacuating towards the distance, the thought of death also took action. A sharp scream came from the open mouth of death thought, enough to pierce the eardrums of ordinary people. As the chant started to sound, the thought of death also exploded at an astonishing speed, sweeping towards Feng Yu in the air. Fire escape. Fire is extinguished. He formed a seal with his hands, and at the moment when the thought of death swept over him, Feng Yu also had a flash of light in his eyes, quickly formed a seal, and opened his mouth to spit out hot flames of molten golden iron. The flames formed the shape of arrows, not only penetrating the air in front of them, but also distorting the void with terrifying high temperatures, instantly meeting the incoming thoughts of death. Boom! An astonishing collision occurred, and the thought of death was struck by the scorching flames and burned horribly. Wisps of black air escaped, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye arose. But while the flames were burning, the thought of death also quickly engulfed the flames in an erosive manner, and then continued to approach Feng Yu at an undiminished speed. The silver-white wings behind his back rolled up the whistling airwaves. Feng Yu, seeing the fire extinguished and unable to do anything about it, decided to soar into the sky. Feng Yu's rapid ascent made the sweeping thoughts of death disappear, but the thoughts of death immediately stopped. In the distortion of the black mist, the blurred face turned upward, facing Feng Yu soaring into the sky. Chi, chi, chi. The sharp screams sounded again, and the energy-like black energy gathered in the open mouth of the death thought, and then immediately turned into countless black air arrows, shooting towards Feng Yu crazily. The art of war, the divine fist, its speed is as fast as the wind. The speed of the black air arrow is very fast, but Feng Yu's reaction is not slow either. Keenly aware of the attack from below, Feng Yu turned around in an instant, looking down at the thought of death below, and at the same time his fists turned into afterimages and blasted out continuously. He used the 100-step divine fist to execute the killing fist of the military. In an instant, fist marks that were as fast as the wind flew out of Feng Yu's fist like a meteor shower, and also collided with the black air arrows fired from below. Boom, boom, boom. There was a fierce confrontation between the air arrow and the fist seal. Perhaps the air arrow was scattered by the fist seal, or the fist seal was corroded by the air arrow. The void surged, and the astonishing collisions continuously radiated out layers of air waves visible to the naked eye, roaring wildly, and the scene was vast. Continuous punches. Feng Yu was not disappointed by his ability to win with the speed of his fists. In the fierce confrontation, he quickly relied on his speed to gain the upper hand, suppressing the black air arrows, and finally landed crazily on the thought of death. Bang, bang, bang. When a fist seal hits, you can see the black air exploding on the blurred face, transformed by the thought of death, which also makes the thought of death collapse under the constant attacks. Roar! As if feeling the pain, the thought of death suddenly changed from a sharp moan to a deafening roar, and the roaring sound wave formed a huge shock wave visible to the naked eye like a cannonball that blasted towards Yu. The way of war, the divine fist, and the invading fire. As soon as the fist posture changed, Feng Yu's reaction was not unpleasant. He changed decisively from pursuing speed like wind to pursuing power like fire. The void shook, and with one blow, a fierce and overbearing fist print burst out from his right fist, which was also like a cannonball fired out. Boom! The sound shock wave collided with Ba Lai's fist seal, and in an instant, a deafening roar sounded. Where the two collided, the air exploded into a huge air wave ring. No one could do anything to the sound wave and Ba Lai's fist seal, and they all disappeared in a terrible collision. The thought of death soared into the sky, and without stopping after sending out a sound shock wave, it once again swept towards Feng Yu at an alarming speed. Flapping his wings and dancing wildly, Feng Yu didn't give the thought of death a chance to get close. He instantly turned into a silver stream of light and moved sideways. While maintaining a distance, Feng Yu blasted out fist marks as fast as a meteor shower with his wind speed. Boom, boom, boom. Densely packed fist marks continued to fall on the thought of death like machine gun fire, causing it to explode into many black flowers. Every time the black flower explodes, it means that the thought of death is weakened by 1 point. It's just that the thought of death did not dodge, but continued to pursue Feng Yu while enduring the bombardment of fist seals, opening and closing its mouth as if it wanted to swallow Feng Yu in one gulp. After all, it is just a puppet transformed by resentment. No matter how powerful it is, it lacks wisdom to control it, and it is still like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Feng Yu continued to move, relying on his speed advantage to never give the death order a chance to get close. While he was attacking with fists from afar, he was also looking at the thoughts of death that were chasing him coldly. The thought of death is indeed terrifying, possessing more powerful power than the original person during his lifetime. But after all, the thought of death is just a resentment, and he will only act according to instinct. Like an irrational beast, it looks scary, but in fact, it is not difficult to deal with it as long as you overcome your fear. At least that's true for Feng Yu. Not to mention that he has solved the thought of death twice. It can be regarded as having a certain amount of experience. Even if not, with Feng Yu's strength, even if the current thought of death is transformed by Krallo, he still has enough power to fight against it. Being able to easily corrode the birdcage proves that the thought of death transformed by Krallo is extremely corrosive. Please give me flowers? For this reason, Feng Yu deliberately kept the distance between the two sides. Song came to take long-range attacks. Of course, just in case, he still used the line armor to increase his defense to the maximum level. Thought of death did not stop its pursuit amidst the rapid bombardment of fist seals, but continued to pursue Feng Yu. Feng Yu, on the other hand, calmly maintained the distance between the two sides, moved quickly, and weakened the thought of death with continuous and powerful attacks. The chase quickly became a stalemate for several minutes. Under Feng Yu's constant attacks, the black thought energy of the thought of death dissipated a lot, but it was still terrifying. Even a first-rate virtuous person will be completely corroded immediately if he is hit by the thought of death at this time. Acting on instinct is obviously not without flexibility. After a stalemate that lasted for several minutes, with Feng Yu still unable to get close, the thought of death finally made a change. The thought of death that turned into a blurry face suddenly spun rapidly, forming a cone-shaped black tornado, sweeping towards Feng Yu at a faster speed. Flapping his wings and flying high, Feng Yu's eyes flashed, and he instantly raised his body upwards, narrowly avoiding the thoughts of death that swept over him. Buzz! Flying into the air to the top of the birdcage, Feng Yu exuded an astonishing aura and immediately activated the ability of the thread fruit. In an instant, the birdcage covering the earth changed. Countless threads inserted into the surrounding ground shrank to the top and instantly converged in front of Feng Yu. They entangled each other with high intensity, condensing into a huge spear of threads. God-killing spear! Raising his hand to touch the end of the huge spear of thread, the huge amount of mental energy stored in the Yin seal poured into Feng Yu's body crazily, and then was continuously poured into the huge spear of thread under his control. Buzz! The huge spear of thread rotated at high speed, and the void where the tip of the spear was located was horribly torn apart. Feng Yu watched with cold eyes as the thoughts of death swept towards him again. With a bunch of palms in his hands, he immediately blasted away the huge thread spear that he dubbed the Slaying Divine Spear. The thought of death that turned into a black tornado did not avoid it at all, and directly met the God-killing spear in the sky. Boom! The earth-shattering collision broke out instantly. After the God-killing spear and the black tornado collided together, a ripple-shaped, terrifying shock wave immediately arose. The thought of death corrodes the God-killing spear, but the God-killing spear crushes and penetrates the black tornado with terrifying tearing power. In just a moment of confrontation, the black tornado, transformed by the thought of death, was penetrated by the God-killing spear, making a shrill scream that sounded like a scream. Rumble! The power of the God-killing spear, which penetrated the 823 thought of death, remained undiminished and continued to fly diagonally, finally impacting the ground below. Immediately, the ground shook violently. Not only did the God-killing spear drill into the ground like tearing tissue paper, forming a huge spiral-shaped deep hole, it also used a terrifying airflow to lift large tracts of surrounding soil away into the distance, stirring up billowing dust like a sandstorm. Look again at the thought of death that is penetrated. The form of the tornado has been defeated, and amidst the shrill screams, a large amount of black energy dissipated, twisting and swaying like a demon. The Way of Soldiers, Divine Fist, Qishu Rulin. The two fists struck continuously, as if a fortified army was swallowing up, and a series of swift and fierce fist marks followed instantly, wildly bombarding the severely injured thought of death. Boom, boom, boom. There was no chance for death thought to gather together, and it continued to twist and collapse in the shocking offensive of indiscriminate bombing. No matter how many punches were fired, the death order was finally completely wiped out and eliminated by the endless bombardment of fist marks. Is it finally solved? Seeing that the thought of death was eliminated, Feng Yu stopped attacking and at the same time removed the thread armor from his body. The god-killing spear really consumes a lot of physical energy. The wings of thread behind his back were waving to keep his figure in the air. Feng Yu, who was breathing a little quickly, glanced at the position where the thought of death disappeared, and then moved to the place where the god-killing spear had previously bombarded the ground. The huge, spiral-shaped, deep hole fully proves the astonishing power of the god-killing spear, especially since this is its full power after severely damaging the death order. If the armor of threads and the meridian lines are the manifestation of Feng Yu's secret to integrating the enhancer nun into the development of the thread fruit, then the god-killing spear is the secret of the pure destructive power of the thread fruit. The more powerful the power, the greater the burden. The same is true for the god-killing spear. The astonishing destructive power is accompanied by a huge physical burden. Even with Feng Yu's current physical strength, it would take a lot of energy to perform this move. I don't know if it will get better after developing the thread fruit to its awakening state. Feng Yu thought with twinkling eyes. Just like when he used the god-killing spear, he gathered the threads that made up the birdcage. The god-killing spear requires high-intensity winding of countless silk threads. If the latter tests control, then the former is a test of quantity. If a sufficient number of threads cannot be extended in an instant, then the god-killing spear cannot be shaped. It can be said that this move is more suitable for use after the thread fruit is developed to its awakening. Because superhuman devil fruits like the thread fruit can affect things other than themselves after awakening, the Emperor's thread can be easily produced. But unfortunately, until now, Feng Yu has not yet touched the limit of awakening of the line fruit. You still have to keep working hard. Feng Yu shook his head, collected his thoughts, no longer thought about it, turned around and flew towards the direction where Sheba and the others evacuated. Only a few bodies were found? Then let me continue the investigation. Not only must we find out whether these people have accomplices, but we must also find out all the people related to these people. If you dare to attack the auction, you must pay the price. A heavy price. In the dense forest, there's a road leading directly to the interior, which is connected to a villa. Outside the villa, you can see a heavily guarded man in black with a loaded gun. In a conference room inside the villa, there are also 10 people gathered. Here it is. After one of them ended the call, he put his cell phone on the conference table in front of him and then looked at the other 9 people. The 10 people gathered in this conference room all had gloomy expressions. Unexpectedly, as the prophetic poem said, this auction was attacked by some daring people. Thanks to the little girl named Nyong from the Nasla family this time. After this incident is over, I can give that guy light some reward. These are just trivial matters. The most important incident now is to be handled properly. The underground auction is organized in the name of our 10 old men. In other words, this is equivalent to our face. If it is not handled well, wouldn't it be our face? There's a loss. The people below are already investigating. I believe there will be results soon. In addition, the Een Beast has also been dispatched. You said something to me, and the 10 people in the conference room, or 10 old men, quickly started talking, expressing their respective attitudes and opinions. I see, the Een Beast was sent out by you. No wonder I didn't see it here. Suddenly, while the 10 old men were discussing, a strange voice intervened, and a figure appeared on the balcony on one side of the conference room and walked into the conference room. Who are you? Guard. 4.9. The sudden sound made the 10 old men hear the sound and look towards the balcony. When they saw the figure walking from the balcony, They stood up in a hurry, took out the pistol from their arms, and aimed it, or shouted loudly in shock and anger. Jump! A silk thread that was difficult to detect with a naked eye popped out and accurately passed through the necks of the 10 old men. In an instant, heads were rolling, and blood appeared in the conference room like a fountain. The strong smell of blood quickly filled the air, accompanied by the sound of headless corpses falling to the ground. Behind him is the balcony with the moonlight slanting down. Under the lights of the conference room, you can see that the figure entering the conference room from the balcony is Feng Yu with an indifferent expression. Click. Almost as soon as Feng Yu took care of the 10 old men, the door of the conference room was opened, and then Emi was seen walking in from the outside. Hey, it was solved so quickly. I thought you would torture these people. Emi looked at the corpse of the 10 old men with surprise on his face. Feng Yu glanced at the other person. Don't think of me so badly. I have no interest in finding pleasure by torturing others. Okay, but actually you don't have to come here by yourself. Just leave it to me. Emi looked at the corpse of the 10 old man and said with some regret. What he regretted was not that the old man was killed, but that Feng Yu only hired him to find the hiding place of the old man, but did not directly hire him to assassinate the old man. Between the two, the price of the latter is much more expensive. Otherwise, the 10 old men would not have been able to live freely for so many years. The people they had persecuted long ago, and even the people below, were hired by the Zoldyck family to kill them. If you don't have money, it's better to leave without giving it away. Feng Yu waved his hand and said, he came here in person not to kill his enemies with his own hands, but because of limited funds. Just like he didn't let me kill the 10 old men directly. He is not short of billions of small money, but he does not have tens of billions of big money. So he can only choose to save money and letting me find out where the 10 old men are hiding, and then come and solve it himself. Don't forget to remit that money to me. Our family has very strict disciplinary measures against customers who don't pay. Emi couldn't help but remind him. I know. I will send you the money tomorrow. Turning around and heading back to the balcony, Feng Yu raised his hand and waved without looking back, indicating that he understood. Emi shrugged and turned around to exit the conference room. Returning to the balcony, looking down at the outside of the villa, you can see guards lying on the ground one by one, unaware of their life or death. Exhibiting the wings of thread, Feng Yu just glanced at it casually and jumped out, flying towards Yuxin City in the roaring airwaves. Compared to the battle with the Phantom Troop, dealing with the 10 old men was as easy as going out for an outing. Of course, this is also because Feng Yu used Yu Kek Sinchi's underground auction to catch up with all the 10 old men. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of time to deal with them one by one, even if there are no accidents. And because of the accident at the underground auction, while hiding, the 10 old men also reduced the strength of the guard around him to rock bottom. But no matter what, the achievement was successfully completed. On the way back, Feng Yu also checked the rewards. The sorrow of the 10 old men for this achievement. When he killed the 10 old men, the system had already prompted that the achievement was completed, and during the review, the reward for this branch achievement was immediately known to him. Seed of Life, a magical seed in a certain world that uses blood as fertilizer to cultivate life fruits that can expand life energy. The more powerful the blood of a creature, the better the life fruits that can be cultivated. The fruits are picked eventually. The seeds will return to their origins, but as long as they are fed with new blood, they can be cultivated again. Kindness. Looking at the rewards for this branch achievement, Feng Yu, who was flying high in the sky, suddenly stopped, flapped his huge wings, and hovered in the air, with a look of surprise on his face. Cultivation of a life fruit that strengthens life energy with blood. Why does this life seed feel a bit evil? I just don't know how effective this growth is. If it is really good, then the more the merrier. Whether it's evil or not, that doesn't matter at all. The key point is whether it is effective and whether the effect is good or not. Of course, the most important thing is that the introduction of Seed of Life does not limit the type of blood, which means that the blood of beasts or monsters should also be acceptable. If Sheba and the others weren't still waiting for him, Feng Yu, who was a little bit eager in his heart, really wanted to try the specific effect of this life seed now. Don't be in a hurry. There will be an achievement reward to be harvested later. With this thought in his mind, Feng Yu immediately controlled his thoughts, and his stopped figure started flying again at an alarming speed. In order to avoid any accidents due to long nights and long dreams, Feng Yu rushed there nonstop to solve the problem of the 10 old men after eliminating Kralo's thoughts of death. Sheba and the others returned to the abandoned warehouse that had been their base for the past few days after Feng Yu left. When Feng Yu returned, he saw Sheba, Mia, and Dilliaman resting on the spot, and their eyes were wide open as they watched, but they were lying on the ground, unable to move because the anesthesia had not worn off. "Shizuku, you're back. Have you solved it with the 10 old men? How's it going? Is everything going well?" When Feng Yu walked into the warehouse, Sheba and the others first stopped to rest and stood up vigilantly, and then immediately relaxed after seeing Feng Yu. "Well, it has been solved successfully. Where's Kurapika? Have you left?" Feng Yu greeted the two women with a smile, and by the way, he skillfully picked up the running Dilliaman and put it on his right shoulder. Mia felt relieved when she saw that Feng Yu's body had not changed much from when he left. She nodded and said, "Yes, Kurapika left after resting for a while. Who is afraid that if she leaves for too long, the Nasla family will be harmed? People are suspicious." Feng Yu nodded slightly. Kurapika will enter the Nasla family not only because of his promotion. In the original work, the other party entered in order to find the flaming eye more conveniently. The Red Eye auction appeared in this underground auction. Now that the Phantom Troop has been solved, the other party is obviously ready to focus all its energy on taking back the flaming eyes. Feng Yu actually just asked about Kurapika casually. After learning about the other party's whereabouts, his eyes fell on Shizuku lying on the ground beside him. Sheba noticed Feng Yu's eyes looking at Shizuku and immediately said with interest, "This woman is very interesting. She has been silent since she woke up, and she doesn't feel nervous at all as a prisoner." "Really?" Feng Yu raised his hand and raised his index finger. A parasitic thread shot out from the fingertip and was instantly connected to Shizuku's body. Immediately, Shizuku's body sat down under Feng Yu's control. At the same time, his eyes remained calm, and he looked straight at Feng Yu. The anesthetic injected into you should only make your body immobile, not even able to speak. Feng Yu walked up to the other person, squatted down, and looked at the other person with a smile. "I can speak, I just don't know what to say." Shizuka blinked and opened his mouth. "Well, let me ask you now, are you willing to leave the Phantom Troop and join our team? Also, let me remind you that except for you, everyone else in the Phantom Troop has been killed by us. If you refuse, then we have no choice but to kill you too." Feng Yu had a smile on his face, but his words were very straightforward. In Phantom Troop 11/12, this is the progress of this main achievement. The display of 11 out of 12 not only means that Shizuku is now the only one left to complete this mainline achievement, but the number 12 on the right also represents the true nature of Phantom Troop. The full complement of the Phantom Troop is 13, but obviously, because Hisoka only pretended to join, the system did not include him in the Phantom Troop. Similarly, Feng Yu did not kill Shizuka directly, but gave the opponent a choice to exit Phantom Troop, which was also an attempt based on Hisoka's situation. If Shizuka chooses to quit Phantom Troop, and the system's mainline achievement is reduced by one more person, then everyone will be happy, and it will be the best outcome. But if Shizuku is unwilling to quit, or the system does not accept it after quitting, then Feng Yu can only deal with the other party. He will try, naturally because he cherishes talents. Shizuku's bulging-eyed fish has great potential. If it can be included, it will undoubtedly strengthen the team. Of course, it does not rule out that Shizuku's appearance and figure play a certain role in this. Feng Yu never denied that he was a very superficial man. Childlike giants like Shizuku are very appealing to him, and his abilities are not bad, so naturally he doesn't mind keeping them in his own pond. When Feng Yu gave his choice, Sheba and Mia, as well as Dilliaman standing on Feng Yu's shoulders, stared at Shizuku closely. It seems that as long as Shizuku answers incorrectly, 3 people, no, it should be 2 people and 1 beast, he will immediately murder, creating a strong sense of oppression. Are the captain and the others dead? When Shizuku heard that the others had been killed, some changes finally appeared on his face, with a surprised expression on his delicate and pure face. Then she sighed again and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do about it. Since others have already done this, well, I agree to your request and am willing to join your team." Seeing Shizuku's reaction, both Jinba and Mia's eyes flickered. This woman's character is indeed very weird. She reacted like this when her companion died. Is it because she hides it too deeply, or is she born with weak emotions, or is she used to this kind of life and death? Shirba thought secretly in his heart. Needless to say, the first 2 speculations go without saying. As for the last one, Shiba knew that the people in Phantom Troop were all from Meteor Street, and it was not surprising that the Phantoms from Meteor Street would behave like this. Mia also speculated silently, looking at Shizuku. If you're just used to life and death, it's actually okay, but if you're the first 2, you have to be more prepared. If you hide it too deeply, you may be pretending to give in, and it is very likely that something will happen later. It is not good to be weak in nature. If a team has no emotional connection, it will be like an attic in the sky, which will collapse with the slightest push from an external force. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the End Phantom Troop achievement. Rewards: Crystal Contract, Sun and Moon Body Refining Technique, and Fairy Bean. While Shiba and Mia were each thinking, on Feng Yu's side, when Shizuku gave a reply, the system notification sounded in his mind. Successful. The expression on Feng Yu's face remained unchanged, but he was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that his attempt was successful. Let me see how the rewards are this time. With anticipation, Feng Yu focused his attention on the system to check the rewards he received this time. Crystal Contract, a special contract born from a mysterious place. The contract is in the form of 1 master and multiple slaves. The male is the master and the female is the slave. Signing the contract can produce 4 effects. 1. The slave will not be able to betray the master, otherwise the soul will be eroded by the contract. 2. Both the master and the slave can obtain a 100% increase in cultivation talents. 3. The master can sense the position and status of the slave and summon him to his side. 4. The master can acquire a characteristic from a slave. Sun Moon Unity Body Training Method, a powerful body training method inherited in a certain world. It is divided into a daily chapter, a monthly chapter, and a unified chapter. The 2 chapters of the Sun and Moon are for men and women to practice separately. The daily chapter can make the practitioner's body shape, while masculine and strong. The Moon chapter can make the practitioner's figure feminine and slender, and the combined chapter is a chapter for both men and women to practice together. Fairy Bean. This magical bean can instantly restore your body to its best condition after eating it. The reward this time is quite generous. After checking the reward status, Feng Yu was startled, and then he was filled with surprise. The 3 rewards, starting with the fairy beans, whose source can be determined, are definitely not an exaggeration to describe as a second life, and their value is unquestionably high. Then there is Crystal Contract. Crystal Contract. This name is very distinctive, and the information introduced is also very detailed. In addition to the second effect, good money, both the master and the slave can benefit. The other 3 are basically beneficial to the master. However, this is also in my interests. Crystal Contract has 4 effects. Starting from the first effect, the slave cannot betray the master after signing the contract. Feng Yu is naturally in the position of the master. Like Shizuka right now, as Shiba and Mia could think of, Feng Yu naturally also thought of being fat. Unlike Shiba and Mia, who have grown up together with me since childhood and have a deep enough relationship, or the Diliaman that is rewarded by the system, after absorbing Shizuku, loyalty undoubtedly needs to be paid attention to. But with the first effect of Crystal Contract, there's no need to worry about loyalty anymore. As long as he signs the contract, he doesn't have to worry about shiz. Then comes the second effect. The cultivation talents of both master and slave can be increased by 100%. This can undoubtedly transform a person with mediocre qualifications into a genius. And a person who is already a genius can even transform into a person with outstanding qualifications. Talent is really indispensable in cultivation. Under equal circumstances, if you practice under the same circumstances, the results of one day's practice for someone with outstanding talent may take several times the time for a person with mediocre talent to match. A 100% increase may seem like a doubling, but in terms of cultivation talent, the effect may be worlds apart, and the absolute effect is powerful. And then there's the third effect. The master can sense the position and status of the slave and summon the slave to his side. This effect is also very powerful. The former can determine the safety of the followers, and the latter has miraculous effects whether they need support or rescue. Finally, there is the fourth effect. The master can acquire a characteristic from a slave. According to the information introduced, the so-called characteristics refer to some kind of innate ability. For example, if you have amazing eyesight, then your amazing eyesight may be a characteristic. After signing the contract, Feng Yu, as the master, can learn a characteristic of the slave from the other party, which is equivalent to adding a talent to himself. Of these four effects, none of them are useless. The more carefully he studied it, the more Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel at the four effects of crystal contract. After collecting his thoughts, he moved his attention to the next reward, which was this Sun and Moon Unity Body Refining Method. Sun and Moon Unity Body Training Method. From the introduction, it is obviously a method of physical training. Not only can men and women practice separately, but they can also be combined into one and practice together. Although the effect is not as great as crystal contract, Feng Yu is already very interested in the effect of exercising the body. His current physical training mainly relies on the gravity pressure of the gravity ring. If there is a special training method to temper his body, the effect of training will naturally be better without thinking too much. Don't say that Feng Yu majored in enhancer none. Even if he didn't, given the importance of physical fitness, he would definitely not neglect physical training. After checking the rewards, Feng Yu's mood can be described as bright and sunny, full of joy and joy. I'm very satisfied with your answer, but I have some things to deal with. You should lie down and rest first. Feng Yu used the parasitic thread to control Shizuku's body. After letting her lie down, the parasitic thread was released, and she stood up without saying a word. He gestured to Shiba and Mia behind him, and then walked toward the corner of the warehouse. Shiba and Mia were slightly startled, and then their hearts moved. They seemed to have thought of something, and immediately followed Feng Yu's footsteps. How's it going? Is the mission accomplished? How's it going? When they came to the corner of the warehouse, Shiba and Mia came to Feng Yu's side, asking in low voices almost at the same time. Obviously, Feng Yu's sudden move made the two women, who had a good understanding of each other, immediately think of the mission. Coming to deal with the Phantom Troop this time, Feng Yu naturally had already communicated with the two women, indicating that it was a mission. Bingo! The mission has indeed been completed, and the reward this time is quite generous. Feng Yu, who was in a happy mood, put his arms around the waists of the two women and kissed their delicate faces one after another, his face glowing red. Having said that, he released his hands and took the lead in receiving the crystal contract among the three rewards. Like the embodied nun, Feng Yu raised his right hand, and a golden scroll made of unknown material appeared out of thin air in his palm. What is this? When Shiba and Mia heard that the mission was completed and the reward was quite generous, their faces showed joy and happy smiles. After seeing the golden scroll appearing on Feng Yu's palm, the two women immediately focused their attention on it and became curious. This is one of the rewards. Its name is Crystal Contract. Feng Yu quickly introduced the situation of Crystal Contract, and at the same time opened the scroll. On the scroll, not only are the signatures of the master and the slave, but also the information about the contract is recorded, so that when people sign the contract, they can know the contents of the contract. Crystal contract, whether it was the situation introduced by Feng Yu or the information recorded on the contract scroll, Shiba, Mia, and even the Dilu beast on Feng Yu's shoulder were all shocked. Master, this contract is so powerful. It actually has so many abilities. Diluman couldn't help but say, "It is indeed very powerful." If the information recorded above is true, then the value of this contract can be described as immeasurable. Sherba said in amazement. Based on the content of the contract, the main benefits are biased towards the owner, but even so, the 100% increase in cultivation talent is already very valuable. At least for us, this crystal contract is worth signing. Mia come to the conclusion directly. Hearing this, Sherba also nodded in agreement. For the slaves, the only thing they need to pay is the first effect, and they cannot betray the master. But for Mia and Shiba, the master is Feng Yu, so this is not a problem at all. Don't you think about it? Feng Yu stepped forward, turned to face the two women, and said seriously. Shiba and Mia both gave him a blank look. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and sign your name on the owner. I'm still waiting to sign. I've already thought about it. Let's sign it now. Shiba waved his hand to urge, and Mia looked at Feng Yu tenderly. The reaction of the two women made Feng Yu feel warm in his heart. He no longer hesitated and immediately bit his finger and signed his name to the owner of the contract with his own blood. When the name was signed, the blood on it was immediately absorbed by the contract. At the same time, Feng Yu also had a strange sense of the crystal contract. After Feng Yu signed, Shiba, Mia, and Diluman also signed their names in the same way. When Shiba and the others signed their names, Feng Yu immediately passed the wonderful connection with the crystal contract and also had a special connection with Shiba and the others. This kind of induction not only allowed Feng Yu to feel the position and status of Shiba and the others and summon them around him even if he closed his eyes, it also allowed him to obtain a certain existence from Shiba and the others. The former is obviously the third effect of the crystal contract, while the latter is the fourth effect. Is this the characteristic I got from Shiba and the others? Feng Yu thought thoughtfully. Similar to instinct, Feng Yu can accurately know the reason for a certain existence obtained from Shiba and the others, that is, characteristics. Shiba's characteristic is weapon. Mia's attribute is space. Diluman's characteristic is evolution. The weapon feature allows Feng Yu to quickly master any weapon and learn it without any teacher. The characteristics of space allow Feng Yu to sense the invisible but real power of space. The evolution feature allows Feng Yu to gain experience like energy by killing enemies, just like fighting monsters to level up, and through this, his own physique can evolve after reaching a certain limit. After instinctively knowing the characteristics obtained from Shiba and the others, and understanding the status of each characteristic, Feng Yu is still a little unbelievable even though he was prepared. Such characteristics are too outrageous. Feng Yu thought in disbelief. The three characteristics are undoubtedly amazing and amazing. Even with Feng Yu's temperament, he was in a trance, feeling as if he was dreaming. The cultivation talent has increased by 100%. There doesn't seem to be any big changes now. Does it need to be noticed during cultivation? There does seem to be some changes. I feel that my thinking seems to be much more active. In the past, there were many unsolvable problems in the development of the door-to-door fruit. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems that it has become easier all of a sudden. I feel the same way. I really want to fully understand the Yin seal. I feel like I can master it as long as I try it again. Hey, listening to what you said, I really feel like this. I seem to understand the ideas that were blocked in the past when it comes to the development of weapon fruits. When Feng Yu was shocked by the issue of characteristics, Shiba and the others, who had signed the contract, also showed expressions of surprise and started discussions after carefully understanding it. Hearing the discussion, Feng suddenly woke up from the light. We can study the characteristics later, but we have to deal with business first. Feng Yu quickly collected his scattered thoughts, and then looked at Shizuku lying on the ground in the distance. Really? They canceled the hidden flowers. Yes, the newly appointed 10 Old Man has revoked your hidden flowers, and the underground auction will be held again tomorrow night. Okay, thank you for sending me this information. It's okay, it's just a small matter. After ending the call, Feng Yu placed the phone on a broken stone nearby and couldn't help but think about it. Looking around, Feng Yu's current environment can see collapsed ruins and abandoned buildings overgrown with weeds everywhere. This is none other than the original temporary base of the Phantom Troop. Although the 10 Old Men have been dealt with, the hidden flowers ordered by the 10 Old Men in the underground world are still there. Although he was not afraid, in order to reduce trouble, Feng Yu used this place as a temporary resting point in the past few days. But now things seem to have changed. The person who called just now was Karapika, and she brought in a lot of news. Not only is there news about the new 10 Old Men taking over, but also the news that his secret relationship with Shiba and Mia has been canceled. The 10 Old Men are the top leaders of the underworld. When the old ones die, new ones will naturally take over. A few days have passed since Feng Yu killed the 10 Old Men, and the underworld world has obviously chosen a new 10 Old Men. As for canceling his hidden flower, although Karapika doesn't know the specific reason, Feng Yu can more or less guess it. Although he didn't leave any survivors when he killed the 10 Old Men, with the cutting marks caused by the thread fruit and all kinds of strange none, it's not a problem to find him as the murderer. Please give me flowers. Excluding any other conspiracy, the most likely reason is that the new 10 Old Men have backed down, fearing that the continued existence of the dark flowers will lead Feng Yu to kill those who finally got to the top. It is the nature of living things to bully the weak and fear the strong. Just as Feng Yu neatly killed the Old Man Sure, in the eyes of ordinary people the Old Man Sure is a strong man who cannot be offended, but in the eyes of the Old Man Sure, Feng Yu is also a strong man who cannot be offended. Of course, even if there is really another conspiracy, Feng Yu doesn't care. Strength is confidence. If he can kill the 10 Old Men once, he can naturally kill him a second time. And once danger approaches, the Emperor Engine can also sense it. What Feng Yu is really thinking about is the underground auction because it involved a main achievement. He came to Yuxin City not only to deal with the Phantom Troop and kill all the 10 Old Men, but also to obtain the game console of Greed Island. Among the main achievements released by the system, there is the achievement Greed Island, which requires Feng Yu to clear the game Greed Island. You must go to the auction tomorrow night. Feng Yu thought in his mind. After sorting out the news brought by Karapika, Feng Yu walked to the center of the open space and continued his practice. He was only wearing a vest, and you could see the perfect muscle lines of his upper body. What Feng Yu practiced was none other than the sun-moon unity he obtained. As a male, he naturally practices Japanese. After arriving at the center of the open space, Feng Yu performed difficult movements similar to yoga, and his breathing also had a special rhythm, and even the thoughts wrapped around his body were constantly traveling and circulating in a special way. Sometimes it concentrates a little, sometimes it vibrates, and sometimes it spins like a whirlpool. I don't know whether it is always like this or the system has been improved. Sun-Moon Unity Body Training Method is not exclusive to the training system of the Hunter world, but is more like a profound secret method. Focus on physical exercise. In the past few days, Feng Yu not only did not stop practicing, but also enriched his practice items, and Sun and Moon Unity Body Training Method was one of them. Sun and Moon Unity Body Training Method. This body training method is very special. It combines three aspects: breathing rhythm, body movements, and flow of thought energy. It works from the inside out, and then from the outside in all aspects of training. The body gets exercise. It can be seen that during the practice, within a short time, Feng Yu's body was already sweating, and his mind energy was being consumed at an alarming rate. But whether it was the astonishing consumption of physical strength or mental energy, the result was an unimaginable training effect, which made Feng Yu's body stronger at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It turns out that the system's rewards never disappoint. Sun-Moon Unity Body Training Method. The training effect of 823 is more outstanding than Feng Yu imagined. His physique is actually not very good, which is why before he obtained the system, his physique only had a strength of 5 tons. Although he has only been practicing for 5 years, his hard work on himself and his growth rate are enough to prove that his physique is better than that of ordinary people. But this is normal. Feng Yu came here wearing it, even though his body may have received some benefits during the time travel, such as returning to his teenage years or integrating into the system of the hunter world, adding special existences like aura nodes to his body. But essentially, he was just an ordinary person before time travel. In the past, I was able to advance by leaps and bounds, even increasing my body's strength to more than 100 tons in more than half a year, mainly because of various rewards from the system. For example, the 100 times practice card. The practice in it seems to be only extended by 100 times, but the actual practice effect is enough to be compared to several times the time in the outside world. The same is true for the Dragon Elephant Body Tempering Pill. Taking one pill will increase your strength by 15 tons. But while his body is improving by leaps and bounds, his growth rate is gradually decreasing. This is not because Feng Yu has slacked off in his practice, but because his physique has limited his growth. It's like a squeezed spring. The farther back it is, the harder it is to compress. The same is true for physical growth. For those with outstanding physiques, in addition to the speed of their physical growth, the upper limit of their physical growth is also higher. With Feng Yu's physique, it can be said that he is already very powerful for being able to develop his current strong physique. If he wants to continue to grow in the future, the energy and time required will only increase. It can be said that Feng Yu's current physical growth rate has been reduced to a very slow stage. But the emergence of Sun-Moon Unity Body Refining Method has undoubtedly changed this phenomenon. With the same investment of energy and time, the results of practice are far superior to those before. During the past few days of training with the Sun and Moon Unity Body Training Method, Feng Yu found the feeling of rapid physical improvement that he had at the beginning. It wasn't that his physique had changed, but that the effects of his cultivation had increased significantly. If Feng Yu's previous practice, the effect of one day's practice was 1, then practicing with the Sun and Moon Unity Body Training Method, the effect of practice in the same time would be 10. Of course, there is also the effect of the crystal contract. After signing the contract, Feng Yu's cultivation talent also increased by 100%, which naturally made him a fish in water in cultivation and also greatly increased the efficiency of cultivation. Hello. The day chapter is the same as the moon chapter. There are 108 exercises in the cultivation method alone, and they also need to be coordinated with special breathing rhythms and the flow of thought energy. An hour has passed since the whole process was completed, and the huge consumption of physical strength and mental energy caused Feng Yu to sit cross-legged on the ground and take a rest. The use of Ju speeds up the recovery of physical strength and mental energy. Although the body is extremely tired after practicing, Feng Yu is more satisfied with the physical growth brought about by another round of practice. The physical training of the Japanese chapter combined with the pressure of the gravity ring is indeed amazingly effective, but other aspects of training cannot lag behind. After resting for a while, when his physical strength and mental energy calmed down, Feng Yu started to practice the next project with tenacity. Standing up, Feng Yu seemed to be sensing something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after about 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly took a step forward. Whoosh! Feng Yu suddenly disappeared after taking 1 step, or in other words, he suddenly crossed a distance of more than 100 meters and appeared in the distance. Another 2 or 3 seconds passed, and Feng Yu disappeared again like a flash, and then moved his eyes to the other side 100 meters away. Pause. Teleport. Time and time again, after moving countless times, Feng Yu returned to the original position in a flash. The activation time of space teleportation is still too slow. Feng Yu took a long breath, wiped the hot sweat from his forehead, and activated Ju again to recover the consumed thoughts as quickly as possible. The movement just now was not at a high speed that exceeded the naked eye, but a true instantaneous movement. To be more precise, it should be the spatial ability derived from the spatial characteristics obtained from Mia. The characteristic of space allows Feng Yu to sense the invisible power of space. After several days of research and development, the result is that he can move in space. It's just that the current development time is still too short after all, so whether it's distance or activation time, it's all lacking, especially the launch time. It doesn't matter if the moving distance is short, but it definitely doesn't matter if the activation time is slow. Just like Feng Yu's use in 4.9, the activation time of 2 to 3 seconds is not enough for running or escaping, let alone using it in combat. There's a long way to go. Although the characteristics of space are powerful, you still have to keep working hard if you want to turn them into strength. Feng Yu smiled helplessly. Any kind of power requires practice to gradually become stronger. Feng Yu believes that the characteristics of space will never be just like this. He just needs time to develop it in depth. Moving in space with the help of the space characteristic naturally involves consumption. Like the nature of none, all that is consumed is mind energy. After another rest, and after his thoughts improved, Feng Yu continued with the next practice. Raising his hand to grasp it, the black knife with a dark blade and a shape like a cross, he immediately took it out from the storage space and appeared in Feng Yu's hand. He held the handle of the knife with his right hand. As soon as he got the knife, Feng Yu's eyes immediately became sharp, his steps were flexible, and he quickly began to practice his sword skills with the black knife knight. Rub, stab, intercept, block, collapse, chop, wipe. The sword skills performed by Feng Yu are not complicated. On the contrary, they are very basic skills. But for some reason, when you watch him practice sword skills, you will feel a smooth flow, which is very comfortable to watch. Even during the rehearsal, people will feel that black knife and knight are part of Feng Yu's body. There is no sense of separation between the two parties, but they're like a perfect whole. Feng Yu is a boxing practitioner, but in these few days, he took the time to practice swordsmanship. It is naturally very simple to be willing, because in addition to the characteristic of space, he also has the characteristic of weapon. The characteristics of weapons come from Shiba, which allows people to quickly get started with any weapon after coming into contact with it, and they can learn it by themselves without a teacher. Just after killing the 10 old men, Feng Yu obtained the supreme large sword of Black Sword Knight. So in order not to waste his resources, he tried to practice sword skills, which also enriched himself with fighting methods. Not to mention, with the characteristics of the weapon and the 100% increase in training talent, Feng Yu's training in sword skills can be said to be making rapid progress. Obviously, he has never practiced sword skills before, but now he has laid an extremely solid foundation for sword skills in a short period of time. And as his basic swordsmanship continues to deepen, the connection between him and Black Sword Knight is getting closer and closer. It seems that Black Sword Knight has a consciousness and is guiding his swordsmanship practice, gradually moving from the basics to the level of swordsmanship. Higher level. This kind of instinctive drive and inspiration of sword skills are difficult to describe in words, as if Feng Yu was born to be a swordsman wizard. The sharp sword light turned into strips of black lightning that shuttled vertically and horizontally around the body. During the drill, Feng Yu's sword skills were improving rapidly to the point where it could be observed with the naked eye, and the shadows of some sword masters he had defeated could even be vaguely seen, such as Nobunaga and Antonio. Feng Yu has never practiced swordsmanship before, but he does not lack experience in fighting swordsmanship masters. Under the powerful effect of the weapon characteristic, when Feng Yu was practicing swordsmanship, he even unconsciously absorbed the swordsmanship he had seen, deepening his foundation in swordsmanship training. After an unknown period of practice, Feng Yu's eyes suddenly focused on an abandoned building 100 meters away. Cut! The sword light gathered together, and Feng suddenly sent out a sharp slash towards the abandoned building 100 meters away. Zhong! The sword light seemed to pass by black lightning, and in an instant, a huge arc-shaped chop flew out from the blade of the black sword Yi. The void roared with roaring air waves, and a huge chopping wave appeared in front of the abandoned building in the distance in an instant, and then tore out fiercely, cutting the entire building in half. Rumble! During the break, the upper part of the building flew up in the impact of the slashing and rapping, and fell on the nearby ground, causing the dust to spread in violent vibrations in the big moon. Not bad. Feng Yu raised the corner of his mouth when he saw the chopped-off building in the distance. It's a flying slash, but it's different from the flying slash in the One Piece world. Feng Yu is able to deliver flying slashes just by borrowing the ability of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. The 100 Steps Divine Fist can strike out with punching power through the air, but it does not mean that it can only be limited to punching power. Feng Yu just used the air release effect of the 100 Steps Divine Fist on his slashes, allowing the power of the slashes to be released through the air, forming a flying slash. Although Feng Yu mainly practices boxing, he is also very interested in flying chops, which are both visually pleasing and powerful attacks. Otherwise, he would not devote part of his energy to practicing sword skills. How come there is such a big commotion? Master, we are back. Are you practicing sword skills? Feng Yu, have you developed any new moves? Just after Feng Yu showed off his flying slash on a whim, the voices of Shiba and Mia were heard not far away. Feng Yu heard the sound and looked around, and immediately saw that except for Dilliaman standing on Mia's shoulders, Mia, Shiba, and Shizuku were all carrying large and small bags, as if they had come back from a shopping trip. Moreover, Mia and Shiba both took off their previous black combat uniforms and put on fashionable clothes. Mia wears a white shirt on her upper body and a black pleated skirt on her lower body, revealing her fair-skinned thighs. Shiba wore a black mesh long-sleeved navel-bearing shirt on the upper body and a pair of casual and loose jeans on the lower body. He looked very cool. I'm back. What did you buy? When Feng Yu saw his children coming back, he put Black Knife Knight into the storage space and greeted 823 with a smile. Shiba and the others indeed went on a shopping trip today. There's a certain amount of relaxation and a balance between work and rest. Today is a day for Shiba and the others to relax. They went to the urban area of Yuxin City early in the morning. Although Feng Yu didn't know that Anhua had been revoked before, with Shiba's strength and some disguise, Feng Yu didn't worry about the safety of his children, especially after signing the crystal contract. Even if the girls are really in danger, Feng Yu can sense the changes in their status and then summon them back. I bought some clothes. After walking in, Shiba smiled and raised his hands to show the trophies he was carrying. We also bought a lot of clothes for you. You could try them out later. Mia also showed a gentle smile. Whoosh! Dilliaman nimbly jumped from Mia's shoulder to Feng Yu's shoulder and said happily, Master, we want to eat a lot of delicious food today, and I brought back a lot for you. You'll be waiting for me later. Try it. Okay, I just happen to be a little hungry after practicing. Feng Yu touched the tail of the Dilu beast that swung forward and said with a hearty smile, Mr. Feng Yu. Shizuku, who was standing with Shiba and Mia, also stepped forward at this time and bowed slightly to Feng Yu in a somewhat reserved manner. Feng Yu's eyes fell on the other party, and he said with a smile, It's too unfamiliar. Didn't I say that we are companions now? Just call me by my name. No need to call me sir. I forgot Feng Yu. Shizuku blinked his big eyes, pushed up the glasses that had slipped on the bridge of his nose, and then called Feng Yu again in a crisp voice. I have to say that Shizuku is a beauty not inferior to Shiba and Mia, and she's also a very unique beauty. The face is pure and cute, and people can't help but want to go up and pinch the other person's face. A few days ago, after Shiba and the others signed the contract, Feng Yu also asked Shizuku to sign the contract. Although the other party was surprised by the existence of the crystal contract at the time, he finally accepted the result. Under the constraints of the contract, both Feng Yu and Shizuku are accepting each other. Going shopping this time is actually a way of acceptance. Seeing Shizuku changing his title and calling him again, Feng Yu responded with a smile. At the same time, he also thought about the characteristics he gained from the other party after signing the contract. Just like Shiba, a user with the weapon fruit ability, he can transform into various weapons with the characteristic a weapon. Mia from the door fruit can travel through space by opening doors, and her characteristic is space. Digimon's Dilmon can evolve, and its characteristic is evolution. Shizuku's characteristics are also related to her ability, which is the bulging-eyed fish. The bulging-eyed fish can absorb substances that Shizuku considers to be non-living and spit them out at will. The characteristic that Feng Yu obtained from the opponent is absorption. The current form of this characteristic is also very similar to that of the bulging-eyed fish, which allows Feng Yu to generate a strong suction force to suck in inanimate objects and bring them into his own body. However, the substance taken into the body will not merge with his body, but it will make his body seem to be connected to a different space in which the absorbed substance can be put. Similarly, although the characteristic is absorption, after Feng Yu's experiment, he can also release the absorbed substances. Generally speaking, the ability of this feature is quite good. Not only can it be used as a larger storage space, but it can also be used in combat, which can be regarded as adding a means of combat. By the way, Karapika contacted me just now. The new 10 old man has canceled our hidden flower, and the underground auction will be held again tomorrow night. Regarding the question of characteristics, there is just one question it flashed by, and soon Feng Yu looked at the three women and said, "The new 10 old men? Are the new 10 old men chosen so soon?" Sherba had a look of surprise on his face. Perhaps the people below have been eager to take over. Of course, it is also possible that the official people are adding fuel to the flames. After all, the underworld world is a knife specially used to deal with dirty things to the official. Feng Yu said casually. There was surprise on Mia's face. Then why was our hidden flower canceled? Could it be that the newly appointed 10 old man found out that the previous 10 old man was killed by Feng Yu? So he backed down? Feng Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it is indeed a possibility. But even if the hidden flower is canceled, we still have to maintain a certain degree of vigilance in the next period of time." Hearing this, Shiba and Mia both nodded. Dark flowers can be revoked and can also be published again. A basic sense of vigilance is definitely indispensable. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu. Feng Yu, you killed 10 old men. Shizuku, who has a somewhat silly personality, was quite hindsight. It took him a while to react, and his beautiful eyes widened slightly as he looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the other party and said with a smile, "Yes, the last 10 old men released dark flowers in the underground world to me, Shiba and Mia, and sent people to attack us. So we came to Yuxin this time. One of the city's goals is to get rid of Old Man Sheng." When Feng Yu went to deal with the 10 old men, Shizuku was still a prisoner. Afterwards, Feng Yu didn't take the killing of the 10 old men seriously. Naturally, she never knew about it. "Well, you really need to be more vigilant," Shizuku said with deep approval. "No matter how cute he is from Meteor Street after all, and he is born to know how to survive better than ordinary people." After chatting for a while, they ate the delicacies brought back by the Dilu beast. After Shiba and the others returned to the cleared resting place with their purchases, Feng Yu started practicing again. Following the weapon and space traits, the evolution trait requires experience from killing monsters, but there's also the absorption trait obtained from Shizuku that can also be cultivated. Feng Yu raised his hand, and a clockwise rotating vortex appeared in his palm, and an amazing suction force erupted from it. Rumble! The suction force was aimed at an abandoned building in the distance. When the astonishing suction force shrouded it, the building immediately broke from the ground, and the building flew into the air and was sucked in by Feng Yu. However, Feng Yu did not absorb Qian Li Hao into the different space connected by the vortex in his palm. Instead, he waved his hand halfway from where it was absorbed by the building. In an instant, the building hit a building on the other side like a cannonball, emitting a deafening roar. The buildings that were absorbed and the buildings that were hit were all turned into rubble, which was then scattered and piled up into ruins. It's decided. This move is called Wanxiang Tianin. Feng Yu looked at the impact, the corners of his mouth raised, and he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Absorbing the target is very similar to the all-encompassing Tingyin of the Samsara Eye in the world of Naruto. Anyway, the effect is similar, so I just stole the name Feng Yu and used it directly. At night, the practice continued, but Feng Yu and Ba practiced together. What the two of them practiced was naturally the unified chapter of the Sun-Moon Unity Body Refining Method. In this body training method, the sun and moon are practiced by men and women separately. When Feng Yu was practicing the sun, Shiba, Mia, Shizuku, and Dilliman were also practicing the moon. At the same time, Shiba and Mia, who have had in-depth exchanges with Feng Yu since the beginning of practice, have naturally taken turns to practice together with Feng Yu every night. Comparing the Sun Pian and the Moon Pian, the cultivation method of Hepian is quite special, which is based on the fusion of the sun and the moon, which is referred to as double cultivation. The process of cultivation cannot be described in detail, but the method of body training can be described. When Ripian and Yuepian are practicing, in addition to the amazing effect of body training, special auras similar to Yang Qi and Yin Qi will also be accumulated in the body. The practice of Hai is based on the Yin and Yang Qi of both parties, integrating the thoughts and Qi of both parties with each other, and then feeding them back to the body, thus producing a more outstanding body training effect. In terms of the body refining effect of 823, the body refining effect of the combined chapter is still higher than that of the day chapter and the moon chapter, and it can be said to be the essence of the first two chapters. Phew, so tired. After some intense practice, both Feng Yu and Shiba were covered in sweat. Shiba was panting and lay directly on Feng Yu's body. The training effect of Hepian is indeed very high, and it is still higher than that of sun and moon, but it is not without cost. That is, the consumption of physical strength and mental energy is also higher than the previous two articles. Even if the process is very addictive, it is also very tiring after it is over. It can be said to be painful and happy at the same time. Shiba, who could have fought Feng Yu for several rounds, now reached his limit after just one round. Snapped. After resting for a while, Feng Yu raised his right hand, causing Shiba to make a clear sound. It's almost time to rest. Next, you have to practice meditation. Feng Yu reminded Ba, who had been relying on him and had no intention of coming down. Hey, got it. Ba lazily raised his upper body and rolled his eyes at Feng Yu before turning over and sitting cross-legged on the edge. Feng Yu shrugged, sat up, then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Although the practice of Hejong is tiring, the practice at night is more than that. This time, Yuxin City and his party received so many rewards. Not only the Sun-Moon Unity Body Training Method for physical training, but also the meditation method for spiritual training. Like this Sun-Moon Unity Body Training Method, Feng Yu also taught Shiba and the others the meditation method that can be taught. After sitting up cross-legged, Feng Yu and Ba began to practice meditation method together. The practice method of meditation is to concentrate your mind and then perform mental visualization in a special way, and the target of this visualization is yourself. Every time the visualization is successful, it will bring about spiritual growth, and its cultivation effect is not inferior to that of the Sun and Moon Unity Body Refining Technique. After just a few days of practice, both Feng Yu and Ba could clearly feel the progress of their spiritual energy based on the changes in their manifested qi. So despite Ba's lazy attitude just now, in fact, she was very active in the practice of meditation method, which means that it is just too tiring to combine it into one article. The night passed quietly. The next night, in front of a building in Yuxin City, you can see a long red carpet at the door, and various luxury cars are constantly coming and going. This building is where the underground auction will be held again. Another long luxury car drove up and stopped at the door of the building. Soon a young man with a strong build and handsome face in a dark red suit opened the door and got out of the car. Whoosh! As soon as the handsome young man got out of the car, a petite white figure immediately followed him in the car, and he landed on the handsome young man's shoulder with a nimble and familiar leap. The handsome young man is none other than Feng Yu. He quickly walked to the other side of the car, and after opening the door, he saw Shiba, Mia, and Shizuku in all kinds of beautiful dresses getting out of the car. It's said to be an underground auction, but this scene really doesn't mean anything underground at all. Instead, it's more luxurious and high profile than a celebrity banquet. After getting off the car, Mia and Shizuku followed hand in hand. Feng Yu and Shiba walked in front. When Shiba took Feng Yu's arm, he glanced around with beautiful eyes and muttered, "Isn't this the characteristic of underground auctions? As one of the faces of the 10 old men, this auction must be grand, otherwise they would have no face." Feng Yu said casually as he walked towards the door of the building. Responded, "It is no exaggeration to describe Feng Yu and his group as handsome men and beautiful women, which attracted the attention of many people. However, Feng Yu obviously ignored them at all. After showing the invitation letter to the guard, he entered the building. The invitation letter was naturally not given to Feng Yu by the 10 old men. For example, invitations to underground auctions can be bought with money, otherwise gone, and others in the original plot would not be able to participate. Speaking of gone, when Feng Yu and his party took the elevator to the auction venue, they happened to see two small figures looking for seats in the aisle not far away. "Hey, aren't these the two brats named Gon and Killua? Why are they here?" Shirba, who was consciously observing, immediately saw two small figures not far away, and he couldn't help showing surprise on his face. These two little figures are Gon and Killua. The two of them were also wearing suits. If it weren't for their age and height, they would be no different from other guests who came to the auction. Feng Yu also looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is it really here?" Feng Yu was not surprised that Gon and Killua appeared in the auction. In the original plot, Gon and Killua came to Yuxin City because they discovered the Greedy Island game ring left by Jean, hoping to obtain the Greedy Island game console at the auction. Although Gon and others did not come into contact with the Phantom Troop due to his participation, Greed Island is obviously still the target of the two. As if he noticed the sight, Killua, who was looking for a place in the aisle, stopped his movements very keenly, suddenly turned his head and looked at the entrance, and immediately saw Feng Yu and others. "It's Feng Yu. As expected, he is here to participate in this auction, just as Kurapika said." Killua, he thought to himself with a look in his eyes. Obviously, before coming to the Yuxin City meeting, although he and Gon did not come into contact with the Phantom Troop as in the original plot, they still got in touch with Kurapika and learned from Kurapika that Feng Yu was here and wanted to participate. Underground auction. But Killua was thinking about more than just that. There was news from home that he pushed open the 7th door of the trial. Did this guy hide his strength at the beginning, or did he say that his strength has made incredible progress after leaving the Sky Arena? Killua couldn't help but have thoughts one after another, and his eyes were very complicated when he looked at Feng Yu. There are fears, doubts, and even more eagerness to try. As someone who came out of the same hunter exam and had many contacts, it is impossible to say that Killua has no desire to compete with Feng Yu. Especially when Feng Yu took away Hunter's number plate during the exam, Killua always wanted to regain his place in the game. Of course, what he fears most now is Feng Yu. Pushing open the 7th gate of the trial was something even his elder brother couldn't do. Feng Yu could have such amazing power, so his strength must be very terrifying. Kindness. Mia and Shizuku, who were following Feng Yu, saw Feng Yu and Shiba stop suddenly. They couldn't help but follow the lines of sight of Feng Yu and Shizuku. When they saw Gon and Killua in the aisle not far away, Mia also showed a look of surprise like Shiba. Although she had no real contact with Gon and Killua, she had met Feng Yu in the competition and got to know them from Shirba's explanation. Why are these two children here? Are they here to buy some auction items? Mia couldn't help but speculate in her heart. Beside her, Shizuku didn't know Gon and Killua, but looked at them curiously. "What's wrong, Killua?" "Hey, it's Feng Yu." Killua noticed that Feng Yu and others had stopped. Gon couldn't help but turn his head and look, and immediately followed Killua's line of sight, and saw Feng Yu and his group at the entrance of the auction. There was surprise on his face, and then he seemed to remember something, and then he showed an expression of sudden realization. Killua learned from Kurapika that Feng Yu was in Yuxin City and would come to participate in the auction. Gon, who had been working with Killua, naturally also knew about it. The initial surprise was just that he didn't react for a while. "Yeah, come on, let's find a seat." Seeing that Gon had also discovered Feng Yu, Killua immediately looked away from Feng Yu, and then made a haha, carelessly holding Gon's arm and continuing to look for their seats. Find a seat and sit down. Killua did not want to have contact with Gon and Feng Yu had no interest in Killua and Gon. He put his arm around Shiba's waist, greeted Mia and Shizuka behind him, and walked into the venue to go to their seats. Sit back and wait. About half an hour later, the auction hall was filled with people, and the auction started at the same time. First, the sexy female host with a first-class figure came on stage to open the show, and then the new 10 old men showed their faces through video. Then, the auction items were escorted to the stage one by one. The atmosphere immediately became heated at the beginning of the auction. Various treasures were put on the stage, which aroused fierce bidding from the guests in the venue. The few were tens of millions of nip, and the many were sold for hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion nig. The next thing to be auctioned is Greedy Island, known as the Dream Game. On the stage, the sexy female host held the microphone and shouted in a high voice. Next to her, there was an ordinary-looking game console placed on a wooden table, and a strong man walked onto the stage with a big wooden hammer and smashed the game console hard. Boom! The big wooden hammer accurately hit the game console. The heavy force caused the wooden table under the game console to be smashed on the spot. However, when the big wooden hammer was removed, the game console was lying quietly among the broken wood, completely invisible. Traces of damage. Please give me flowers. Wow! Many guests in the venue were surprised and exclaimed when they saw this scene, and they suddenly became very interested in looking at the game consoles on Greed Island. After all, there are only a few people who know and understand yen. They cannot understand the yen covered in the Greed Island game console, so naturally they feel incredible about the scene before them. Has it finally appeared? Is this the Greed Island? The thoughts attached to it are very strong. Not to mention such an attack. Even I may not be able to destroy it. Including Feng Yu, Mia, Shiba, Shizuku, and Dilliaman in the seats immediately perked up and stared at the game consoles on the stage with serious expressions. After showing off the special features of the Greedy Island game console, the sexy female host explained the situation of the seller of the game console, and then started bidding. Then let's start bidding from 900 million ring nip. Someone offered 1 billion renunciation. Someone here is offering 1.5 billion. Number 31 offers 3 billion ringgit. Compared with the previous auction items, Greedy Island seems to be just a game, but the bidding is far from what it was before. In just a short period of time, the bidding soared exceeding 10 billion ringgits and is still going on. Keep climbing up. Is this such an exaggeration? Sherba Mei's eyes widened. Seeing that the bidding quickly exceeded 20 billion yuan, she could not suppress the shock on her face. It's really too exaggerated. We don't have enough money at all. Mia also whispered softly, her eyebrows furrowed. Sure enough, it's better to snatch it directly. Shizuka muttered. Dilliaman had no idea about what was going on, and just watched the fierce bidding curiously. The bid is 30.5 billion ringgit on the 16th. Just when Shiba and the others were shocked by the high bidding price, the bidding broke through again, directly reaching over 30 billion denais. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he glanced at number 16, who bid 305.2 billion yuan. Butra, a world-famous rich man, is also the character in the original plot who bought all 7 Greed Island game consoles from the underground auction. It seems that it is impossible to purchase a game console through formal channels. Feng Yu pondered for a while, then turned to look at Mia, sitting on his left. Follow the plan. Feng Yu whispered into Mia's ear. Okay, leave it to me. Mia immediately looked at Feng Yu and nodded to express her understanding. Feng Yu's wealth is naturally very rich compared to ordinary people, but when it comes to Butra, a world-famous rich man like 823, the difference is too big. Especially if the other party has a strong obsession with Greed Island. It is even more impossible to win it from the other party through bidding. However, Feng Yu also has his own advantage. That is, he has stronger power than Butra. Late at night, on the streets of Yuxin City, a bulletproof car was driving quickly. Bang! Suddenly, the front wheel on one side of the car roared, but the tire exploded. Immediately, the car lost control. Even though the driver hurriedly stepped on the brakes, it still hit the road pole on the side of the street. In a violent impact, the streetlight pole was bent and fell, and the car was forced to stop. "Be careful. I'll go down to check the situation." In the driving seat, the driver awkwardly opened the door and got out, and took out his mobile phone from his jacket pocket, wanting to make contact. There were two strong men in the back seat of the car, wearing suits. They also took out two pistols and looked outside through the window glass very vigilantly. A metal box can be seen connected to a chain on the wrist of one of them. Zhong! A subtle sound broke through the air, and just when the driver was about to dial his cell phone, suddenly, the bulletproof car seemed to have been struck by an invisible attack, splitting in half from the middle. Not good. There are enemies. The faces of the two people in the back seat of the car changed drastically. They hurriedly stabilized their bodies and rushed out of the split car. Whoosh! A petite white figure at its feet passed by like lightning. In an instant, the two people who rushed out of the car felt pain in the back of their necks, rolled their eyes, and fainted to the ground. Plop! Almost at the same time, the driver who got off the bus first was hit in the neck with a knife from behind and fell unconscious. He jumped to the ground, and with a wave of his claws, the iron chain connecting his wrist to the box was easily cut off. Dilliaman grabbed the box and immediately jumped towards Feng Yu, who was approaching. "Master, give it to you," Dilliaman said in a clear voice, holding up the box and handing it to Feng Yu. "Thank you." Feng Yu smiled and leaned over to take the box. Dilliaman smiled and skillfully jumped onto Feng Yu's shoulders. When Feng Yu violently opened the box, Shizuku, who had knocked the driver unconscious, also came over and stood beside Feng Yu in a playful manner, looking at the opened box curiously. When Feng Yu opened the box, what appeared inside was the Greed Island game console. It was confirmed, and Feng Yu was satisfied that it was stored in the storage space. The groan of his cell phone rang in the pocket of his pants. "Hey, is this Shiba? How are you doing over there?" "It's done. What about you?" "It just ended. Let's meet at the appointed place." "Clear." When Feng Yu took out his cell phone and connected the call, Ba's voice sounded from the other side. Immediately, the two exchanged words and immediately confirmed the result. €7. The robbery went smoothly on both sides. After Feng Yu ended the call and put his phone back in his pocket, he greeted Shizuku beside him and quickly left the scene. When Feng Yu, Shizuku, and Dilliaman arrived at the rooftop of a building at the agreed location, Shiba and Mia were already waiting, and Mia was also holding a Greedy Island game console in her hands. Obviously, after being unable to buy the game console on Greed Island with money, Feng Yu chose the same method as the Phantom Troop in the original plot, that is, robbing. Feng Yu has never put himself in the position of a good person. Although he has completed the achievements of the Sin Buster series and dealt with the Phantom Troop and the 10 Old Men, in essence, he is just doing it to get rewards. At most, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. To use the martial arts saying, that is, he is both good and evil, and he does everything as he pleases. But this is normal. If you have worked hard to cultivate extraordinary martial arts and are still subject to various restrictions, then your life will be too frustrating. "How's it going? Did you encounter any accidents?" Seeing Shiba and Mia, who were already waiting, Feng Yu walked over with a smile on his face. Everything went well. The quality of the other party's escorts was very average. Shiba shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, "Same here. It's over in a flash." Dilliaman, standing on Feng Yu's shoulder, said with a smile as he swung his tail, "Now we have 2 Greedy Island game consoles, and if we use the multiplayer connector, up to 8 people can play together." After she snatched the game console from Greed Island, she had obviously carefully checked the specific details of the game console. The game console of Greed Island only has one socket, but if the matching multiplayer connector is used, then a game console can provide play for up to 4 people. Feng Yu and the others now, plus Dilliaman, there are 5 people in total, which is why they acted separately to snatch the next 2 game consoles. Feng Yu took the 4.9 game console from Mia, checked it, and put it into the storage space. Okay, now that the game console has been obtained, the matter in Yuxin City should come to an end, and we will leave here tomorrow. Okay, I just happen to be very curious about this game. Me too. Seeing that her auction price is so high, it shouldn't disappoint. How about playing games? I'm not very good at this, but I will study hard. The last greedy island game machine of this trip has been obtained, and Feng Yu naturally has no idea of staying any longer. As they laughed and chatted, Feng Yu returned. There was no words for the night, and the next day, Feng Yu and his party left Yuxin City on an airship. Sky Arena, originally the headquarters of the Black Dragon Club, is now owned by Feng Yu on the main floor of the 230th floor. Feng Yu and his party walked into the luxurious suite used for residence. It's still comfortable here. It's been a while since I've been back. Looking at the familiar environment, Shiba walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the curtains, and looked down at the city and the blue sky outside. He couldn't help but stretch his waist and said with emotion, "Wait while I go to the martial arts gym." Mia also came to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked in the direction of the Xinjiang martial arts gym involuntarily. "I'll go with you later. Although I hired people from cleaning company to clean and maintain it regularly before I left, I still feel a little worried if I don't go and take a look." Feng Yu walked into the middle of the two women from behind and put his arms around the waists of Shiba and Mia, one on the left and the other on the right. He used a slight force to make Mia lean into his arms, and also looked at the Xinjiang martial arts hall. Direction. Mia responded softly and rested her head gently on Feng Yu's shoulder. 14. Then let's go together. It's okay if you don't tell me. But if you tell me, I miss you a little. Shiba's eyes also softened. The Xinjiang martial arts hall was where Mia grew up, where Feng Yu began her training, and where Shiba lived for 2 or 3 years. It could be said that the Divine Gun Martial Arts School has a profound impact and memory on all three of them. While Feng Yu and the others were standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in reminiscence, Dilliaman was also talking to Shizuku in the living room. "Shizuku, do you know the Sky Arena?" Where the sofa in the living room is, Dilliaman jumped on the sofa and sat down, curiously looking at Shizuku, who was sitting opposite. Shizuku nodded and said, "You know, this is a world-famous fighting holy land. Many people come to sign up for the competition every day, and I heard that there will be none after reaching the 200th floor. Sky Arena has a wide reputation. Even people who don't pay much attention to it have often heard about it." Shizuku obviously has a certain understanding of Sky Arena. Sounds like a great idea. Hearing that there would be mean people after the 200th floor, Dilliaman suddenly became very interested. One of its ways of evolution is to fight. The more powerful the opponent, once you defeat or kill it, you can gain more experience points. After checking in, we went to the Xinjiang Martial Arts School. The next day, Feng Yu and his group gathered together in the living room on the 230th floor. On the table are 2 greedy island game consoles placed together, and the number of sockets is increased through multiplayer connectors. Sky Arena is backed by the behemoth V5. Basically, no one dares to cause trouble here. You can play Greed Island here with confidence. After Feng Yu glanced at the 2 game consoles that were already connected, he turned to look at Shiba and the others. "Do you really want to go alone? How about I stay with you? With my Gatefruit ability, I can at least retreat safely when encountering danger." Mia couldn't help but say. Shiba also said with a serious face, "I'm not too worried. We've all seen the situation on Meteor Street. It's too risky for you to go alone. It's better for us to act together." "Yes, Master. Let us go together." "Well, I'm quite familiar with Meteor Street. I can lead the way if necessary." Tillman and Shizuku also said separately. Dilliaman, Shiba, and Mia were all worried that Feng Yu would be in danger if he acted alone. Shizuku was a little conflicted, but in the end he chose to side with Feng Yu. The reason for the confusion is that she was born in Meteor Street. Even though the environment in Meteor Street is cruel and unusual, it is still her hometown. As for why I chose Feng Yu in the end, needless to say, after signing the crystal contract, she could not betray Feng Yu at all and completely tied herself to Feng Yu. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Feng Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have a sense of control. You also know that I have the ability to sense danger. If it really doesn't matter, I promise to retreat immediately. The preparations for entering Greed Island are in place. It stands to reason that the next step is to enter the game, clear the levels, and complete the achievement Greed Island. It's just that Feng Yu has no intention of entering the Greed Island, or, in other words, he is not planning to enter it yet. He proposed to Sheba and the others to separate operations. Sheba and the others would go into Greed Island first to collect cards, while he would deal with the problem of Meteor Street. Needless to say about the former, the achievement of Island of Greed only requires Feng Yu to pass it and does not require him to collect the cards one by one in person. In other words, he could wait for Sheba and the others to collect the cards before entering and submitting them to complete the final clearance. As for the latter, when Meteor Street sent the Meteor 823 pursuit team to hunt him down, Feng Yu has never forgotten it. Even though there have been no new moves in Meteor Street since the destruction of the Meteor Chase team, this does not mean that Feng Yu will just let it go. It is necessary to regain his position, otherwise his ideas will not be clear. Not to mention that there are many masters in Meteor Street, making it a very suitable dungeon for killing monsters and upgrading. The characteristic that Feng Yu obtained from Dilliamin is evolution. This characteristic makes him similar to Dilliamin. He can gain experience points by killing enemies, thereby evolving his physique. The talent increase of the Crystal Contract and the Sun and Moon Body training method have indeed greatly improved Feng Yu's efficiency in physical training. But this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As his body continued to strengthen, his physique still hindered his growth rate more and more, even stopping Feng Yu from progressing. Therefore, if he wants to cure it completely, he must improve his physical condition. Sheba and Mia, who heard about the danger-sensing ability and had seen it many times, couldn't help but relax slightly from their worries. If Feng Yu really evacuates after sensing danger, safety can indeed— Really, I know I can't persuade you, but please listen to me. Once you're really in danger, you must retreat immediately or simply summon us directly. You must not carry it by yourself, you know. Sure, Boss stamped his feet, glared, and warned Feng Yu. Mia also looked helpless. She has known Feng Yu for the longest time, so she also understands Feng Yu's character best. She knows that once Feng Yu decides on something, it is basically impossible to shake Feng Yu's mind. Sheba is right. You can summon us to your side now. If you encounter danger, don't think about solving alone. You must summon us there. Okay, just rest assured, I will definitely not mess around. Regarding the two women's attitude, Feng Yu felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he quickly comforted them for a while, so that the two women could feel at ease. After repeated assurances, Sheba and the others began to prepare to enter the Greed Island. Through the chanting of Qi and the game console, Sheba and the others were teleported away one by one, and finally only Feng Yu was left in the living room. Just as Feng Yu chose the Sky Arena as a place to place game consoles, there is no need to worry about anyone disturbing him here. Especially since Feng Yu is still the owner of the building. Even if he is not here, even the staff of the Sky Arena cannot enter the 230th floor unless they get his permission. After Sheba and the others entered the Greed Island, Feng Yu simply packed up and left the Sky Arena. From time to time, you can see birds and unknown giant birds flying over the foggy forest. This is Shimile Wetland. At the edge of the forest, a silver stream of light flew from a distance. In just one breath, it quickly swept across the sky and landed on the moist grass. Snap! Both feet landed on the ground, and the wings of thread extending from the back turned into silk threads and were collected into the body. After landing, Feng Yu stared intensely at the foggy forest in front of him. I thought I wouldn't come here, but unexpectedly, I came here again. After watching for a while, Feng Yu's face suddenly showed a light smile. The lost beauty of the wetland is also known as the Trickster's Lair. In this vast forest, a huge number and variety of beasts and magical beasts live. At the same time, this is also the place where the second half of the first exam and the Hunter exam took place. After leaving the Sky Arena, Feng Yu did not go to Meteor Street immediately. but specifically came to the Shy-Mile wetland in front of him. Lifting his right hand slightly, Feng Yu immediately took out an item from the storage space, after his consciousness connected to it. Whoosh! In an instant, a strange object appeared in Feng Yu's palm. It was as long as Mo's fingers, white in color, and shaped like a mini pagoda, and it was also a 9-story pagoda. Feng Yu lowered his head and looked at the mini pagoda in his hand. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought about the first time he saw this thing. If they didn't know, no one would have thought that the mini pagoda in his hand could be a seed, and it could also produce fruits that would increase life energy. Yes, the name of the mini pagoda is the Seed of Life, which is the reward Feng Yu received after killing the 10 old men. The fact that the seeds are in a pagoda state is undoubtedly very surprising, but the seeds of life are not comparable to ordinary seeds, so it is not incomprehensible to have such a weird shape. I wonder what level of life fruit the monsters here can cultivate. Feng Yu shifted his gaze back to the forest in front of him, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. There is a reason why the Seed of Life appears in the form of a pagoda, because the form of the 9-story pagoda is to deal with different levels of blood, starting from the first floor and going to the highest 9th floor. When the Seed of Life is irrigated with blood, it will also absorb it in different layers according to the quality of the blood. Once the absorption of a certain layer is complete, the life fruit of the corresponding layer will be cultivated. The life fruits cultivated on the first level are of the lowest quality, and the life fruits cultivated on the 9th level are of the highest quality. Feng Yu came to the Shy-Mile wetland specifically because there are a large number of monsters here, and it is an excellent hunting ground for cultivating life fruits. At the same time, this is also a good preparation for heading to Meteor Street. There is no doubt about the benefits of strengthening life energy. The best example is Blood Bodhi. With the danger of Meteor Street, Feng Yu naturally had to improve his strength as much as possible before actually going there. Then let's begin. Without wasting time, a vortex appeared in Feng Yu's palm, directly absorbing the seeds of life into the alien space, and then strode into the forest. Yes, he did not store the seeds of life into the storage space, but directly absorbed them into the different space in his body, which is the storage space distance evolved from the absorption characteristics. This is naturally to make it easier to use the absorbed blood to directly irrigate the seeds of life during hunting later. Thick fog filled the air, and even in the peripheral areas, the field of vision was severely obstructed, making it difficult to see clearly even things 10 meters away. If it were anyone else, even a wise person, they would definitely be on high alert. After all, there are too many monsters living in this forest, and you may die if you are not careful. However, Feng Yu acted very calmly. He didn't even slow down and headed straight into the depths of the forest. Facts have proved that this forest is indeed very dangerous. Feng Yu had not walked dozens of meters into the forest when suddenly there was a rapid sound of breaking through the air from the side. In the thick fog, money is good, an agile black shadow moved very quickly from far to near, bringing up a gust of evil wind and biting Feng Yu fiercely. Amid the blowing of the evil wind, the dense fog was blown away, and one could see that this agile black shadow was a creature that resembled a leopard or a magical beast. The muscles on the streamlined body are bulging, which fully proves that this leopard-shaped monster is not only agile, but also powerful. Zheng! The moment the sound of breaking through the air appeared, Feng Yu immediately stopped and turned to look at the leopard-shaped monster that was attacking. Without seeing any movement from Feng Yu, a slight vibration occurred in the void. A sharp thread instantly appeared between Feng Yu and the leopard-shaped monster. The leopard-shaped monster was caught off guard and hit the sharp thread at once. Superior! Poof! Blood splattered, and the leopard-shaped monster didn't even have a chance to scream. Starting from the head, the entire body was cut in half by sharp silk threads. The two-part corpse fell on both sides of Feng Yu. Feng Yu quickly raised his hand, and a clockwise rotating vortex appeared in his palm. All things are attracted by heaven. A powerful suction force bursts out from the vortex, not only sucking in the blood splashing in the air, but also knocking down the corpses on both sides and immediately sucking the blood in their bodies crazily. Like a bloody stream, in just one breath, all the blood in this leopard-shaped monster was sucked dry, and its body shrank a lot as a result. Not a bad start. Feng Yu glanced at the corpses on both sides and nodded slightly. Although there was no actual battle, he still recognized from the attack just now, and based on the speed and aura that the opponent burst out, that it was a powerful monster. After taking a look at the body, Feng Yu immediately looked into the alien space inside the body. Similar to the storage space, Feng Yu can also check the situation of different spaces in the body through consciousness exploration and control the absorbed materials. 823. The freshly absorbed blood was quickly irrigated on the seeds of life placed in advance under Feng Yu's control. In conscious observation, one can immediately see that after contact with blood, the seed of life quickly absorbs the irrigated blood as if it were perfect wisdom. At the same time, upon closer inspection, one can also find a ray of blood tainted on the first layer of the seed of life. This is exactly how the seed of life behaves after it absorbs blood. Once the layer is filled with blood, it is the time to give birth to the fruit of life. Is it just the first level? Feng Yu frowned slightly after observing the condition of the seed of life. He seemed to have underestimated the appetite for the seed of life. The monster he killed cannot be said to be particularly powerful, but it is definitely not weak either. At least against an ordinary beast like a tiger, this leopard-shaped monster can definitely fight against 10. The life fruits that can be cultivated at the first level of the seed of life are the life fruits of the lowest quality. Feng Yu didn't expect many tower floors, but he also didn't expect it to be just the first floor. Forget it, the first floor is the first floor. If you think about it from another angle, this is actually a good thing. Since even the blood of a monster of this level only belongs to the first level, it also shows that the fruit bred by the seed of life, even if it is only of the lowest quality, is not simple. Feng Yu comforted himself in his heart. Immediately, he walked towards the depths of the forest again. Whoosh! As they continued to move forward, Feng Yu took out the black knife from the storage space. The process of hunting can also be regarded as the practice of sword skills, so it can't be wasted. Feng Yu's eyes were sharp, and he seemed to see various ferocious demonic beasts born in the forest through the thick fog. There are many monsters entrenched in the Shy Mile wetland. When the hunter exam was taken, the route the candidate team passed was just the outer area of this wetland, which was not worth mentioning at all. As he continued to go deeper into the forest, the number and quality of the monsters Feng Yu encountered skyrocketed. The light of the sword was so sharp that even if he was only fighting with sword skills, Feng Yu's strength was extremely terrifying, killing all the monsters he encountered along the way. From day to night. When night came, Feng Yu stopped. At the same time, He Dao Yi and the clothes on his body had already been stained with blood. Is it 2/3? The progress is not too slow. After stopping, Feng Yu first sank into the alien space with his consciousness and checked the status of the seed of life. Beej! It was already afternoon when he arrived. Even if there was no too deliberate search, without hiding his aura, there were constantly monsters that regarded Feng Yu as prey and automatically sent them to his door. A rough calculation showed that Feng Yu had killed nearly 100 monsters, some of which were weaker than the leopard-type monster he encountered at the beginning, and some that were stronger than the leopard-type monster. Looking at the seed of life at this time, we can see that although only the first layer is infected with blood, almost 2/3 of the infected area has been infected. Nearly 100 monsters are unable to completely infect the first layer. From this, we can see how much blood is needed to cultivate the seed of life. After checking, Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he walked towards the stream beside him. He inserted the black knife directly into the soil beside the stream. The sharp blade could easily cut through the soil, not to mention the soil. Feng Yu took off his blood-stained combat uniform, leaving it casually on the side, and then began to wash his body with stream water. Even with the isolation of clothes, Oyu's body was stained by blood over and over again. During the cleaning, The rapidly flowing stream was quickly penetrated and infected by blood, and then it traveled along the current, continuously diluting and moving towards the distance. Don't bother me when I'm taking a shower. Halfway through cleaning, Feng Yu suddenly looked up in a direction not far away, flicked his finger, and immediately fired a silver bullet with a bullet line. Whoosh! The silver bullet penetrated the thick fog, forming a long and thin vacuum channel, and then immediately heard a popping sound from a place not far away. If the dense fog is dispersed, you will definitely be able to see the silver bullet hitting a monster that looks like an antelope, but has sharp teeth. The smell of blood is an extremely pungent smell. Regardless of whether it is a beast or a monster, once it smells the smell of blood, it will instinctively develop an aggressive animal nature. This was the case with the monster that was killed by the silver bullet. Because it smelled the blood on Feng Yu's body, it regarded Feng Yu as prey and wanted to attack. It's just that this monster clearly misunderstood the relationship between hunter and prey. Compared with Feng Yu, it is the prey. With a move of his hand, a powerful suction force enveloped the dead monster from the air. Immediately, blood flowed out quickly from the blood hole penetrated by the silver bullet and was drawn into the vortex in Feng Yu's palm. While cleaning his body, he also killed a powerful monster. Feng Yu was in a pretty good mood. After cleaning, Feng Yu directly activated the thread fruit ability to weave a suit of clothes on his body with silk threads. It's not that he doesn't have any clothes prepared in his storage space. It's just that he has to fight monsters all the time and will inevitably be stained by blood. So he simply used the thread fruit power to make clothes, so that when he clears his body, he only needs to release the thread fruit power. Moreover, clothes woven with silk threads are like shadow riding threads. Not only can they be in any style, but also in colors, which is very convenient. After getting dressed, Feng Yu found a rock nearby to sit down, and then started eating. Food naturally comes from the storage space. Although he didn't know how much blood the seed of life needed before he came, he was still well prepared. The food in the storage space was enough for him to live here for a long time. It's time to practice. After filling his stomach, Feng Yu did not rest immediately, but began his daily practice. First, practice sword skills with Black Sword Knight. Although the monsters encountered during the day's hunting were not enough to pose a threat to Feng Yu still gained some gains by practicing sword skills during the fight. Now, practicing sword skills is to digest the harvest during the day and turn it into strength. After the swordsmanship training was over, the next step was the practice of Sun and Moon Unity Body refining method. Just like the habits of many wild beasts at night, the monsters in Shimile Wetland not only did not reduce their activities, but instead appeared more frequently. Even though Feng Yu cleaned up the blood on his body, he was not safe in his cultivation. On the contrary, after practicing for a while, various sounds appeared frequently all around, and even violent roars echoed in the forest from time to time. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the intensive trampling sounds, pairs of green lighting beast eyes could be faintly seen in the thick fog around Feng Yu, accompanied by a low roar. Feng Yu, who was practicing this Sun-Moon Unity body training technique, was unhurried and had no intention of stopping. Instead, as he continued to practice, a large number of silk threads extended from his body, a shadow rider separated from his side. Wire. Zheng. Shadow Rider instantly pulled out the black sword he inserted on one side and rushed in one direction like a phantom, bursting out with a sharp and cold sword light. Ouch! The wolf roared into the sky. Around Feng Yu, dozens of tiger-sized wolves suddenly gathered at some unknown time. When the Shadow Rider suddenly attacked and chopped off the head of a vicious wolf with one sword, the killing was repeated again. One after another, the wolves rushed towards the shadow riding line with swift and violent movements, or charged directly towards Feng Yu. Chi, chi, chi. The silk threads ejected, and Feng Yu was like a shadow riding thread. Without stopping to practice, sharp threads extended from his body, swaying and swaying, cutting the approaching evil wolf into pieces. As for the location of a shadow riding line, It used the black sword to show off its sharp sword skills and quickly killed the biting wolf. In just a few dozen seconds, the wolves suffered tragic casualties, and more than two-thirds of the wolves were turned into corpses. The original ferocity deteriorated into retreat and fear, and the remaining wolves began to flee in all directions. It's just that now it's no longer the case that the evil wolves can just leave if they want. The shadow riding line is directly to catch up and kill the escaping wolves carrying the black knife and knight general. All flows returned to the sea. The blood from the dead wolf's body flowed out one after another, and then converged on Feng Yu, who was practicing. Nothing was wasted and was sucked into the alien space and irrigated on the seeds of life. The killing is not over yet. The fight with the evil wolf was quite commotion, which undoubtedly attracted many nearby monsters. Roar! Just when Shadow Rider Line Slash had just killed the last evil wolf, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and a giant beast could be seen rushing towards him from the thick matter not far away. This is a monster that looks like a bull. It is 4 to 5 meters tall. It has strong muscles all over its body. It has 2 sharp and ferocious horns on its head. It makes people feel chilled at the sight of it. Almost at the same time, please give me flowers. In the other direction, there was also a sound of breaking through the air. The next second, a lion-shaped monster appeared with its back and 2 wings, looking coldly at Feng Yu, who was riding on the line and practicing with his golden eyes. Hiss hiss. The sound of the message was terrifying, and a shrill beast scream sounded. Immediately, a great, giant python also swam along the ground, raising its head and scanning the monsters and Feng Yu present. Bull-type monster, lion-type monster, python-type monster. After these 3 monsters appeared one after another, the surrounding movement immediately became smaller. In other words, the aura emitted by these 3 monsters caused the attracted monsters to retreat honestly. But even so, Feng Yu still ignored him and practiced the Sun and Moon Unity Body refining method, calmly and calmly. Of course, there is Sun-Moon Unity Body training method that cannot be stopped during practice, otherwise it will not have the effect of body training. But it can also be seen that Feng Yu has no fear at all towards the 3-headed monster that comes, or even shows no fear at all. Don't care. Many Warcraft have strong intelligence. This is obviously the case for these 3 monsters at the moment. Feng Yu's calm and calm posture made the 3-headed monsters feel that their majesty had been challenged, and they all exuded more terrifying auras and made offensive postures. The bull-shaped monster clawed its hooves, easily creating ravines on the ground, and its eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lion-shaped monster roared continuously, and the folded wings on its back slowly unfolded, and the feathers on it could be seen rotating like short arrows. The giant python monster also opened its mouth, and the 2 exposed snake fangs were not only ferocious, but also dripped with purple venom, corroding the soil below into pits and rising smoke. Whoosh! From the appearance of the 3-headed monster to the attack gesture, it actually only happened in a short period of time. Feng Yu was practicing, and the Shadow Rider had no expression on his face. He held the black sword in both hands and flashed at a very fast speed, and immediately appeared beside the nearest bull. Zheng! The sharp sword light was like black lightning, and the black sword was slashed hard by the shadow, riding line towards the neck of the bull-shaped monster. Roar! Although the bull-type monster looks like a cow, that doesn't mean it is really a cow. With a deafening roar no less than the roar of a tiger, the bull-shaped monster suddenly turned its head and struck the falling blade with the sharp horns on its head. Boom! An astonishing collision occurred, with air waves visible to the naked eye surging around and dazzling sparks flying. The bull-type monster's horns are very hard, and even bombing with rockets may not cause much damage. But the Shadow Rider's slashes were still above the rockets. With one slash, the black knife only paused slightly after the collision with the horn. It was like the 823 hot knife cutting butter, directly cutting off the hard horn and then decapitating the bull-shaped monster. Chi, chi, chi. It seemed like thousands of arrows were fired in unison. The Shadow Rider's attack on the bull-shaped monster also caused the other two monsters to move in unison. The lion-shaped monster spread its wings completely, like exploding feathers. The feathers on the wings turned into arrows and shot towards the shadow riding line. Its power was no less than that of a machine gun. Turn around and rush out. After killing the bull-shaped monster, the Shadow Rider moved smoothly without any stagnation. In an instant, he rushed towards the lion-type monster. The arrows fired were torn to pieces by the crisscrossing rays of light. Jump! In just an instant, the shadow riding line swept close to the lion-shaped monster, slashed out with a knife, and the black lightning-like sword light fell straight on the lion-shaped monster. Poof! Blood splattered, and the lion-shaped monster was split into two by the sharp slash in an instant, turning into two corpses and falling to the ground. The giant python monster also launched an attack, but it didn't go towards the shadow riding line like a lion-shaped monster, but aimed at Feng Yu. When the Shadow Rider used chops to kill the lion-shaped monster, the giant python monster also expanded its mouth to the maximum size and appeared on top of Feng Yu's head as if falling from the sky. Try to swallow him whole. Shit! The sharp thread that was difficult to detect with the naked eye flew out, and the swallowed snake's head was cut off by the terrifying sharp edge in an instant, and a large amount of snake blood sprayed out like a heavy rain. Just like the previous evil wolves, whether it was the sprayed snake blood or the blood of the other two monsters, their blood flowed quickly towards the vortex that appeared in Feng Yu's palm. Enter. After a fight, Feng Yu did not stop practicing from beginning to end. After the killing, Shadow Rider silently came to the edge, holding a knife in his right hand as a guard. After practicing for an hour, Feng Yu finally stopped. Hey, did you finally get something from his second level? Habitually checking the life seeds in Xiangyi space, Feng Yu suddenly felt unexpected in his heart. Although Feng Yu was mainly focused on cultivation just now, just as he absorbed the blood of the monsters he killed, the absorbed blood was also directly irrigated on the seeds of life, as always. Now, when I look carefully, I immediately find that the second layer of the seed of life is also infected with a few rays of blood. Feng Yu subconsciously looked at the dead python monsters, lion-shaped monsters, and bull-shaped monsters. The first evil wolf was almost the same as the monsters he killed during the day, and only these three monsters were obviously much stronger. If evaluated based on the nin's strength, each of these three monsters has a second-rate level. Feng Yu was naturally very happy that the second layer of the seed of life was infected with blood because it meant that there was a possibility of the Datuku life fruit in the Gmile wetland. You can adjust the time tomorrow and set evening as hunting time. Feng Yu thought in his mind, I just came here with no experience. It is obvious that compared to the day, night is the most suitable time for hunting. Not only can you hunt more monsters, but the quality is also higher. Eliminating distracting thoughts, Feng Yu sat down cross-legged and began to practice the meditation method. The practice of meditation method is no less important than the Sun-Moon Unity body training method. After all, the mind and body are fundamental pillars. Even if other aspects are not taken into account, the most direct improvement in manifested qi alone is enough for Feng Yu to pay attention to meditation method. Time passed quietly. After the shadow riding line as a guard killed several more waves of invading monsters, the rising sun ushered in a new day. After Feng Yu withdrew the shadow riding line, he took the black knife and went on the road again, heading deeper into the forest. Kill and draw blood. Because there was a lot of harvest last night, and before noon, the seeds of life that were irrigated with blood almost all the time began to change. Feng Yu immediately stopped after noticing the changes in the seed of life, and then separated a shadow rider to guard it, focusing his consciousness on the seed of life in a different space. As the seed of life continues to absorb blood, although the second layer does not yield much, the blood stained by the first layer has been completely perfected. And at the moment when the blood infection was complete, the seed of life trembled slightly, and immediately all the blood on the first layer evaporated and disappeared. At the same time, a lotus-like flower slowly bloomed at the top of the tower and inside the stamen. A white fruit the size of a peach is produced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the fruit of life? It's really interesting. It is obviously made with a lot of blood, but the fruit produced actually gives people a 4.9 holy feeling. Feng Yu watched the whole process of the seeds of life giving birth to fruits. When the fruit of life was conceived, Feng Yu drew his consciousness closer to the fruit of life. When he looked at the white fruit, he couldn't help but show a playful expression on his face. Irrigating with blood, this cultivation method is undoubtedly evil. However, the fruit produced is so white and flawless that it makes people feel that this fruit is very holy at a glance. The contrast is absolutely huge. I don't know how it tastes, evil or holy. Feng Yu naturally doesn't really care. What he cares more about is the taste of the fruit of life, or the effect of increasing life energy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.